Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday, and welcome to our third week of our Halloween block for 2024. We're back at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Whether it's this time or any time, or if we're on Friday when we have Friday shows, or however it is, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, and tonight we are going back to a classic of the PlayStation era, because last week we had an epic 9.5 hour plus stream of Until Dawn. That was with the Crusader 64 last week. Had such a great time doing that. Thank him again for joining us for that show and suggesting that we play the game. But for the purpose of our third entry this year, I said we need to go back to Sony specifically, and I need to also go back to a game that I promised ElecVerse 3 years ago, because I said we'll do this game eventually, but it's been a case where where's it fitting in the schedule? Well, I found the place, and it is here. We are on the menu of the PlayStation 3. You're probably saying, like, wait a second, it says down there, playing something from PlayStation 1. We are, but I'm using the PlayStation 3 port of this. We are playing Twisted Metal, the original, which came out on November 10th, 1995 for the PlayStation 1. Published by Sony and developed by Single Track Studios. We're using the PlayStation 3 port. You can download it for the PlayStation 3 for $6 nowadays. You can also, with great difficulty, transport it to your PlayStation Portable or your PlayStation Vita. And if you buy it on this console, you also have access to play it on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Running PS3 because you have access to the digital manual to show off on this system. You do not on PlayStation 4 or 5. So I said, hey, this is how we're going to show this. I know ElecVerse came in 3 years ago and we did Kirby Crystal Shards with moniker of Sweetverse after Sweet Tooth. You're seeing a little picture of the folder of PlayStation 1 games I got on PlayStation 3. So I said, all right, we got to do this. I had to be ready because honestly, my experience with Twisted Metal kind of starts and ends with this game and Twisted Metal Black for the PlayStation 2. So I'm not that versed in it, and I had to get ready for this one. Even then, I'm kind of questioning whether I am ready, but as I said, I put as much as I could into this, as I always do for the viewer request. And we have a viewer request a month, and this is October's. And it does fit for Halloween. You're thinking, like, wait a second, we played Till Dawn last week, we played Scooby-Doo Mystery the week before, and we're playing Splatterhouse next week. Where does Twisted Metal fit in? Well, there is kind of a horror vibe to this game, and also to this franchise that went along, because Twisted Metal 1, which came out, as I mentioned, on PlayStation in 1995, in the launch window, not exactly a launch game on the PlayStation, but it does make it so far. This is the earliest game on the system we're playing for the show that I have a recording of, the other one being Rayman for the PlayStation, which I do not have a recording of, we'll come back to later. But in Twisted Metal's case, this was an early case of Sony going back into games after they did publishing with Sony ImageSoft into the 1990s, but they said, yeah, we're going to crush Nintendo with the PlayStation. That is exactly what they did. And this game was feasibly part of the reason when they said, we're going 3D polygons with our console and saying, let's show off stuff that feasibly we haven't seen on other systems, including arguably inventing a genre with this game, although there are other games that were kind of doing stuff like this, such as Descent. Because it is vehicular combat developed by Single Track, a company that started in 1994 by Michael Ryder, Tom Kelly, and Michael Bartholomew, the latter of whom programmed Twisted Metal Small Brawl, which is on PlayStation, which is the sixth entry in this game, this franchise technically, as well as Twisted Metal Black for the PlayStation 2, Twisted Metal Head-On for the PSP, and the PS3 version of Warhawk, which also has a PlayStation 1 version. The game was directed by Michael D. Jackson, I had to indicate that because he's not Michael Jackson, the other one, who did design on Critical Depth, which is another game of Single Tracks I have on PlayStation myself, actually right here, as well as Outwards for the PC, the PS3 version of Warhawk, the 2012 version of Twisted Metal for PS3, which is the last game in the franchise. It did art direction on Twisted Metal 2, Twisted Metal Head-On, Downhill Domination on the PlayStation 2, and Rogue Trip Vacation 2012, which is from the same people, but after Twisted Metal 2 came out, Single Track bailed, and Sony gave it to 989 Studios for Twisted Metals 3 and 4, and then Small Brawl that came back under Incognito Development, specifically. We're going to be playing this car combat game that does have some spooky elements. I'm on PlayStation 3 as far as stuff, because I do have my folders for certain things that we show at later times, including demos of stuff mostly, such as Journey and Oddworld Stranger's Wrath. Folklore, which is insanely expensive. Let's see. House of the Dead 4, which is a complete case. We're showing House of the Dead 4 on this console. Spaceship Flight Part 2, which is something that is on this system, and we're playing it that way. Eventually, Dead Life 5 Ultimate. Stuff for PlayStation 2 you can download here, like Chill Up, which is insanely expensive, as well as Gradius 5. God Hand, another expensive one. You're seeing a pattern. It's expensive stuff. And another one I know ElecVerse wanted to see, and I got to get figuring when we can do this. Persona 3 FES, because Persona 3 Reload came out this year. It did not have the FES content until recently when they patched it in or finally added DLC for it. But we'll get to this. That is going to be a ways down the road, but I got to get a sense of that. But we got PlayStation 1, because I got 27 stuff on PlayStation 1 to get ourselves going. including Final Fantasy Tactics, Resident Evil Director's Cut, Echo Knight, speaking of horror stuff, Threads of Fate, Silent Hill 1, The Legend of Dragoon, Clonota Door to Phantomile, Harvest Moon Back to Nature, Misadventures of Tron Bond, Jumping Flash, Persona 2, Eternal Punishment, Parasite Eve 2, Mega Man Legends 1, Nag Museum Volume 5. They delisted this, so yeah, I was lucky to get this before they got rid of it, because this costs a lot of money. Xenogears, Strider 2, Tekken, Motor Turn Grand Prix, Parasite Eve, which we played, Mega Man Legends 2, which we played, Resident Evil 2, Tom, which we're playing in 3 weeks, Tom 2, The Evil Swine Return, Vanguard Bandits, Alundra, Castlevania Chronicles, and of course Twisted Metal right here. Big, tough, fast, and deadly, and just plain crazy. Welcome to the big time with Twisted Metal, rated teen for animated violence. As is right there, you can put it on PS3 or PSP, but I believe you can also put this to Vita as well. To get this started, you're going to see a feed cuts we're pointing out, because this is actually the first time we've done PS3 in about a little over a year. And I realized when we did Super Hang-On a few weeks ago, the feed cut case doesn't matter because basically the screen is just going to go blank. So when I edit, I'll just put something in a little neater than Elgato, no signal. So let's get loaded up and we'll talk about Twisted Metal. Because this is one I do not have a whole experience on because I didn't have PlayStation growing up. But I played it years later, specifically Twisted Metal Black, and then when I was asked for Twisted Metal 1, as you had this grayed out PlayStation 1 logoing going on. I was like, yeah, this game's pretty interesting and pretty fun and has a horror vibe to itself. It was, as I mentioned, directed by Michael G. Jackson, created and designed by Michael G.M., whose background includes testing on Chuck Rock for the Game Boy, Cliffhanger for the NES, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear, and co-designed Mickey Mania, which we played on the show, as well as a Super Nintendo game based on Spawn, Jetmoto, also on PlayStation, and Kinetica, which is on PlayStation 2, and would go on to be working at Incognito Development on games like War of the Monsters, The Con, which is on PSP, as creative director on Downhill Domination, which is a great game on the PS2, Twisted Metal Small Brawl, and Siren, which is on PlayStation 2 as well. And also, it's co-designer of David Jaffe. We know him from Mickey Mania, what we played, but he directed this game, Twisted Metal Black, God of War 1 and 2, and the 2012 Twisted Metal game. He did writing on the game based on Three Ninjas Kick Back, which was on the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Sega CD, as well as this game's sequel, and God of War Chains of Olympus, and the design was mentioned on Mickey Mania, which we played, and Kinetica, and Twisted Metal Head-On, Extra Twisted Edition on PS2, which is the PS2 edition of the PSP entry. Yeah, so kind of an early case as far as David Jaffe, who is a big name and feasibly a contentious one, depending on who you ask. And that goes with perspective. He was big, brash, and bold, which are good things in some ways, but also not in other ways because of a case like, hey, he was someone who kind of was not necessarily someone who formed a lot of good relationships because he had a lot of pride to himself, and still does, but then again, oftentimes it comes out of stuff like that is massive swings like Twisted Metal and God of War, amongst other things, and he came up with gold, him and the team as well, so there's something to be said about that at the very least. And we're seeing a little demo of what we're going to see with the great heavy metal music, and some flashlight warning elements which we'll show a little later, and I don't know if based on this opening a track, it is going to show something else. If not, I'll go on the menu for it, because it gives you a little bit of a preview of Warhawk for PlayStation, which they also made at about the same time. Because let's talk about single track a little bit. Hey, yeah, they're not going to do that. I'll show that a little later. They formed in 1994 out of Salt Lake City in Utah. Most of their team came from a company called Evans and Sutherland. They were a local computer graphics firm that started in 1968, and they did a lot of various things, but they also had some aspects going on with media, including special effects work in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan in 1982, which, after the movie Future World, was one of the first usages of computer graphics in the movies. And they said, hey, the people who worked there were optioned by Sony to say, hey, make games for our console, because we want to stick it to Nintendo because of the failure of the CD add-on. Or fine, the CD add-on Super Nintendo was going to happen, and Sony said, yeah, we're going to push 3D, that's what we're going to do. We're also going to stick it to Sega because we're coming out $100 cheaper than they are with more 3D tech, as we're seeing what's going on with the story, which is a group of 13 combatants are going to be driving around in a competition called Twisted Metal that's run by Calypso. Each year he runs this, and he says anybody who wins gets any prize they want, no matter how rare, costly, or whatever consequences may come of it. Okay, fine, it's a dozen, but fine, he's the 13th, specifically. And basically, this is the 10th running of the Twisted Metal competition, but the first as far as the games are concerned. And they want feasibly for something. What that something is definitely going to be a question, and depends based upon the characters. And that's kind of what was going on as far as what single track want to make. They said, feasibly go something a little darker, a little more edgy to a certain degree, and you're hearing some of the stuff with the great music, which we'll go into in a sec. there's kind of almost like a white zombie, like Rob Zombie style, new metal, new wave, that'd be funny, perspective, as well as seeing our cast of characters and the vehicles they drive, including Sweet Tooth. We mentioned that when we looked at aspects or talked about this franchise before, as well as Yellow Jacket and everybody else. We'll go over them in a few minutes. But yeah, when Single Track formed off of Evans and Sutherland, they took the knowledge they knew from that company, brought it over, and made this game, as well as Warhawk, this game's sequel, because this game was a pretty big hit for Sony, as well as Jet Moto 1 and 2 for the PS1, Critical Depth, and Rogue Trip, and those last two came from GT Interactive as far as published, because GT Interactive decided, hey, they liked what they saw with Twisted Metal and Warhawk and Jet Moto, and they said, hey, we gotta buy this company. They bought them in 1997, and then GT Interactive was bought by Infogrames in 2000, and then unfortunately Single Track closed, actually that same year, and this is an interesting thing going through the story on this, looking in the notes, and taking the notes actually all this week on the lunch break at work. There's like a consistent thing, like each day it's like, yeah, I gotta continue with the Twisted Metal notes, seeing what we're talking about with this one. Yeah, Single Track closed, but they formed into Incognito Studios, which made Twisted Metal Black for the PlayStation 2, but also War of the Monsters, which is kind of a beat-em-up, a little bit like King of the Monsters from the Neo Geo system, as well as Twisted Metal Small Brawl for PlayStation. After 3 and 4 were decent sellers, but not greatly received, Sony said, can you come back and make this for us after you did Twisted Metal Black? They said yes, and it was also not well received, admittingly. But they also made Warhawk for the PlayStation 3 and Downhill Domination. I mentioned that game before. That is a fantastic bike racing game. Kind of SSX-like, but also a little Road Rash-like. I have that. We can show that game, too, at some point. But then it also gets a little more complicated, because it seems like Single Track is one of those companies where they came from a company, then they closed, and they split up to another company, and then that company split off onto two other companies, and I believe they've since closed. One of them was Eat, Sleep, Play. That was David Jaffe's company. He formed it in 2009 after Incog dissolved, made the 2012 edition of Twisted Metal, and then Lightbox Interactive was formed by... trying to remember as far as... Oh, no, Tom... No, is that right? No, that's his aspects of music. Fine. People who worked on... at Incog, I should say. Formed Lightbox Interactive, worked on Starhawk on the PlayStation 3, and did development support on PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. And at that point, I think that's kind of the end of it, although Jaffe is still in the industry, although, in all honesty, he's not as prolific as he used to be. He used to be a big name as far as PlayStation 1, especially PlayStation 2, with stuff like God of War and War of the Monsters and Twisted Metal Black, as it was. But he's still around. I believe he's still doing stuff, from what I can gather. And the idea of this game is like, hey, why are we driving around with vehicles, including 4x4 trucks and things, and taxi cabs, and ice cream trucks, and, you know, destroying everybody? And, of course, you know, like the Mad Max style, like, spiked roadkill warrior car right there. Well, the Delve team was driving down I-405. They were in a traffic jam one day, and they said, hey, you know what? Like anybody, being in traffic like that, especially like in a 9-to-5 job, we have to hit the highways all the time, it's a pain in the ass. So they said, hey, you know, what if we had a way to clear the traffic, saying like we use missiles and guns to clear the way? And that was the idea of the game, and actually the guy who directed it, as I mentioned, Michael G. Jackson, said, well, why don't we do a pizza delivery style game? And Jaffe was like, fuck no, we're not doing that. He's like, he hated the idea, so okay, fine, we'll do this. Actually, I think... I don't know if this is true or not. I know there was the commercial for Wild 9, which was on PlayStation, which is not by anybody connected with this. That was Shiny's game. They positioned this crazy game as far as certain things, and then I think one of the developers said, why don't you do a car racing game instead? I guess that's feasibly an idea of like what the perspective of the making of Twisted Metal was as far as pitching the idea. You can also find that commercial if I can and put in the link list when I end in a couple of days. But anyway, they said, alright, fine, let's do this, and there hadn't been a whole lot of games that were doing stuff like this. So like, as you're seeing here, you're just driving around a big open area, kind of the idea of deathmatch style gameplay that we know today, but in 1995, we weren't seeing that much. On the PC, you saw this more. As I mentioned, Descent was a case of that, and you had other games that were not exactly like that. I know Edwack mentioned one time. He was trying to give me a sense when we did a show. He said, hey, there's this game I used to play on the PC where you're kind of driving around in hovercrafts, kind of low to the ground on the PC. He said, I think that might be too vague a description to find anything. But he's like, yeah, he hasn't talked to Captain D-Trag. He's like, I'll find the name of that game. That was Microsoft Hover, by the way, just to go back on that, which was also kind of like an open area, but not exactly a shooter. Okay, kind of was from what I saw of it. But Twisted Metal said, hey, we can bring this to the masses. We can use the idea that Sony's given their first stab at console gaming with the PlayStation and use this to position it, and it became a hit for them. And they only made it in about 11 so months with a budget of only $2 million as far as how they advanced it for actually both this game and Warhawk, which came out around the same time from them. And initially they also were going to think, well, we could call it something else. Feasibly Urban Assault, Cars and Rockets, or High Octane. But, well, Twisted Metal is what stuck. And they spent $850,000 from this, from what I understand. And we're going to get stuff with the story on this, because each character does have a story and an ending. I said going back in the years before we're going to do this this game, I should say, that there were FMV cutscenes showing off the endings. I was half right, because this game doesn't have them. And the reason for that actually is the dev team found some of them actually pretty offensive. But when Twisted Metal Head-On Extra Twisted Edition came out on the PlayStation 2 years later, they actually took the FMV footage that they shot for this game and they put it into that. And feasibly, I'm going to guess that maybe for a tech reason they couldn't put them all in to this, because it's running a CD that's 650 megabytes of size, and they only had $850,000 to get everything ready for this. So I guess they're thinking like, well, we probably can't get this set to the game, I guess. So when it comes to this game, as far as their endings, we'll get to this as far as how we're going to play. We'll show off the endings with the characters. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play fully through with one character, and then I have the password set. Also, because I might be getting game over, because this game is really hard. Even on its easiest difficulty setting, it's really hard. And then what I'll do is I'll show the endings off of everybody else, but I'll pick one to go through the whole way, and then show off later as far as everybody else. So you at least get the text call of like what happened, because each of these combatants you're seeing on the screen, they are the reasons why they want to be in this tournament and why they're going to do what they're going to do, specifically. And the last thing I guess I got on my notes on this one really is, I guess, we've sometimes talked about the split off of American and Japanese factions of the same company, like with Sega. That kind of happened with Sony a little bit, because this is a Sony Computer Entertainment America joint, and Sony Japan tested this and said, yeah, they didn't think this thing was testing well with the audience they put in front of it. But it is something that feasibly, this kind of maybe played more to American sensibilities, kind of. So at that point, that feasibly, I guess, made sense. And it was a huge hit over here. Big enough that it sold about 1.56 million units. It was voted the best game of the year from Electronic Gaming Monthly for 1995. And it started a dynasty for Sony of kart combat that a lot of the companies would take off, including Single Track themselves, stuff like Rogue Trip, and Critical Depth, which basically is a lot like Twisted Metal if it was under the water in submarines. And Vigilante 8 from Activision and Luxo Flux as a couple examples. And it's a game that, mainly, it hasn't been around for a while as far as the games are concerned, because the last game was 2012, so that's been 12 years. Though there is a TV show based on Twisted Metal that is on Peacock now. I have not seen it specifically, but I've heard it's pretty interesting, and I think we can get ourselves started specifically as far as what this is. Chad, if you've seen that show, let me know. I'm curious to see, like, is it any good? I've heard it kind of goes more comedic, and there is kind of a comedic style to some of these. Not all of them, but actually, really not much of this one, especially not Twisted Metal Black. Twisted Metal Black is where they lean into the dark aspect of this franchise a little more. And they did show the contest history a little bit, or the contest history. You also have your sound test, which is kind of weird in this game, because what you have to do is you can select to up the music and sound effects, but you have to turn them up and down at the same time. They go alternatively. So basically what that means is that if you want to turn the music up, you can't have sound effects. And same in reverse. So like, hey, you know, you can have your sound effects blared up, but no music. Weird. I don't know why that's the case. And you have sound tests going on. I'm going to keep it in the middle as far as what this is. We have demos that's going to go to showing off something with Warhawk. We'll show that probably later. The credits we'll see eventually. The contest history we have kind of seen, because they do explain, yeah, Christmas Eve 2005. So here's another Christmas game. So it's Christmas in October. It's like, okay, fine. It's Christmas 2 months ahead of time. So Halloween and a Christmas game. Who knew? And so it's basically the same thing we saw in the intro. And you have two-player. For the purposes, I'm running one player, specifically with our characters. And we're going to go over these characters, and then we're going to start doing some destructive derby gaming with guns and weapons. Okay, so yeah, face of the franchise. You're getting the sense of, like, where's the horror aspect come in? Well, yeah, Sweet Tooth here, the creepy clown. So this alone makes it a horror game, no question. Specifically, on top of the history of the characters. And they do have that in the car info. We're going to go over this a little bit. And based on how the story is concerned, hey guys, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. I know you want to see Twisted Metal for the PlayStation. I have it. I'm sorry I made you wait so long for it. So good to see you tonight. I know it's been a while, but I hope you've been doing well. Hope you're having a great night so far. I've been having a great October and a great rest of the year as has been. We got Twisted Metal running on PlayStation 3. Fine, I'm running the PS1 game on PS3. Have it right here. Have the software manual. We'll run through in a bit. But we're going to go through the characters. We're going to have a great time, and I know I made you wait 3 years for this. Thank you for your patience. We're here now, and so glad to see you. Feel free to go into memories on Twisted Metal, this one, any game in the franchise, or anything. I've been busy. I get it. I've been insanely busy myself as far as things, so don't worry. You know the show's here always. We're so happy to have you, and thank you for giving us the great requests as has been, for sure. Yeah, we're going into Twisted Metal. As I said, my experience on this one is really not that huge. I played Twisted Metal Black on the PS2, but since I didn't grow up with PlayStation, it's one of those things that I came back to it a bit later. But as I've been doing the practice, getting ready for this game, I think I'm ready. I hope I'm ready. I think we're going to be set, and I've been enjoying it. Thank you for the request, as is always the case. As we're going to go into characters of Sweet Tooth, and his name, which is kind of a spoiler. I'm going to ignore that for now. The idea is that Twisted Mental Patient is Sweet Tooth. He's a man on a mission who enters the Twisted Metal competition saying he wants to get his best friend back. And by the way, also, feel free to let me know what character you want me to run through the game with, because what I'm going to do, the way I'm going to handle this, because I was saying, how do I handle this game? The way I'm going to do it is, we're going to go through the whole way with one character, but then, since this game doesn't have passwords for the end of the game, I'll play through with the rest of the characters to show off the endings for them, although they're not FMV based. That's going to be when we get to Twisted Metal Head-On on the PS2, where they have the FMV scenes that they shot for this game, but because some of the people on the dev team found it offensive or something, I think that's what they said, or maybe for space reasons, they said, fine, we're keeping them out, but they brought it back to them later. I can't recall the first time I played Twisted Metal. The first time I played Twisted Metal was actually 3 years ago when you asked for it, and I said, I want to get this game. I got to get this game. Where am I going to get it? I said, PlayStation 3. It's downloadable for $6. And that is how I have it. And my first case playing it was Twisted Metal Black on the PlayStation 2 because, yeah, it was the first time I had a PlayStation console and played a Twisted Metal game. But yeah, I'm going to assume this is going back feasibly early on the PlayStation for you, because I know you said, hey, you're one on PlayStation as far as what you got. And we're happy to have it for sure, and happy to have you as is the case. So with Sweet Tooth, his perspective is they give you the aspects of the special weapons characters. His napalm cone, oh my god, that thing is a godsend as far as how it is, because that hurts badly. And you have marks going on as far as the character's special weapon power, speed, handling, and armor. He's not very fast, he's not very nimble in terms of his steering, but his armor's pretty strong, and he's got that great special weapon. These games are really difficult. Yeah, no question. So that's also feasibly why, to start, I'm probably going to run on an easy, but I do have the passwords, so like, hey, we'll at least have cases going on continuing. And I don't know if this is the hardest of the... I'm trying to think how many games this franchise are there. There's 5 on this console, there's Black, there's Head-On, there's Head-On PSP, there's the 2012 one. That's like, I don't know, 8, 9. Actually, Black was kind of a hard one for me when I played it. Also, it's so smooth, that one, when we get to that one, that, like, I don't know if I feasibly was... It's one of those questions I question, is it actually too fast? Maybe, but either way. We also got Yellow Jacket. He is a cabbie from New York who's old and lonely. He entered the contest because he said, what's going on with my son? Mr. Charlie Kane is the man here, saying, disappeared 20 years ago. Where is he? So driving the Yellow Jacket to go around and tossing out Molotov cocktails. He's average at about everything. He's what I ran through the game as it was on my practice, but that being said, that's the idea. I'd also like to think these games pioneered the Battle Royale subgenre. Yeah, I was talking about that before you jumped on. Actually, feasibly, when we think about it, kind of the idea of, like, car combat in general, because, I mean, there were other games that kind of were doing stuff like this, like Descent. Well, I think Descent, I don't know if Descent came after this. Maybe it came before, maybe it came after. I mentioned Microsoft Hover, which is something Edwag mentioned, but even then, not exactly comparable to this, and it is, you got a point here, saying that, hey, other games we've seen, like the Battle Royale concept, stuff like Deathmatch, games of things, other stuff like Forsaken, as far as another game that's kind of like this, but even something like Rocket League, even though it's not a shooter exactly, it's something that, yeah, this kind of thought of, hey, go into an arena, drive around, shoot at things, try to be the last person standing as far as this, and it is really interesting to think that Sony said, hey, you know what, we're going to be taking a stab on this one and see what we can do. As we also got Darkseid as far as our next character, or find the car, and then Mr. Ash, who wants to get back what is rightfully his, whatever that is. It's something so powerful it could destroy the world. It's strong in power because it's part of a semi, but it accelerates slowly. So its special weapon power is low, as is its speed and handling, but its armor is very, very strong. Running the Death Blast, a thin beam of white hot fire stolen from the depths of hell. And you have the shadowy perspective. You also have the Outlaw. We're driven by Sergeant Carl Roberts, a good cop in a world gone mad. Feasibly the most sympathetic character, I guess, of these. as it is. He wants to end the Twisted Metal tournament, so he's like, let me enter to stop it. So I have a cop car specifically, and I also have a taser. So yeah, you can, if you get close and shock your opponents with the taser, that could be good stuff. And I've ran into cases with that when people have been crashing into me when I'm doing my play on this. He's pretty average in most everything he's handling, but his armor's a little stronger. You have Thumper, this is Bruce, who comes from LA. He wants to stop the wars, like the crime war going on in his neighborhood. So he's got his lowrider, looking really nice with purple. And in this case, he has Scorcher. We have our Red Fire you shoot out, and that's really, really strong, along with being pretty speedy and having decent armor to himself. And then the Crimson Fury is kind of a sports car case from Agent Stone, who basically is an underground agent, and he wants to get an object back that could liberate the world, or maybe not. And he has a melting laser called the Crimson Blade that he runs. Not super powerful, but he's extremely fast and handles very swiftly, but his armor is like next to nothing, so you gotta be careful. And we have Pit Viper, which is driven by Angela Fortin, who is the only female character in this game. I think there are female characters in the later Twisted Metal games, if that's correct. I guess, ElecVerse, I don't know if you have experience with the other ones, so feel free to go on that. I am not the expert on Twisted Metal. I will just admit that right now. Shooting out acid that can shoot, melt the opponent specifically. She's leading to double life, and she wants the money. There's $1 million, and she gets the sizzle, so it's green slime that goes along when you hit your enemies with that. Then there's the Warthog, which is kind of a little bit of a Jeep Humvee driven by Commander Mason, who's from the government, and he wants to get another item that could destroy the world. It's armored pretty decently, and also has some XQJ-37 Hornet missiles that shoot out, but not very fast. Mr. Grimm, kind of a glass cannon a little bit, driven by Question Mark, who wants the one item that's looted for years. We'll find out what that is later. He drives the motorcycle, and it is pretty neat to see this as it is. I've also played Twisted Metal Black and the PlayStation 3 one, which I'm still shocked it's been 12 years since we've gotten a new one. That's the last new one. And the only case as far as Twisted Metal has been the TV show, which is on Peacock. I have not seen it. I don't know if you have. I've heard it's pretty good, but I don't know if that's the case. And actually, I haven't played that PlayStation 3 game. I'd love to play it, and I've heard it's fantastic. And when we do Twisted Metal Black, the Crochet Nerd 64, he mentioned, I want to see Twisted Metal Black, and I want to be in on that. So, like, yeah, wish granted. Yeah, because we came off of a 9.5-hour straight run of Until Dawn's remake from PlayStation 5 last week. Had a great time doing that, but Jesus, we were feasibly drained by the end of it, but enough that we were able to be set as far as what it was. Yeah, Mr. Grimm has the Death Spawn, so yeah, he's feasibly maybe coming from the other side because he has some strong special weapon running on that, and also, but he's not very strong, it's just a motorcycle. Yeah, I haven't seen the show. Yeah, I haven't either. I mean, I don't know if it's good. I've heard people say it kind of is, but whether it's, I guess, accurate to the games or not, I've heard it kind of goes more in a comedic direction, because I know it has Will Forte from the Lego Batman movie and also from Arrested Development in it, and it has, God, why am I blanking on the name of the guy who is, the Winter Soldier for Captain America? That is Anthony Mackie, right? Also from Half Nelson. I forgot about that. I was like, wait a second, I should remember that name off the top of my head, but alas, no. Next, and we're almost done, and then we'll get to the game. I know it's been half an hour already. Scott Campbell drives the Spectre from 1965, and he wants to make him whole. So feasibly, he must be a ghost. So is saying, and he has the Phantom Burst that goes through walls and floors. And then Hammerhead, which is kind of like the Bigfoot trucks, driven by Dave and Mike, I think, although I'm not sure. This is supposed to be David Jaffe and Mike GM, who directed this game, or they designed this. They created and designed the game, I should say. I didn't find necessarily if that's the case or not, but that would make sense. They're two high school dropouts with a collection of hard rock CDs driving a monster truck. What could possibly go wrong, feasibly, the Bubsy case, but yeah, it is a big Bigfoot truck, not licensed that way specifically, but yeah, you can just crush things with a special weapon, and you have great armor, but not much on speed or handling. And then Roadkill, which is kind of a Mad Max-like junkyard car, driven by Captain Spears, who wants to recreate the past he's currently living. He's filled with regret, and he has the steel daggers, so he shoots off those javelins at a fast speed. And then we're back to Sweet Tooth. Okay, so with that, ElecVerse, chat, your choice. Who do you want to see us run through the whole game with? Is that how this game is going to work? I'm going to be playing through the game fully with one character, and then because I have the passwords, I will go to level 6 to do the rooftops, and then I will beat the game with each of the other characters, because I said, I want to show this game the full look. I think we got to. But I was also questioning, it's like, wait, how am I going to do this is this game feasibly too difficult to manage or not? So, we'll see what it's going to go to that. We can do it. I know we can do it. So, it's not a case where I'm thinking, like, no, I'm not going to be set for this. If it was a case where I wasn't going to be set to this, I feasibly would have said, like, fine, going back a couple weeks, I would have said, fine, I have to push this one out. But, like, no, we're set. So, in that case, I'll leave it up to you as far as what you want to see. You want to see Roadkill. You got it. Okay, let's take a case of that. And I guess is this the character you play as the most when it comes to Twisted Metal? We'll give a case of everybody, for sure, no question. Thank you for the indication. Okay, so let's also talk about stuff on the options. We have difficulties of easy, medium, and hard. You know what? I want to see what it's like on medium. I'm practicing on easy. I want to see how much of a jump it is. If it gets really bad, I'll go to easy, but... That being said, I'll do that. And we'll have passwords, so we can use that. And there's also codes for this if it gets really, really bad. Or also just because I want to show stuff off, like invincibility and unlimited ammo. I like Roadkill specifically. Okay, well, I get that idea as it is. When it comes to my practice, I usually used, just to give an idea of this, we'll go to Roadkill quickly for this. But before I do... Actually, you know what? Fine, we'll see who it is. It's a Yellow Jacket. That's who I used as far as I'm going to play. We'll run on medium. Passwords are entering that. They're button combinations. So, yeah, you got to take those down. Controls. Let's talk controls. You do have a couple of options you can do for controls, including standard controls. Specifically, the way I tend to play it, I actually use the Control Freak. But as far as standard perspective, you have your tight turns on the X button, gases on square, turbo on the triangle button, reverse on circle, and switching weapons with L1 and R1. Firing your machine guns off, which are infinite, but they also have a cooldown if you shoot them too much. And then use your special weapon on R1 for the machine guns and L1 for the special weapons. You can only use gas and reverse on up and down on the D-pad and left and right for steering, and then pressing the start button and pressing in either left, right, or up and down on D-pad to change the view, and then pausing is on the select button. There's also Deadly Force, where you just swap the controls around a little bit. They're not customizable, but the way I tend to run this game specifically, I was like, how am I going to set this? There's also Run and Gun, which kind of changes pretty much the positioning as far as how you want to run the controls for this. For this, I tend to run Control Freak as far as how myself is concerned. It's also one of those weird cases when it comes to this, because we're running this on PlayStation 3, as I mentioned, because that's the version that I downloaded. And fun fact, if you bought anything on PlayStation 3, that's a PlayStation 1 or 2 classic game, and it is available on the PlayStation 4 or 5, you can download it for free. That is, unless they made it like Resident Evil Director's Cut or Dino Crisis that's now up there on PS3 and said, or PS5, I should say, and made it so that, oh, you have to put PlayStation Plus Premium to download. I was like, oh, no. Because when I got PlayStation 5, I realized, hey, wait a minute, you can actually this was free to me. I was like, wait, why? But it's because it ties into your account specifically from PlayStation 3, so that was the case. Yeah, I'm using Control Freak, although when I was doing my practice on this, it's one of those rare cases I had to practice at home, because I have this transferred to my PSP to practice it when at work, and I'm doing that for Tomba, which is starting in a couple weeks. But honestly, the way the buttons work on the PSP, you have to actually have the L1 and R1 buttons pushed onto the left analog stick, or the only analog stick on that. So I said, I can't control this. I'm sorry, I have to play this at home. So basically, that's the idea. We're running Control Freak because that means I get to have the quick turn on the R2 button. So let's get ourselves going. Sorry for the delay, but alright, we're getting ready for the arena duel. And I will also put the password in later to show the fight for your life when you're in the arena duel. We're going to fight Sweet Tooth. Okay. So off we go. Let's go driving. Moving left and right to steer. You can nose up and down for accelerating and braking, and reserve for reversing, I should say. But I'm just using X button for the purpose of that, and then L2 for the reverse, and then quick turn on R2. God, I love that quick turn. It is a godsend specifically, because basically what you want to do, at least as far as my experience, and feel free, ElecVerse, to share yours, and anybody else in chat, of course, how you tend to play this. What do you tend to do when it comes to, I guess, feasibly taking hits, or fine. I'm not taking hits well on this one. I'm getting my ass kicked by Sweet Tooth, and fine. Because, yeah, the way I've found maybe how working this game is, I kind of want to just quickly turn and then kind of, it's almost like this is a weird case, it's almost like a jousting concept, in the sense that, hey, you kind of want to turn quickly, drive around, and then, like, do a quick turn, and then hit them visibly, and shit, I am already dead. Okay, so fine, that's what I get for going on medium, but the good news is we get to show this off for now, which is that you have 3 lives. When you get all your lives gone, it's game over. So fine, I'll try a little harder, and if it does get bad, I'll put it on easy. Hell yeah, Twisted Metal. Hi, I'm laughing to death. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. This is a show I do every week. Usually varying times, usually Saturday as far as how it is. We're playing Twisted Metal on PlayStation 1 for our Halloween block. 3rd week of it. Yeah, funny, we went from Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo Until Dawn's PlayStation 5 version, and now Twisted Metal on the PS1. Here we go, we covered the gamut on this show. So good to see you tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the show, and feel free to jump into the best channel on Twitch, because you're part of it now, and let us know what you feel on PlayStation stuff for Twisted Metal. What do you think of Twisted Metal, I should say. Boom, as I'm trying to take Sweet Tooth down with Roadkill. What your experience on Twisted Metal might be, or anything else you got gaming-wise. We're an open book, and we thrive on the discussions. Man, except I'm getting launched, because Sweet Tooth loves to drop down those trampolines. I gotta be careful hitting him, because I'm almost dead, and unfortunately, this is not a course yet. That starts at the next level, as I'm not living, specifically. Although, if you do die, the health of the other opponents is set. So hold on, let's get that. Boom. Yeah, rammed him. Fine. He's finally dead, but unfortunately that's, yeah, Jesus, that ram damage. Yeah, it's massive, or can be. And fine, I'm running this on medium. If I have to drop it on easy, I will. But that being said, we're going to be going through the whole game specifically. We're showing full on a character and then all the endings and everybody as we're going into Warehouse District for Warehouse District Warfare. Show up the dash cam. You got it. Press the start button. Hit down on the D-pad when you're doing it. Boom. There you go. Look at that. It's like 1995 all over again now, isn't it? And you also have your rearview mirror going on as well. There you go. Of course, you also get the great attention to detail that there are bullet holes that are filling on your stuff, but you also have those guys around there who are like, hey, they keep coming. So in that case, yeah, you gotta be careful with them, because otherwise they're gonna give you trouble. But fine, I'm not gonna live long, especially on one life. Although, now that we're in the warehouse, good thing we're here, because when you have the, crap. Uh-oh, I gotta find a recharge station fast. Uh-oh, I'm dead. So fine, that is me dead. So there you go, that is game over already. Shit, that was a record. Okay, I don't think I can do this on medium, but you know what, fine. We'll give it another shot on medium. I'm not gonna give up. My favorite vehicle was always Hammerhead. Okay, we will definitely also show Hammerhead as it is, but since we were going through on... Actually, where is Hammerhead? Hammerhead, right here. So there's the idea as far as Hammerhead doing the drive. Fine, he's like, we'll show off all the endings. We'll show off the ending of Hammerhead specifically. Okay, we're gonna go in Roadkill as it is, just to it, because that was ElecVerse indication. Oh wait, I went into the info. So we'll select Roadkill. We'll show Hammerhead for sure. Fine, you know what? I'm gonna cheap out. Sorry, forgive me on this one. I'm gonna start the game over again because, like, fine, it's only one level. So in that case, I'll feasibly be able to have stuff going on lives. But fine, this game is plenty difficult even without it. So in that case, fine, it's not that much for cheap out. I'll say that right now. Boom. But now we got Outlaw. It's cold and lonely for the Outlaw, as Pat Mantar once said. But yeah, fine. Let me also go in the view mode, or fine, in the you hit the start button and then you have to press. Yeah, because start's not your pause in this game. You press up and down on D-pad to change that, and also if you hit the start button, you show all of your enemies on the screen, or you can just have it so it's not there, and then also the map. If you hit start and left on the D-pad, you have it. The square there is yours, or fine, the black square is yours, and then the color square is the other characters, and fine, there's Outlaw going through, and we'll run the special thing. Whoa, crap. And hopefully you're hearing everything, because I did do some audio tests on this. By the way, just to let you know, I'm laughing to death just since I just got here. We are running this, it is the original version. I am running the PlayStation 3 version, which you can download for $6. And you can also play it on PlayStation 4 and 5, or PlayStation Vita and PSP if you were able to do the transfer over. Which is not an easy thing to do, trust me. I've figured that specifically for stuff. Yeah, so there you go. So, and enjoying the great perspective, I guess, what Sony really kind of had on their minds when it came to PlayStation, because they said, hey, you know, we don't really have much like this, like ElecVerse was saying earlier, saying, hey, when you think about, you know, popularizing the Battle Royale concept, kind of wasn't a factor 25 years ago, or what, 29 years ago, shit. I was like, yeah, it's even older than that. The only Twisted Metal game I don't own is the PlayStation 3 one, yeah, which came out in 2012, believe it or not, the last one that came out, which was still a shock to me. I mean, fine, it's still around as far as Twisted Metal. Sony's been keeping it alive with, I mean, the fact that Sweet Tooth is in PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale and also the TV show that's on Peacock. I don't know if I'm laughing to death you've seen that. I have not. Like I said, specifically, he hadn't either. I'd be curious if you have, just like, is it any good? Is it worth, you know, in my case, redeeming that Peacock subscription that I have from the internet, as is. But either way, we'll get that going. Also, yeah, at some point I also have to feasibly do a pull out on my mic, because, yeah, it sometimes goes fuzzy. If it is going fuzzy, feel free to let me know. Also, okay, I got frozen. Also, I'll flash on warnings when I edit this, because, by the way, okay, the show's a fun ride for what it is, just don't go in expecting Shakespeare. Okay. I've heard it's kind of more comedic to a certain degree. I don't know if that's the case or not, or to what degree it is. But that being said, it is something that seemed interesting, like the idea, like, hey, they're going back to this, and feasibly thought that, would they do another game based on this? Which, I think so, feasibly. I mean, but I don't know necessarily what they would do. I mean, could you imagine, like, a PlayStation 5, like, native version of this? That would be pretty impressive, and I think that they could feasibly do something neat with it. Alright, fine, there's Pit Viper, there's Warthog, which does have this stuff going on. Also, I'm also going through my weapons, and yeah, okay, fine. There's gonna be flashlight warnings all over the damn place as far as this, but either way, that's fine. Yeah, there's been rumors about a new Twisted Metal for years. Yeah, I remember hearing that. But it's also something that... Okay, by the way, there's dogs, you can't run them over. Even the manual, which is able to be shown, I'll show it later. That's why I'm running on PS3, because you show the digital manual. It's like, hey, yeah, what are you thinking about running over dogs? You cannot run them over, even we're not that sick. Which is a true case. Also, today is the 25th anniversary of Crash Team Racing for the PlayStation 1. Oh, thank you. I was actually not aware that it was today. Oh, shit, I'm gonna die. And fine, when you are dying, good to show that. If I can get my ass over there, alas, no. When you see the flashing white on the radar, that is a recharge station. Get over there in time, you were able to recover yourself, and it will come back after time, at least on easy it will. As is, yeah, that is a great game, Crash Team Racing. Another PlayStation 1 classic, another one where I guess... Because this is an interesting thing when it's come to this game, because I've been asked people, like, hey, what's your experience with Twisted Metal? Some people said, really? Yeah, I guess it is, so October 19th, I guess is the thought. Ow, specifically on that, I mean, yeah, for 1999, so fine, it is 25 years since Crash Team Racing. That's true. I mean, yeah, I think, that might be right, I mean, you're probably right, I'm not going to necessarily doubt it. Hey, we have the best channel on Twitch. The best channel on Twitch sometimes will say, like, hey, this is the idea, and just because I'm saying, like, hey, I don't know that, or I don't know that, hey, that's the idea there, and I love that idea. And we have not played Crash Team Racing for the show yet. We do need to. I know for a fact we do need to play that game. That game is amazing, and I do have it, and we should show it. We absolutely should. I just have to figure something, and if that's a request, by the way, I'm laughing to death. Feel free to let me know, because we take viewer requests on the show. We do one every month, or one a month at least. Definitely more next month, because we've got our showcase coming up in for the Thanksgiving weekend. So yeah, we can do Crash Team Racing, and in that case, you know, the idea is that we'll have it set, we'll play it. And even if it's a case where, fine, it takes some time to get to it, I'll make sure we get to it, we'll do it right, I promise. We'll go the whole way, we will give the perspective, because I also know this, which is that I appreciate that everybody's coming by to watch the show and all that, but I know that, fine, watching me play a game, just me, a 38-year-old guy who just loves video games, he's been playing for his life, his entire life, just loves to share them and talk about them and hear what other people have to say. And share the games that I missed as well. And that idea of, hey, you know what, I know it's a case like, hey, how do I make this show interesting for everybody out there, but that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, also, like you're saying, I don't see a new game happening anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, good question. Let's put this then. Why do you think that is? I mean, do you think, I mean, if the thought is that, hey, Battle Royale games are kind of everywhere now. I mean, we mentioned stuff like, fine, other games that inspired this, or were inspired by this. Stuff like Descent, stuff like Forsaken, stuff like, I mean, yeah, something like Crash Team Racing. Also, you have your max carry capacity for weapons. And Jesus Christ, I've got tons of weapons already. I probably should use them to kill everybody. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Twisted Metal for the PlayStation. We're getting a good crowd tonight on this car combat game from Sony and Single Track. Asking, like, where's this franchise? We're also celebrating 25 years of Crash Team Racing, another sort of combative driving game. A little, I mean, it's the Mario Kart, like, kart racing concept, but there is an overlap, no question. And ElecVerse, good to see you. Yeah, of course, it's great to see everybody, as far as I said, we have the best channel on Twitch, and so good to see everybody tonight, for sure. And I've been promising ElecVerse this one for 3 years. I said, we're doing this, I promise. I knew we were gonna do this. Even though it took me some time, like, yeah, we're getting to this game, we're gonna do it right, I promise. So yeah, just keep going on Warthog as we're taking Roadkill out for, a joyride through the warehouse district. Okay, but I do need to get a sense of, yeah, where can I get myself recovered? Fine, yeah, it's where those white X's are. Feel free to go into aspects of Dolphin if you played Twisted Metal, or aspects of that specifically, saying, driving games are difficult for me, but also, apparently there's a live service Twisted Metal game that was in the works for years, but it got canceled and never got off the ground. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, that's the other case, because fine, we've been running cases where games are coming back, I guess is a little bit of a, maybe free-to-play live service thing. I guess they you know, look at stuff like Fortnite and Overwatch and things like that and say, like, hey, can we do stuff like that? And actually, I guess the car racing case, stuff like Disney Speedstorm, and also, fine, as far as fighting games, stuff like Multiverses from Warner Brothers. Maybe the thought of that idea. like, what's going on. And also the idea of difficulty. And Dolphin, you're not wrong. This game is insanely hard. Also, be flashing lights all over the place because we're in first-person view, which does look cool as hell. Oh my god, it looks incredible. Showing the idea that, hey, driving around, finding where Warthog is. As soon as I get him, we're going to go on to the next stage. And also, Recipes Crash Team Rumble. Oh yeah, you're right, that was another one. Good point as far as like a live service case of itself. Hey, is he gone? He's gone. Thank God. Yeah, so many Battle Royale games, free-to-play ones. I don't know how a new one of these could work for that. Yeah, I get that. As we're going to the freeway free-for-all. Sorry for that brief pause. I just have to pull out my mic specifically because sometimes it goes fuzzy and I don't want to have that happen. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess here's the thing. Like, hey, maybe the case that, yeah, is, I'm laughing to death is saying, hey, you know, with so many live service games free to play, the case that, hey, sometimes they come out, they don't get off the ground very successfully. Oh shit, and there goes Yellow Jacket tearing me apart. But there's a recharge station here, we gotta take that now. And they do respawn after time. Yeah, considering how the last game underperformed as far as sales, I don't see that happening either. Yeah, which is a shame. I mean, because I heard it was awesome. And fine, like you said, it's. Don't feel free to let me know if I'm speaking out of turn for you. Is the 2012 game supposed to be really good? I hear it is, and it looked really cool, and I wanted to play it. In fact, when I got PlayStation 3, that was one of those cases where I said I gotta pick that game up. But I mean, maybe it's that thought that, fine, live service games may be underperforming. I mean, Sony had a massive bomb in their hands with Concord, which was also a case of that, where, fine, they took it off of everything completely after only 2 weeks. It's not available to people anymore. So the case that maybe they don't want to take a tack on that, or maybe the case that, I don't know, this thought of a car combat game, I don't know if it's right to say that, you know, the idea is past its prime. I'd say it's okay as far as Twisted Metal 2012. I guess then also, what's your favorite? Fine, to chat as well, for the Twisted Metal fans in the audience, what's your favorite one? Fine, the ones I played were Twisted Metal Black and this one, so those are the ones I have the frame of reference of. Of what I played of them, they're really, really good, but I'm not good at any of them. The fact that I'm doing even halfway as decently on this one, that's I'm using fire shots, which sort of have homing capabilities, sort of, kind of, but you have to be close, and homing attack, which you do want, and turbo, which I haven't shown. When you're in a sticky situation, hit the Y button, goes down with a dash there. Yeah, the gameplay was solid, but the single player was slapdash and was played with connection issues as far as the online for Twisted Metal 2012, perhaps. Okay, there's Sweet Tooth. Yeah, Missile Sweet Tooth. So yeah, there he's gonna have to go away. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, so because actually that's something that Crusader 64 said when we played Until Dawn's remake last week. He said, hey, you know, was that online only? Which was like, I realized, okay, no, it isn't. Also, did it have only multiplayer for online, or online multiplayer? It was local as well. And in case of, how's the single player? And fine, because Twisted Metal Black in particular, Twisted Metal Black is a great single player. Especially in terms of what it does with story, and there is Dark Side usually doing that, although fine, even like, hey, you know, just go behind him and shoot him, that's feasibly a good idea, but you can't always do that because, hey, you know, they might be shooting something from behind. There's Sweet Tooth, and ow, Yellow Jacket. Sometimes you also have to know when to, fine, this is the fight or flight concept, really, in game form. When do you get out of the way and either recharge weapons if you need them, and they will respawn at places on the map, usually set. In fact, I think they are set. Especially because I want those freeze missiles, because you hit something with them, they stop for a while, and they're free for the picking. And then you get a sense like, hey, giving enough time for those, the recharge stations to come back. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thought, like, hey, you know, for something like that, you'd think it would have a great single player, and I guess then question on multiplayer. And fine, connection aspects on multiplayer being a factor. Oh, fine. Yeah, by the way, Sweet Tooth does love those the trampolines. He keeps shooting those things out. But yeah, fine. Come back to me so I can use my rear rockets. And also your mines, which you drop the mines out. If there's enemies close to you, they will feasibly go off at them. And use your special, ouch. Or try and ram them, specific. Oh crap, I'm frozen, uh-oh. Okay, 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 I'm just barely hanging on. I need to feasibly get my ass out of here, if I can find something specifically. Also, Twisted Metal Small Brawl, I think, is underrated. One of the developers has been releasing cut content from it recently. Yeah, I think I saw something about that. Yeah, that was the last on the PlayStation 1, which came out actually after Twisted Metal Black came out. I remember it was not well received in the day, but it's also something that they kind of went almost like RC cars as far as what it was, as far as the concept of saying, hey, they got Incog, which I had a lot of people who made this, back to work on it, and I'm getting my ass out of here because otherwise I'm gonna die, and I gotta see. Yeah, it is a while before they'll respawn, so that's a question. Yeah, I know. Okay, one did. Shit, no. Okay, good. Yeah, because sometimes you crash into other cars. Ah, crap. That thing shot me. Yeah, park on top of that white car. I was like, yeah, I need to destroy that white car as well. No, I get that. For sure. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting, I guess, the thought that, hey, you know, because I don't know if you played Twisted Metal 3 and 4, because that was not the same people who made this. That was 989 Studios who made both of those. And then after that, Sony said, hey, you know, why don't you make the next one for PlayStation 1 after you did Twisted Metal Black? And it was late. That was 2001 that Small Brawl came out. And even though it wasn't well received when it came out, it's one of those things that, hey, you know, the idea that, hey, the underrated game concept. And hey, just because, you know, people's like, hey, maybe your game's not good, it might be hitting you in the right way. And fine, Spectre, go away. You need to go and stop shooting us. I'd be curious to take a look at that. Yeah, park on top of the white cars. Like, yeah, that's the other thing, because there's also, like, parked cars all around. And also those creatures that kind of come around. Oh, shit, I shouldn't use that now. But fine, I'm full health. And I believe also when it comes to special attacks, they come back, sorta. But I do need the fire shots. Like, yeah. Basically what you want to do is kind of, in a sense, run and gun with this game. So yeah, go back to what Dolly Finn was saying as far as driving games being difficult, especially driving game when you're shooting everything, and also this game, which is insanely difficult. Fine, I was on medium before you jumped on. I said, fine, you know what? Yeah, did he go? I think he's gone. Yeah, okay, he's gone. So yeah, Spectre's gone. He's out of the picture. But his wreck is still there, so if you crash into it, you yourself hurt. Yeah, I put it on medium. I said, yeah, I can't do medium. It's like, who the hell am I fooling? I can't do this. I'm not good enough at this game to manage that. So it's like, fine, we're doing on easy. Fine, this game's still hard on easy. So it's not a case that putting on easy is, you know, completely kneecapping the difficulty. This game is difficult regardless how you put it. And it's something that, as I played this game more and more and more, it's something that I have gotten used to it, but it's something that, yeah, you really have to understand how the mechanics of this game work, because it's a hardcore game for hardcore gaming, and the idea that, hey, practice, practice, practice. For me, a game like Mario Kart is a fun one, even though I can be awful at it. Although, fine, because I'll bring this up, because Nocturne, who was on the show a couple weeks ago, we've been playing Croc and the Goblins on the show recently. She can come back to that in February. She has another game that I will announce at the end of the program that we're doing in 2 weeks. She'll be on for that. It is actually a game I promised a couple years ago, and we had to kind of cut it for reasons that I think I probably should openly say. Oh shit, am I getting... Oh, because here's the thing. You also get shot by people on the side of the road. Yeah, but shoot him and run him over. Like, yeah, there's no blood as far as them, but the case is like, hey, you know, that's the idea. But she was saying, like, hey, my experience with car combat basically is Mario Kart. Or Crash Team Racing, perhaps. So kind of the fact that there's a little bit of an overlap, a little bit with, you have a car combat, like it's racing and shooting, although fine. This is more about the shooting than it is about the racing. Also, I poured in hours into Digimon World and Monster Rancher as a kid, as far as other ones on the PlayStation perspective. And I know that with Monster Rancher, there's been versions on the PS2, and I think Digimon World's on the PS2, and more recent one. I know that, the Cyber Sleuth one, I think ElecVerse mentioned that, as far as saying, hey, it's really, really good, which is on the modern systems. And Monster Rancher, I've never played Monster Rancher, actually, or Digimon World. Actually, Nocturne has Digimon World, 4 for the PlayStation 2. At least I think it's on the PlayStation 2. And fine, we should probably, as I'm laughing to death mentioned, I should probably, park over that, parked car. You know what? Yeah, there's not many enemies. Fine. There's only one dead, so fine. You know what? Let's do that with that parked car while we're waiting for people to go. One thing about Monster Rancher... Yeah, fine, there you go. I did see some damage, but fine, it's not too much. The thing about Monster Rancher I always found interesting, and I think the first one did this, I know the one on the PS2 did this, it's basically the case that you have monsters you were raising, almost like a Pokemon or a Digimon thing, but also the case that when you put CDs, or on the PS2 DVDs in, it's feasible to generate different ones as far as certain things. So I've heard people saying like, hey, you know, I'm putting them in my DVD collection, so I'm putting in like DVDs of movies like, I don't know, The Aviator or Reservoir Dogs or, I don't know, any movie you care to name. Or maybe like Death Race 2000, think of the idea like, hey, you know, driving around and shooting like with the cars and things is like a blood sports. Say like, hey, I'm getting a unique monster off of that. Which always seemed like a great concept for that. And one, yeah, I'd be curious to play, and one I definitely love to show. Hey, if you want to see it, let me know, we'll show it. But there is, yeah, he's done, but Hammerhead's kind of, stuck. Like, Hammerhead, you okay over there? Yeah, he's not moving. It's like, uh-oh, why is he not moving? Wait a minute, he's stuck. Okay, he's not going anywhere. Okay, this is the other thing. Okay, this is why also we do the show live, by the way. Sometimes you see weird shit. It's like, I can't plan. I swear to God, like, I always say this. We plan the show, I swear to God, but I cannot plan this better. I try. So, here's Hammerhead. He's, set for the picking. I can pick what I want to kill him with. Oh, fine, he gets off. So, like, fine, there you go. Ah, crap. So, fine. Oh, but, yeah, okay. Sometimes it's a bit wonky. That's a Twisted Metal 1 moment for you. Okay, so, yeah, fine. Oh, so I'm gonna guess then, feasibly... This game is glitchy. It's just a case that, fine, for a game that came out 30 years ago, early polygonal gaming, you're gonna know some weird stuff. No question. But I'm glad that happened. It's hilarious to see that. I will definitely have a cutout for the Twitch site on that, as far as a clip, because those are always fun. You see, like, all this weird stuff that happens, or cases we were, like, screaming last week, the Crusader 64 and I, at the top of their lungs, as far as the stuff going on with the jump scares in Until Dawn. Also, speaking of Mario Kart, my niece is just playing it. Okay. Yeah, if we were to go into that, and actually, I've not played Mario Kart for the show. I want to do Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo. That's the one I'm going to start with, specifically. So, yeah, which one? Was it Mario Kart 8? Was it one of the other ones? And I also need to play Small Brawl. You know, maybe we should do Small Brawl for the show. You know what? It'll also go on the... I'll put that on the master list, which is something I have set, which is like, hey, whenever a game is mentioned or feasibly requested, say, like, do Small Brawl or something, or any games come up, like, fine, you know what? I'll pick it up. I'll go around, I'll make it happen, and we'll show it on the program. That's how much I love doing this. I was like, and I just do this for fun. It's not like I'm getting paid for this. It's just like, hey, you know, I just love games. I want to show it and stuff that you want to see. I just want to have that as, you know, look at that explosion in the rearview mirror. And we got through. Awesome. As we go to the River Park Rumble. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm curious about it too. I mean, because it's always one of those things that you sometimes think like, well, wait a minute. If it wasn't well received, is that necessarily the case or not? But sometimes it can surprise you. But that being said, like, hey, honestly, this game is good enough for what I'm playing of it. Not just for the purpose of doing the show right now, but just as far as what I've been doing on practice, saying like, yeah, you know, let's show that off as is. Okay. And by the way, this game is not very long, so you don't have to worry about the idea like, hey, you know, we're going to be getting to show off, hold on. Not roadkill. I'm stopping just to take a look back at chat as far as what we're asking for that. Fine, I have the chat transcript that way. I'll go back as far as what that... Oh, Hammerhead. Wait, it was Hammerhead, right. How fitting that way as far as I'm laughing to death for that. Also, that's that idea. Let me just make sure that's back in set. So yeah, so I'll know to do Hammerhead next. Okay. Yeah, but because I would be curious to see the rest of this franchise outside of just the two I've played. And because, from what I understood, Small Brawl is one that I think is feasibly the most family-friendly, and I've seen bits of it, I think. Almost just has this little, I think, almost like deformed cartoony style for some of these characters as far as how their cutscenes are going. Also, I've never really played Digimon World or Monster Rancher. Yeah, I haven't either. I mean, fine, there's like, fine, I mean, it's not Digimon World, whatever that new one is that was on Switch that you mentioned, ElecVerse. I mean, I think you mentioned we did Tetrasphere, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I didn't play it either, again, because I didn't have PlayStation. Fine, that's the idea. It's like, hey, I've mentioned I have gaping holes in my, my game history, and one of them is PlayStation 1, although fine, I have PlayStation 2, as it is now, and a stack of PlayStation 1 games, of which actually those are not amongst them, at least not yet. But ones that always be curious to see like what they are, go back to it, and kind of show the idea like what some of these experiences might be. Because fine, I'm a Pokemon person as far as the stuff I played, and I do want to, fine, put the tire spikes out, so yeah, don't run over the tire spikes, otherwise you're going to be shaken a little bit. Fine, basically they'll hit your tires, but they will not go out completely. Also, I want to see what else I got. Okay, I need something better than just this, because it's all a lot of rear weapons, which are good for certain things, but it's also the case that... Yeah, oh, fine, there's special, because yeah, you do get specials coming back every so often, because that is unique to the character. But that being said, yeah, that's the idea anyway. They're definitely unique games for their time, and I know that the drafts are different from each other, which is kind of an interesting thing, too. Yeah, definitely unique for the time, especially against stuff like Pokemon, and... I guess that idea of like, hey, or fine, like the Dragon Quest concept as far as like, I don't know, that sort of RPG, but then also, fine, Dragon Quest itself did that with Dragon Quest Monsters or Dragon Warrior Monsters on the Game Boy Color, as it was. I'm saying, hey, you know, the fact that it's not just, you think like, oh, it's just going to be taken off of Pokemon or something, or Digimon taken off Pokemon, or Monster Rancher or something like that. But the idea, like, how they have their unique wrinkles. And same, actually, with a lot of the car combat games, like with, well, fine, the one that's by the people who made this that's not Twisted Metal, that's Rogue Trip on PlayStation. I don't know if anybody's played that. I haven't, but it is from them, or from Single Track, and also Vigilante 8. Yeah, they're totally different, just never settled on a game style. Okay, so, Yeah, we sometimes talk the idea that, I guess franchises that change genre a lot or change style a lot. I mean, fine, the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise does that. A lot of the 3D Sonic games in particular tend to, as I need a recharge station. When you go to that, you do get your health covered about halfway, but it's a good case. But actually, fine. As far as the stuff I'm running, as far as stuff I've downloaded from PlayStation 3 or this aspect, the Parasite Eve games, of which we played Parasite Eve 1 on the show, Medics was on, we did that. There's Parasite Eve 2, which is an RPG. There's Parasite Eve 2, which is a survival horror game in the Resident Evil style. And then there's the Third Birthday, which is on the PSP, which is kind of a squad shooter, what I've played of it so far. There's also Judgment Kart Racer on the Game Boy Advance. Okay, I've never played that. Is it any good? And fine, I see the laugh going on as far as the chat concept. The question, like, I don't know, maybe it's really, really bad, but I don't know if... Who knows? There's some interesting stuff on kart racing on Game Boy Advance for weird stuff. The Konami Crazy Racers being one. Mario Kart, of course. Who knows? Maybe so. Also, the trailer to Parasite Eve used to scare the crap out of me as a kid. Yeah, in fact, I remember we mentioned that, but that came up when we played Parasite Eve 1, as was the case a couple of years ago. Which, ironically enough, was the last time I used PlayStation 3 to play anything as far as the show. And that's changed in 3 weeks. We're going to play Tomba, or start Tomba as far as that specifically. That's the idea. Yes, as far as what specifically Dolly Finn, because fine, I know I've been jumping around, like kart games as far as that, tons of different ones. Parasite Eve's trailer, because I know you were in when we played Parasite Eve. As it was, jump! Yeah, and you do need to do the turbo to do the jump. That's cool. Like, woo, what a rush. And it is exciting, you know? Even just sitting here talking as it was weird sitting here talking, that idea. And the idea like, hey, how do I get people active as far as this? Tell me your stories. What do you got to have on anything? And also a game like this being great to talk over. Just kill everything. That's the idea. We're just killing everybody. There's Thumper. There's Hammerhead. I got my rear missiles, which if I can find something to hit with them, that'll be amazing. Or fine, you know what? Wait there and say, hey, you know what? Let's turn around. There's Sweet Tooth. Hey, Sweet Tooth, can you come by me, please? Oh, shit. In fact, I'm getting shots. Either way. Okay, there you go. Whoa. Yeah, so you get that great rear view mirror. It's like, actually, that is very helpful in the gameplay. Actually, wait, I forgot to do something as far as this. Shit. Oh, fine. Pull out as far as the camera. Also go in. So, like, fine. I showed a perspective. Like, oh, crap. Whoa. Fine. This is also the case, like, yeah, I don't know if this is going to be like a motion sickness case. I think it should be fine. Are you going to play Medieval for Halloween? We'll do that. Not this Halloween, but you know what? We should do that. We'll do that next Halloween. I promise. I'll put that in Masters. We'll do that for Halloween block. Halloween block, by the way, what we do is for... Actually, I think we have like 5 entries next year. If I remember correctly. So in that case, yeah, we'll do Medieval. Why not? I'll take those requests, because I've heard that game's awesome. Actually, question, as far as Medieval, which one do you want to see? Because there is the PlayStation 1 game. There's the remake on PlayStation 4, which will run through PlayStation 5, so look really, really nice and running better than it did on PS4. And then there's the PSP one, which, I don't know if it's a remake or not. Your choice as far as what it is, fine. The only reason is because, fine, when it comes to review requests, I want to be ready for it. I'm not going to just do the game next week just because, like, fine. I want to show a good case of it. I want to show a case of a care. So in that case, I've not played Medieval. I want to be ready to do Medieval. I've heard Medieval is amazing. And it's a great one for Halloween. Great suggestion. We'll definitely do that. No question. Next week, by the way, is going to be Splatterhouse, playing on TurboGrafx 16. I'm using the TurboGrafx 16 Mini for it. And we're going to show off the whole unit. We'll do that later, because otherwise we'll be in a case where I'll be talking for 2 hours without us playing a damn game. Jesus Christ. Okay, look at that. Me getting a case like what's going on the bottom of the screen. Yeah, what's your memories on Medieval? I always remember seeing Medieval as far as it's one of those cases where, I'll say this. When it came to my history as far as gaming at this time, as I knock him out, and I need a recharge station usually down the road, or so, in fact, right here. I mean, fine, before PlayStation came out, I had Nintendo, well, fine, I had Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. And I rented PlayStation when it came out. Renting specifically, initially Battle Arena Toshinden and Ridge Racer, which I had not played on the program yet, and also Rayman, which we have, but it was years ago and I was recording and I need to restart it, as it was. Yeah, honestly, I think Medieval would have been killing in Halloween merchandise. Yeah, I mean, and it's one of those things that, especially with the backing of Sony for that one back then, and feasibly now, because they sort of kind of come back to it, but sort of kind of don't. A little bit. It's a weird one with that. It is a cool case. Anybody else who have experience on Medieval in the audience, feel free to go into those as well, because fine. It always was one that looked neat. It almost had like this Nightmare Before Christmas kind of styling to itself. As far as the main character's name escapes me at the moment, as, yeah, fine, Sweet Tooth is making a splash. Either way, it's like, and he's giving the laugh. Oh my god, it's good stuff. He's like, yeah, Sweet Tooth, go away. Alright, fine, I only have rear missiles, so I guess I gotta turn around and shoot him from behind. Or ram Yellow Jacket. And also go in the river, because in the river, ouch, there are weapons sometimes, but I need health. And okay, it's over here. Specifically, so health is down the way, down this alley, I think, or down this alley, right here, perfect. Allegedly, there's an adaptation of Medieval at Sony Studios that's going on to receive the pull of Warner Brothers and not released it. Yeah, I heard that I heard that. That was what, okay, that was what it was. Thank you for reminding me. I'm laughing to death, because, yeah, like, they're doing a movie case on that. In fact, one thing I don't think I mentioned over the past couple weeks was, I know Despina 417, who came in on a couple shows we did, I owe her Eternal Champions for the Sega Genesis. They're doing a movie based on that. It's like, okay, we haven't had a new game of that in, I think like a year before this game came out. That was with Twisted Metal, or no, Eternal Champions Challenge from the Dark Side for the Sega CD. And there was the Sega Saturn version that was canceled because Sega of Japan said, no, you're gonna cut in Virtua Fighter sales. Not in the US you're not, but either way, they kind of going back to the question, like, hey, did they cancel the movie? The idea of, like, what's pulling a Warner Brothers? Feasibly canceling the movie after finished, like with Batgirl and that Acme movie that they're feasibly going. As you got the homing missiles, which you do want to have those specifically because they will, or their name, home in on the target and will be good cases of taking them down. Fine. He has, so do I have anything to shoot? Yeah, I have my special weapon. So boom, blow up Yellow Jacket. Yeah, like a Yellow Jacket nest, they need to die. Neat. As far as the idea of, like, stuff for Medieval or for Eternal Champions and for a lot of the stuff. Yeah, I mean, crap. You're right, that styling of Medieval would make it a perfect case. And, you know, I mean, okay, I'll say this, because, fine, the thing about the PlayStation thing, actually we mentioned this last week, because we played Until Dawn, played the PS5 remake, a record 8 days before it came out. New for our show, we usually don't play it that recent, but I think we made the right decision doing that as far as how it turned out. But anyway, the fact that they're turning that into a movie, it's coming out in April. Oh shit, he's dead. He is dead, right? Yeah, he's dead. Okay, I just want to make sure of that. I wasn't sure completely. Fine, he wouldn't show on the radar if he wasn't dead. Or he would be showing if he wasn't. So fine, he is dead. His record's just there. It's like, yeah, just go out of the way and say, like, where is a recharge station? Those white X's. Oh, yeah, yeah, because they come in on rockets, so it's oftentimes hard to avoid those guys when they get stuck in. Okay, good, I got through. Thank God. But yeah, they're making that movie that's coming out in April. So it's one of those questions where, I mean, depending on how that does, if Sony will say, hey, you know, let's try doing stuff, because actually, fine, let's go into that as well. The idea of Sony doing movies, as far as based on games, because they did Ratchet & Clank, which I personally hated, as far as the movie. I love the games. We haven't done the games yet. We'll do the games at some point. I think we do need to do them, because they're great. The movie I really, really didn't like. But that being said, and it didn't do well. Didn't make much money. But then you had something like Uncharted. Uncharted made a decent amount of money for them, to the point where they're going on with that. And The Last of Us has been a huge hit as far as HBO Max has been concerned. That has been a massive success for them. Whoa! And then they're coming back with Until Dawn. So honestly, I think with Medieval, they could have a perspective. Actually, I'm trying to think. Wasn't there another Sony movie adaptation? WoW, as far as that. Like, the case that they've done so many. There's another PlayStation game adaptation that is specifically from Sony themselves. Because all this stuff that has been based on stuff that Sony... Well, actually... Okay, no. Sony didn't release the Tomb Raider films. That was Paramount. But fine. It started as a PlayStation... Fine, it was on PlayStation. It was also on other things. But there was Tomb Raider. There was... I'm trying to think. Wasn't there another one? Oh, fine. Okay, there you go. You splattered. Fine. It's not like Carmageddon, where in Carmageddon, they'd be splattering to bloody chunks and feasibly be banned in a bunch of countries. But, no, not in the Twisted Metal world. Alright, Thumper, you're going down. Yeah, not Thumper from Bambi. That would be a weird case of it, specifically. Also, it's too bad we didn't get the Crash Bandicoot cartoon that was being worked on. Yeah, when were they working on that? I'm surprised, honestly, because Crash has been so huge as far as a series. And another one we briefly showed. We showed off a preview of that where we did our impromptu showcase in March. where he looked at a little bit of Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back. I would have thought that would have been a perfect one as far as doing a cartoon. I think I remember actually, I think it was like the Vivendi Universal era of Crash, specifically with Crash of the Titans and Crash Mind Over Mutant, where I think they were kind of going the cartoon vibe, so maybe it was around then. But then again, the games kind of always have the cartoon vibe themselves anyway. That kind of fits. Yeah, he's overdue for a show. Yeah, I mean, that is shocking, because remember, when you think about the idea, like, hey, let's go back to early PlayStation, because remember, Sony was the new kid on the block when it came to running console, because fine, they had Sony ImageSoft, they were, you know, publishing for Nintendo and other companies. I mean, David Jaffe, who worked on this game, as you recall, he worked on Mickey Mania, The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse, which we played on the show for the Sega CD, as it was, years ago. But the thought that, hey, you know, what was the idea of, like, their mascot? Because fine, Mario was the case of Nintendo. Sega had Sonic the Hedgehog, which initially was not that way when the Genesis launched. But then with Crash was the case where, fine, oh, they're all dead, thank God. As we're going to the Assault on Cyberbia, which is one of the hardest, specifically. The cartoon test footage leaked a few years ago, and it was Activision and Amazon who could not agree on the direction the humor should take, and also Jaffe worked on Mickey Mania. Yes, he did. Cool. Yeah, it was interesting thinking that, because, like, wait, that case of, fine, the people made Twisted Metal going from Mickey Mania to this game. Fine, and also other stuff as it was. And fine, it was Traveler's Tales who developed that, but he was doing the stuff with Sony, and I think it was kind of that gig, I guess, with it that kind of got the perspective of saying, hey, you and Michael GM, who were involved, who actually, I believe, the people who drive Hammerhead are based on Michael GM and David Jaffe, as is the case. That's the idea. Yeah, you did. It was one of his first projects. Yeah, and we played the version that nobody has played, generally speaking, or find the rarest version. That's on the Sega CD, which has music by Michael Giacchino, the Oscar-winning director behind the music of films like Up, which he won the Oscar for specifically, and The Incredibles, and Speed Racer, and the modern Planet of the Apes movies. So yeah, there's surprisingly a lot of star power in the case of the early games of Company, and early days of Company and developers specifically, which we're all about in this program. And fine, also in case we get to Medieval, I'll dig out stuff on Medieval. Actually, in fact, right, fine, I may as well bring this up as I'm getting myself smashed here, because fine. Thing about Cyberbia here, this is probably the hardest level in the game, only because there are 8 combatants you have to fight. I only have 1 life, so we're gonna have to get, we'll probably have to come back on and continue. Having said that, one thing on Medieval, actually I mentioned this when we did Spyro the Dragon. We played the remake, the remake of the first one. There was Edwak and Nikki who were in on that. When we played that, it was ElecVerse, it was you who were mentioning the case of Beast Wars, the Transformers series. And I looked up that. There was a game based on Beast Wars that's by the people who made Medieval on the PlayStation. And that got my attention, like, wait, the people who made Medieval made a game based on Beast Wars. I don't know if it's supposed to be good or not. I mean, I've heard Beast Wars Transmetals, which was on Nintendo 64, and I think it was also on the PlayStation, was not that hot, but it's also something that, fine, I don't care if the game feasibly is not that hot, we should play it for the show just to get a perspective. I mean, fine, we also do the April Fool's Day show on April Fool's Day weekend, or close enough to it. We're doing Plumbers Over Ties next year, by the way, and that's the idea, but the case of, hey, you know, history of a company, history of development, saying like, wait, they made this? Like, sometimes that weird case, and it's sometimes been fascinating that way, thinking about it, because fine, we've all had our story when it comes to gaming. As I mentioned, when it came to why I didn't get PlayStation, it's because I got Nintendo 64. I was still in the 16-bit era in 1995, despite the fact that I rented this console, but not this game, as it was. And then came back to it later when it came to me getting PlayStation 2 and 3 and all that stuff, as it was. But that case of kind of figuring out that some of the games that, as far as that I played growing up, like, wait a second, I was like, hey, connective tissue between Mickey Mania and Twisted Metal and God of War, like, and World of Monsters, and Downhill Domination was another really good one on the PS2. Kind of a shock, but also something cool, you know? Actually, I also associate Medieval with Oddworld for some reason. Yeah, another franchise that we haven't touched. We're running into cases of franchises we haven't touched. Not that we ignore PlayStation in the show, just in case that, fine, I just haven't done enough on it. Fine, we've done stuff on PlayStation. We're not ignoring PlayStation, don't worry. But I do have Oddworld Abe's Odyssey specifically as far as that. But yeah, the Oddworld happens to be the company who made that, which is a really interesting case in itself, you know? And definitely one we should show. I got to practice that game, though, because the game is insanely difficult. But really, really cool, and kind of, you're right, I mean, Medieval kind of has that feel as far as almost this, like, interactive, I mean, sort of movie, sort of cartoon, kind of a bit of that, with some depth to it as well. I barely touched Nintendo 64, and I find it hard to think of the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation 1 as contemporaries. Yeah, I mean, interesting thought, because, it's fine. PlayStation and Saturn launched. Fine, in Japan they launched in 1994. It was 1985 in the US for both. And it was later with Nintendo 64, and then I guess the thought that because Nintendo 64 went with cartridges in case of what those systems really were doing, what that system was doing against what PlayStation was doing. Because PlayStation was saying, like, hey, let's come out with 3D stuff. Let's come out with feasibly edgier stuff in the same way Sega did. So in a lot of ways, when you really think about it, Sega was founding with Saturn. I do have Saturn as it is for the purpose of showing on show. We've shown it before. I don't show Croc that way. But the case that, fine, Sony had that edgy case, or fine, they also took the RPG crown away from Nintendo when they got Square for Final Fantasy VII, so that was a big deal. But they did, like, hey, you know, kind of weird cases like have them being on the level of each other a little bit, but kind of not a little bit. I never liked Oddworld, so ElecVerse is saying, yeah, I mean, my experience with Oddworld mostly is with, I have Abe's Odyssey on the PlayStation. I played a little bit of, what was it? Munch's Odyssey, which was a launch title on the Xbox. And there is a modern release of that on Switch, and I think on PlayStation systems. And there's a remake called New and Tasty for the first one, for Abe's Odyssey. Yeah, that's a 2D platformer specifically that way, but also something that it is very difficult. It is something that it's kind of oblique as far as how it is. It's interesting, the idea, and then also this ones where they twist it around, like Stranger's Wrath, which kind of is a first-person shooter, but with like creatures that you shoot for your guns. And it's almost going for like a Sergio Leone Western style to itself. It's kind of bizarre, but at least interesting, if nothing else. Yeah, also because the Nintendo 64 was more powerful but held back by cartridges and the idea that CDs were easier to program for, so Laughing Death says, and also had more space, as ElecVerse said. Yeah, you're right, because 650 megabytes on a CD for PlayStation compared to, the maximum cartridge size of games on Nintendo 64 that had cases of themselves. Specifically, it was 64 megabytes. I mean, remember, Angel Studios, the team that's now Rockstar San Diego, who made Red Dead Redemption, they crammed Resident Evil 2 from this system to the Nintendo 64 somehow. What a miracle of development right there. But you're right, the idea that it meant that as games were getting bigger, it made it so that they couldn't do games. Fine, they could do that somehow. I mean, gotta give them credit for saying, like, they could come to the plate with that game and make it work on that console, or Mega Man Legends, as far as with the PlayStation 1 ports to the Nintendo 64. Although concessions definitely on both, especially Mega Man Legends, but still, yeah, hey, they refuse to be able to get that. But you're right, like, hey, Final Fantasy VII, we mentioned that before, 3 CDs on PlayStation. They said memory-wise, 12 cartridges on Nintendo 64. I can imagine that they'd be asking, like, I don't know, $1,000 for that game on the back of maybe 12 cartridges and what the production cost on that would be. It's like, yeah, that was not going to happen unless they feasibly changed what the development course of that game was going to be. Which also the case when Quest 64 came out, where, fine, they changed the development cycle of that, even though they're making that on N64 natively, and it was only Nintendo 64 that came out on. But the case that, fine, they cut down stuff on the back of that massively, and then, of course, because it was coming out to Final Fantasy VII, like, hey, here's the first RPG on Nintendo 64, we're comparing it against feasibly one of the best RPGs ever made, and the one that at the time was like a modern classic. Like, oh no, this is not good. And it's not, but it's also something that I've always felt very weird sympathy on that game. It's like, man, it had large shoes to fill, and it just couldn't do it, you know? I get that idea. By the way, what game would you want a sealed copy of just as a keepsake? Good question. Let me think about that. Actually, I also want to think about, do I have anything that's as a keepsake? Well, I don't know, maybe, I mean, fine, nowadays, feasibly the easiest way to say that would be feasibly something that's really cheap, they either have a copy of already, so I could play it specifically, or a case of saying, like, hey, I want to show that, I don't know, maybe, I guess, a copy of, I guess, maybe Sonic the Hedgehog, the original ones, because that's a big case as far as getting me into gaming, but a case like, hey, you know, that look as far as on a shelf, although, it also feasibly could be a case of, like, a bad game, just to feasibly remind something of that as an idea. In fact, Edwack had a case of this, which he's sort of since broken this perspective. Or maybe the original Kingdom Hearts, so like we're saying, we got a game over. But that's fine, we're going to put the password in. And we'll continue right back here, as it is. Yeah, he's saying the original Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, for the PS2. Yeah, good case. It might be, maybe the thought that, hey, games you connect with, maybe ones that you're thinking, hey, you know, we'll go on. And we only have like 2 levels left, and then we'll show off Hammerhead in all their glory. So yeah, with Roadkill, let's put Roadkill in. Let's go to password. The password for Assault in Suburbia is X square, triangle, triangle, triangle. Hit the start button. Boom, you go, and you're all set. And begin the battle. Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. Thank you for asking that, for sure. I mean, I think that might be an idea, but actually, fine, I'll go to the story as far as Edwack's concerned, because he's been on the show before for stuff. His next game is going to be Smart Ball for Super Nintendo, which is published by Sony on Super Nintendo. So, there you go. It all comes back, doesn't it? But when Amazon had a Prime Day that had a sale on Balan Wonderworld, which is the game from Square that was developed by Naoto Oshima and Yuji Naka, their return, they looked like Knights, very much like Knights. It doesn't play like Knights. He said, I bought 2 copies of this on the Switch, because I hear it's horrible on Switch. It is. Or Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo, so Dolly Fit said, that's a good one. Oh yeah, it's a very good one. Oh yeah, very good cases, and I think while we're talking about this, like Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and Kingdom Hearts and Tetris Attack, when I edit this, I'll also have pictures here. Oh! Wait, did I trigger that? Okay, I guess I triggered that full health. Okay, I didn't intend to do that. I'll have the pictures there as far as when I do the edits, because we edit the shows when we're done with them, and they go to our YouTube site in a couple of days, so we have them for future posterity. Yeah, I'll just give a sense, like, what these games show as far as that. And yeah, I'm laughing at what's your suggestion as far as that? What would you say you would want to see as far as, like, hey, I want a sealed copy of the game specifically? But fine, I'll quickly finish the Edwack story on Balan Wonderworld. Like, fine, I bought 2 copies, they were $20 a pop. I kept Balan Wonderworld, the first copy I bought, I opened it because I said, I want to see how bad this game is. It's awful on the Switch. I have it on Xbox One, Series S and X, which is the quote-unquote good version. We play that game, we'll show it that way, because it actually runs decently. On the Switch, it's like 20 FPS the whole way. It's 60 FPS locked. On Series X, at least there's that. Even though it's not very good. But he said, I'm going to keep this one sealed, because I think it might be worth a lot of money one of these days. Fast forward about 2.5 years later, it didn't go up in price. It's like went down in price, like 20-something bucks. So he said, you know what? I throw my gaming tournament parties as far as when we do that. It's also dirty little secret time. Why sometimes when I do a Friday show, I do that because, like, fine, if he has a gathering going on for that case, I'm gonna be at that. Like, yeah, that's the idea. But we'll still have a show in the week. So that's when we'll do a Friday show, unless they're on the show. Edwack and Nicky specifically, because they need Fridays. But that being said, he then said, okay, fine, I have games I've collected that I haven't done anything with. Some actually were unopened. And he said, fine, for first prize, he has something really cool. Actually, I won one of them, which was what's it called? Super Crazy Rhythm Castle, which was from Konami for the PlayStation 5. That was like the second place prize. Oh no, third place prize that I won. Then I won the last one with an amazing score of 979 on the Origami Crane Challenge in Wheel of Katamari, and Nikki was kind of, but not really angry at me of beating her scores. Like, how could you do this to me? It's like, yeah, sorry. But, yeah, I came prepared, as it was, and I wanted to keep his trip on Switch. But he said, fine, I have a prize for last place in our tournament, and whoever gets last place has to take the prize. So Nikki's sister was in that tournament. She lost it, and she had to take the unopened copy of Balan Wonderworld. And I asked her, I think, about a few months later, so, have you played it? It's like, fuck no, I'm not playing this game. It's like, I was like, okay, fine, I guess she's not playing it. But fine, in that case, she still has a sealed copy of Balan Wonderworld. But I guess not for a reason like, hey, you know, I want to hold on to this. Compared to, fine, 3 great choices. Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo, Kingdom Hearts for PlayStation 2, Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis, and these other ones. I mean, even Twisted Metal. In fact, you know what? I'll say this. You get frozen by Thumper and Darkseid. He loves those freeze missiles. When you get hit with those, you're stuck for a while, so you have to be careful. And yeah, running 8 opponents in Suburbia is a pain in the ass, but if you basically just pace yourself and know when to get out of the way and when to use the recharge stations, and bide your time for when they recover again, or when they come back again, because they break when you go through them, that's the key. But actually, with Twisted Metal, remember, this was early PlayStation. This was 1995 PlayStation. So, remember, they came in really long box releases, like Sega Saturn and like with Sega CD, as examples. So you have games like that that actually go and look really nice on a shelf until they went to the jewel case look in 1996, which I believe is how, actually, that's how it always was for Japan, as far as PlayStation, and Saturn, as it was. But yeah, actually, feasibly maybe one of those long box cases. Feasibly something that's really, you know, I guess, really interesting to have, like this, or Resident Evil. Or even like Rayman, as an example. Because fine, I have the greatest hits on Rayman, which is in the jewel case. Fine, it's not even that. It was just a loose jewel case I bought at a GameStop in Knoxville, Tennessee in 2006. And I still have it. It's scratched to death. I played it for the show back in 2020, before I was recording the shows. I had a massive crowd of people showing up. And actually, it was a case where the disc skips at certain places when it was in Bandland, and people were saying, I love this skipping disc, I want this. It's like, yeah, you know what, that's cool. Although fine, when I come back to that game, I'm gonna get one that's not skipped. But I will also feasibly show parts of it skipped, because I think that's, we gotta get the greatest hits on that case of running. Also, you get oil slicks here, drop that down, and enemies will feasibly run over it. So like Mario Kart, or like with Diddy Kong Racing, or RC Pro-Am from Rare, thinking about that. As we go, I was like, yeah, and I haven't killed anybody. Fine, other people can kill people, so we're pointing that out. Which, when it comes to this, and yeah, the frame rate's definitely going crazy, but yeah, somehow, this game is still somehow smooth and playable even when it's chugging. I don't know how that's possible, but it is. At least as far as what I'm getting, a sense of where are enemies. Fine, where's enemies? How's my health? Darkseid's gonna die. We gotta go get him. He's the black dot. And all the enemies have specific coding to their characters, so we go find them and I'll read off that. Okay, he's dead. Awesome. So he's out, so we're set. Also, here's a retrospective playlist of Twisted Metal games featuring David Jaffe himself. Thank you, ElecVerse. That will go on the link list. Is it when we do our edits on the YouTube site, by the way. There's a link in the Twitch window somewhere. We have the link list. We have perspectives of anything chat you have discussed or anything you've given as far as links or anything I've mentioned. I said, like, I gotta put a link in for something like this, a frame of reference. We'll have it there for the purpose. Thank you so much for providing that, ElecVerse. It's so good to have that for sure. It's like, it's always that case that, hey, you know, you have something you want to share with people. That's the idea. The idea of sharing the love of game. That's what this show is all about. And so far, I am having a great time doing Twisted Metal as is. I got a quick turn to get health. Except you do have to go kind of in the center, so it's not easy to get there. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, I'm just bouncing off the sides. And sometimes those crashes can hurt, so you have to be careful. But also, yeah, you can also ram the enemies. So yeah, rear flame, boom, getting burned. Yeah, look at this carnage. It's unbelievable. Yeah, great. This is a great choice, ElecVerse. Absolutely. I'm so happy to be doing this game. And also, fine, I'll say this. I feel more ready for this game playing it now than I thought I was going to. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I maybe didn't have as much time to practice this as I thought I was going to. In case I was so busy as far as working things, I was like, hey, you know, I'm going to be set to do this. Can I really practice as far as this? And also, am I ready? And I said, you know what? I'm going to give the game to ElecVerse, as he asked for. I was like, hey, you know, we have the best on Twitch. The fact you're coming into the small show we do every week, it's an independent program, and bringing everything you have and all of your insights and all that stuff, that's my thanks. Like, I'm gonna give you whatever you want, I promise, and we'll have that going. I do feel in a better case, fine. Maybe better because I'm playing it now. It's maybe the case that fine. Yeah, what's a good enemy to go after? Fine, someone who's close. Let them come to me if I can. If there's Warthog. And also, keep an eye on where, recharge station is. There's 3 on default on Suburbia here. You just have to know where they are, because fine, it is a rudimentary map. But it's not one of those games that you really need it that much, as far as it to be really detailed. So it's not too bad. Okay, there we go, nice. Problem, by the way, is an animated short in which the end has Mel McCurran as the voice actor for Calypso of Twisted Metal 2 through 4. Yeah, in this one, it's, Charles Lance, who is Calypso. Although, honestly, when it comes to voice acting in this game, ouch. As, fine, there's Sweet Tooth again. And there's sometimes a delay, by the way, when the enemy health bars come up. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Yeah, Sweet Tooth is in... What is it? He is in the pink. Okay, he's driving down the road. If he's going to deliver, what is it? Oh, I only have rear flame. Shit. Rear flame. Yeah, burn him. To deliver ice cream to all the good little boys and girls in town, as it is. Like, no, yeah, fine. This place is abandoned feasibly, although there are people sitting on their lawn chairs watching the action. Whoa! Okay, fine. That's the perspective doing the quick turn on a jump like that or on the side of something. Yeah, honestly, as I said, going to the voice acting stuff, there's not a whole lot as far as this one, but probably more, especially with 2 and through 4. And fine, with Twisted Metal Head on PSP, because fine, It's technically a case of us coming back to this game again because it has the FMV footage that they shot for this game but couldn't put into it. Mel, by the way, is the perfect voice actor for Calypso. Okay, so yeah, in that case, yeah, we should probably do the other ones. As is, I guess, I don't know, when it comes to doing the franchise, should we go in order then? So should we do Twisted Metal 2 next? It is on, fine, it's downloadable as well, so I can get it that way, or I can get it feasibly as far as the physical version. I believe there's a couple that I would need to go the physical way. I think 4 is one of them. Because I think, if, although I'm not sure, I believe 4 had, what was it? 4, I believe, had licensed music on it. I think it had Dragula, am I right about that? I mean, this has like a White Zombie or Rob Zombie style soundtrack as it is, but it's not actually that stuff. Yeah, seeing clips on the show also should be interesting. I guess, is he coming to the show? Because I think they said they're doing a new season of that show, are they not? If they haven't done it already. Oh my god, I got power missiles. I want that. Power missiles are the strongest thing you can get. If you can hit enemies with this, you only get 2 when you get a pickup for it. But when you get them, yeah, they will decimate the enemies when you hit them. But what I do need to do is I need to find where a recharge station is. And you have to usually go in town for that. To see what's going on. I guess they're going to bring him to the show. Like, what they're going to do. I mean, I'm kind of surprised thinking about this. Fine, having not seen the show. That he wasn't in the show to begin with. Because you think, like, well, wait a minute. If he's the one who started the tournament, wouldn't he feasibly be there from the start? But I guess not. So let's go through the side here and... Okay, there we go. Yeah, fine. Clearly, yeah, that, as I said, this is a game about biding your time, really. Which is pretty much... If you're seeing enemies and you're... If you're seeing your enemies around, try and kill them and try and do it in quick passes if you can. Fine. This is also my, you know, newbie's strategy, I guess, on this game, if you will. Because, fine, I haven't been playing this game nearly as long as I think some of the people in our chat have. For sure. And is it? That's... Oh, shit. Look at that. Fine. That didn't do much on Hammerhead, but fine. I knocked him off to the side, but I also got myself hurt. So you feel to know when to ram and when to feasibly not, and also when to get your ass out of the way. Or fine, drift into that guy. Ugh. Okay, fine. Actually, no, I should use that on him. It's fine, those power missiles are amazing. If I can get them set. And fine, the nastiest thing you can do is use freeze missiles and then do that. But fine, I don't have freeze missiles. Fine. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look how much damage that did on Hammerhead. Even with that armor, yeah, nothing's gonna stand up to that. Awesome, okay, there you go. Actually, I had during my test, I had it where, Sweet Tooth was, destroyed in the tunnel. So, like, yeah, he was an obstacle. So, like, yeah, you can't go that way in the tunnel. Also, do I have rear shots? Oh, fine, I have tire spikes. So, yeah, drop those down. Yeah, don't run over here, otherwise your tires are gonna get spiked. I guess the preview will get to some of the Need for Speed games, specifically, Hot Pursuit, 1. Fine, Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2, and then, fine, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, which I call Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 3, which is the Criterion one for the people who made Burnouts. But fine, that's my naming convention, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to keep track of them. And fine, I guess with Twisted Metal, actually that's the weird thing with Twisted Metal, because when it came to the Twitch indication of the game, I was like, okay, Twisted Metal, we're playing on the PlayStation, but like, they only list the one from the PS3, so the 2012 one, and saying it's a mature-rated game. This is not a mature-rated game, it's rated T. That the only games in the franchise that are rated mature are Twisted Metal Black and that one. But fine, I have to say, like, oh no, that's the one they got, and also, by the way, playing the PlayStation version. Boom, there you go. So Sweet Tooth came right into my missile. So, bye-bye. So there you go. That is 3 down, 5 more to go, and whoa, look at that launch. That's the interesting thing also about the physics thing in this, like, hey, there is kind of a great out-of-control style of that thing, and fine. I only have mines, and I have, you know what, run in my mines, please. Oh, did I get him? Yeah, I did. Okay, fine. There you go. Bye-bye, Yellow Jacket. And there is another, what is it? Charge station. Yeah, fine. That's pretty much how I played this and how I survived, which is that when does the charge station come back? When you hit him. There we go, got it. Awesome. You basically keep yourself alive. That's the idea. Fine, it's like Queen say, keep yourself alive. That's the idea what you want to do. Keep yourself alive in this game. And basically know when to go guns blazing, when to ram, when to not. So there actually is a lot of strategy to this, but yeah, it is not easy. Fine, the only reason it looks easy is because I have it on easy, but even then, it's not easy. I had to practice this a long time to get even this good. Alright, so bye-bye Thumper. Oh, but I have freeze missiles, which should be good, so yeah, when I hit him, there you go, he turns blue, and when he turns blue, hit him with the power missile, which I have, so there you go, that is the nasty shot, and boom, he's done. Ah, and they just spin it out of control, it's unbelievable. Yeah, we'll have to do the other ones. Yeah, by the way, that's a guy who is sitting on the lawn, so yeah, you can easily run him over. Yeah, there's no blood, so it's not like, what is it? I keep saying it. Carmageddon. Which I don't know if anybody's played. The only versions of Carmageddon that I know of that are on consoles are on PlayStation and Nintendo 64, which I hear are awful. And then there's the Max Damage, which is on PlayStation 4, which I also heard is not very good. And there's the PC version. We can do PC. I just have to get the stuff set as far as, you know, the tech connection, which is usually the idea. And it's usually been Nikki's perspective. It's fine. Everything we've done PC has been Nikki's case, because she loves those humongous entertainment games. So at that point, we've just been running through a bunch of those, as far as the contribution she has on the show. And he's going to go back on the show in January, as we thought. We said subject to change, as is. But they will be back, for sure. Because yeah, we have the best challenge Twitch. We also have the best guests, as far as when they go. And there's Mr. Grimm, and oh wait, shit. Okay, no, fine. I used it on him, so crap, he was already dead. Okay, so where is Mr. Grimm? And fine, maybe we should first person this again to go crazy. Or fine, you know what? No, yeah, let's do it. Why not? Yeah, where is... We'll find that, or... Let's try... Okay, that's... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you can turn it off. Okay, I didn't know you could turn off that. Okay, you hit start alone. You see the rest of the enemies that are there, but... Yeah, I want that on. I'll pull out of this. I'm going to actually pull out higher. And actually, there's a code for bird's eye view. I'll show that later. Just so the idea of what that is. And actually, I think... Actually, the bird's eye view, I think, only works on the last level. I think. I was doing a test. I was like, wait a second. I put this cheat in, or find the password in. I was like, it's not doing anything, even when I change it on certain levels. And this is too far out. I'd pull it back in. Get that, and then go. If you can. Wait, no, oh wait, okay, I was like, why am I going faster and not doing anything? Right, because I'm holding triangle. That's why. Fine, you know what, I'm gonna go out the car quickly as far as, oh wait, can I? Hang on. Okay, there you go, because yeah, the way to do the, it's weird how to do the switch of view. You have to hit start button, you have to hold start, and then you press either up, down, left, or right on D-pad to do it. But if you're holding X for accelerating, it sometimes doesn't do it exactly the way you're expecting it to. And Hammerhead, bye-bye. Yeah, we'll have you in a second as far as how that is. For I'm laughing to death as the case of like, hey, character you like to run, and we'll have that going, no question. Oh, wait, he's there, so like, you know, where to go. So I'll have that set. But yeah, in the meantime, yeah, just keep going on as far as what you got, and I will as well. I was like, I kind of stopped, like, yeah, there is music in this, right? Fine, because I have the volume of my TV down a little bit, just so it's wait. Oh wait, hold on. He's there, but it's like, wait, no, that's Sweet Tooth. He's dead. So like, no, that's not right. Whoa. Also, yeah, there's exploding barrels. Don't hit them or shoot them. Hang on. Okay, there he is. There's Warthog. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, did I get him? I got him. Okay. But if I'm gonna live to get the last opponent, we gotta go and get health. Yeah, because I'm not gonna live long if I don't go get that. I mean, I am at full lives, so that's kind of a miracle. Don't ask me how that's happening, but it is, so I'll say that. I never said I'm the best game player at everything. Certain things I'll say, yeah, I've been playing them long enough, I know, but not this one. So the fact that this is going even as well as it is, yeah, it wasn't a guarantee. I'm glad it's happening, so fine. The case that, hey, the practice paid off. Me spinning into that guy also paid off. He's dead. And then we're gonna have a meeting with old Mr. Grimm, and he is here. And since he's on a motorcycle, it sure looks cool, but yeah, he's not very strong as far as his armor, so just shoot him with missiles. And he should go down pretty quickly, unless I miss. Yeah. Also pointing out, when I do kill him, it's also something in the next level I will have full recovery of my health, so I don't necessarily need to take that, what was it, the charge agent. We got it. Okay, thank God, we're done. Well, with that part, but, last level, quicker because we're running on easy, but when you do that, you're running at the rooftop, so the final area. You only have 3 people you gotta fight here, but after you beat them, we're fighting Calypso. And that's gonna be the end of the game, but then what we'll do is we're gonna show off the other characters. Now, for this level, this is the level you turn on, you can turn on the bird's eye view. As far as the weapons, you have to go in the boxes, shoot the boxes out, and pick up the weapons, but also be careful of those things. They're always around, they'll keep coming back. Thanks for the link, ElecVerse there. Of course, no problem. Oh, fine. No, ElecVerse is saying that. But of course, dive in that idea, like, hey, we love that. I agree as far as that. So thank you for sure for that. And for giving more information as far as that. Because look, there's only so much we cover, or can cover as far as on a show like this. But that's the idea, like, extra stuff, extra value, the idea, or value for your time, and extra stuff to give the love in on Twisted Metal. Because of course, that's the idea. Oh, whoa. Also, you're talking difficulty, Dolly. We'll go back to that as this, because with this being the final level, this is on top of a rooftop. If you fall off the rooftops, you die, so do not do that. If that does happen, or fine, I will show it happening at some point, I will also feasibly edit in the falling down of Twisted, or not Twisted Metal, F-Zero X. Which, yeah, I should have mentioned this a few weeks ago, I didn't. Switch Online expansion pack, they added up, or they've added 2 F-Zero games. F-Zero GP Legend, as my gun is at my max temperature, so I gotta wait for the cooldown on that. Or use, not that, I'm not using the power thing on that. Yeah, you gotta shoot that out to open up the hotel and go in here. This is where the recharge station is. There's only one on this level. But also, this is where the power missiles are. So you come in here and destroy the shrubbery, you get more of them. Yeah, they released F-Zero GP Legend, and they released F-Zero Climax. F-Zero Climax, remember, never came out in this country. It's $150, so like, case that's up there. Oh my god, that's awesome. I'm so excited for that. And I'm loving the story stuff on GP Legend, actually, what I've been playing on that one. And next week, Banjo-Tooie for Nintendo 64. That is out on October 25th. Yeah, the fact that they're bringing that game back, and fine. You can also feasibly knock them off the building, but don't necessarily count on that. I've rarely had it happen. But if they're close enough and you hit them hard enough, feasibly they will go. Oh shit, no! I'm sliding on it! No! Okay, look at that. That was an amazing save. Okay, fine. Twitch cut out. Holy shit, wow. That's also why we play games blind. Fine, play these games live on the show, I should say. Because you never know what's going to happen. I'm usually not running with a safety net, but it's also the case that, fine, you sometimes see weird stuff. The case of, fine, Twisted Metal 1 physics, where I'm on the side of the building sliding, and I live. Because, yeah, if you fall off of that, you die. Fine, I'm in full lives still, but I easily want to avoid that. Just like, fine, I don't want to die. That's the idea of something like that. Yeah, we saw that happen in a YouTube video the other day. Well, here's another one, and it will be a YouTube video in a couple of days as it is. There you go, laughing to death. Yeah, definitely laughing to death on that. Like, I was laughing to death, and also in a case of saying, it's that great tension of a game you get, where it's the case that you think you might be dying. I guess it's that ledge that's bugged. Was it that ledge, specifically? Or is it just everywhere in this area? Which I guess makes sense, you know? I mean, fine. How are they coding the idea of like, how the buildings are? And feasibly, I guess then, fine, maybe the link ElecVerse you provided, maybe Jaffe's going into that, perhaps. It's fine, like, they're feasibly going with what they got on the, as I said, the fact that this game is held up as well as it has 29 years later is kind of a miracle. You think, like, would this age that great? Does it necessarily look that great today? Fine, compared to stuff you get nowadays, fine, it's not gonna look as good as like the Until Dawn remake we played last week. But then again, for 1995, this was mind-blowing. And you know what? It still looks impressive, you know? That's what the PlayStation was doing and giving the PlayStation this identity at the early part of its life. Saying, like, hey, we're gonna have this kind of game that you find. Sega said this about Nintendo, saying about the Genesis Does perspectives about, you can't do this on Nintendo, Genesis does. Well, yeah, you had that with Sony, but like, fine, Sony's doing what Sega was not doing as well. So, that case, you know. But that case that, hey, you know, this kind of big... Okay, I'm surprised it didn't take as much damage of him running me over that way, as is the case. Yeah, come up here, my friend. What's going to take you out? You also feasibly kind of feathered. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so fine. Showing that, I'm kind of stuck. Yeah, so, alright, we're seeing that. And also, the fact you're kind of seeing through the side of the building. So, okay, let's talk the ledges then on this. So, I guess looking at this... Fine, it's a collision detection programming thing, which is the thought that, okay, fine, they have to get a sense of, like, okay, what happens when you go off of a ledge? And I guess then... So fine, if I drop... Fine, let's try this. Drive off straight. You just fall. But I guess... Okay, so we saw there... Because I'm fascinated. Fine, okay, also, because I'm at that case where I'm able to kind of back up enough, I can kind of back up a bit, so it's almost like it sees it as a bit of a... Okay, it seems almost like a little bit of a slope. In that, okay, fine, I could back up on it. It's like usually shouldn't have to be able to do, but I guess the case that, fine, I guess it's like the lip of a building if it's like a curved awning or something. Even though it is totally flat to the viewable eye. Boom. Also, I should save those for Calypso, but the good news is that they keep respawning in the hotel, in the shrubbery. So, alright, fine. Hammerhead, come back, you need to die, or fine. Actually, he's the last one to go, so fine. Where are you? Oh. So yeah, I guess that must be how they're programming it, I would think. Okay, got him. Okay, so now when you do get all of them dead, made the final round, we're battling Minion. That is the vehicle that Calypso drives. Last year's Twisted Metal winner, but fine. They've said they've had 10 of them, as has been for this game, but this is the first one. Fine, there have been more Twisted Metal tournaments before this game than there have been Twisted Metal games, I think. Is that right? Fine, I should actually do the damn count now. Which is, yeah, it's 8. Fine, 8 that it came out. 9 if you're counting the one that they were working on feasibly that didn't happen. Yeah, that's right. And fine, I don't know, do you count Rogue Trip that way? Do you count Critical Depth that way, for that matter, as well? Because they made that, too. And I do have Critical Depth, that's an interesting one. It's kind of like a submarine take on Twisted Metal. But fine, I should not be going after him like this. I should be stuck on my power missiles. Basically what I found my success doing is pretty much just kind of running around in a circle. Keep an idea where that is, and when you need the recharge station, go back and get it. Then get a sense of where is Calypso at, and then shoot him with the power missiles. Okay, Hammerhead's still there. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, they're all still there. Okay, did they hold over the vehicle? Yes, they did. So I can push him out of the way. Okay, yeah, alright, so fine. It is a little bit of a lip that way as far as how to program that. But okay, that's fascinating to see that. I'm glad we caught that. It's always one of those, I always say this, I'm glad we got that on tape. He's over there because he's in a tank. Now, you can potshot him from distance. So, where to go? Remember, the homing missiles, they will go up there, they will hit him. So you can be cheap and potshot him. But the thing is that the power missiles are the strongest. So you just easily lure him back to you. He will eventually come over. Oh, crap. Because he's driving a tank. Uh-oh. Yeah, no one to retreat. Yeah, retreat! I'm fine to go to the money pile and the Holy Grail thing. Run away! And then we're gonna go and get the recharge station, because yeah, I need it. Now's a good case. Fine, I'm in the yellow, but still, since this is recovered to the green when you're in yellow, more. Yeah, it's less than half. It's probably worth going. Okay, so, and he will feasibly follow you down here, so just gotta be careful of that. Fine. Put something down there that way. As we see. Oh shit! Right, he's coming. All right. Ugh. So yeah, fine. Not a hard game explicitly as far as this one, but it's definitely a perspective. Like, yeah, I'll be yelling a lot. Like, where is he? I know you're coming. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so fine. I'm kind of stuck. All right, there he is. So I have my. What do I got? These one doing is very, very dangerous. Alright, crap! Fine, the fact that I took as little damage on that as I did is kind of amazing, but... Anyway, get used to this because we're going to see him 12 more times. And I'll show off with the other characters. I think that's going to be the idea. We show off Minion. Fine, Minion's the car he's driving. But, showing Calypso going down with everybody. Okay, so that's the case. And you do have to feasibly wait out when that is, so... Alright, where is he? He's over there, and I only have fire missiles, which, they're good. It's just that I need to make sure that I have stuff set, and also, good, freeze missiles. Actually, that's even better. Because he is still beholden to the idea that if you hit him with freeze missiles, he'll stop, so you can then take some pot shots on him. Well, actually, the other thing I want to do is actually I do want to go down this way because A is not over here yet, and B, there is an item in here. So that is, homing missiles perfect. Oh shit, no! Yeah, thank God for the lip. Thank God the way they programmed that. So it's forgiving as far as certain things. Alright, Calypso, where are you? I know you're coming. Oh wait. Okay, no, they're coming from, it's the enemies. Fine. The enemies coming from behind. We're like, fine, no, those are the, they have a name. We'll get the digital manual, we'll see what the name is. Okay. Come on, Calypso. You're going down. Fine, you can also be cheap this way, so like, fine, stop. Let him wait for him to come by. I'm coming to me. Or fine, you know what? Maybe, you know. When I miss. Oh, okay, fine. He goes off. Okay, there you go. Now it's turning into comedy. So they've said there's a comedic perspective in the TV show a little bit. So like, fine, we're turning into that. Like, hey, just knock him down. It's all coming back to the lip, you know. So fine, that's going to be a tag item in the YouTube upload of this when we do it next week. Okay, got him. Only missile, fire. Go! Uh-oh, yeah, he's got tons of stuff. He's got fire, he has, I got homing shots. Oh shit, no!
Too bad, you lost your machine.
Okay, so there you go, that is that, and I will also edit in the fall thing from F-Zero X, where it says like, ooh, too bad, you lost your machine. I will have edited that in right there when I fall. I'm glad I got to show that at least once, and fine, I have 2 lives, so in that case we're set. So like, okay, fine, there you go. Actually, yeah, I'll figure how I want to record the idea of that. Well, how I can record the idea of that audio to stitch it in, but fine, that's the power of editing. The power of editing means that I can take what we did on this show as far as the live thing and then put other stuff to add more to the YouTube upload. Also, I say things wrong, because of course, fine, ElecVerse and Finn know this well, but since I'm live to death, it's your first time here, and I'm glad to have you. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much for joining our show. Oh crap, I forgot that. Wait, that's a barrier, I did not know that. Okay, fine. Screw it, we're going over. And you feasibly might want to use the turbo for that. But yeah, as I said, I don't always say things that are correct. Sometimes what I'm saying is totally wrong. So, if that's the case, I can feasibly use the edit to correct, or if there's a tech problem, I have to look around. Where's it going? Okay, there's my freeze missiles. Okay, so fine. There you go, because again with the freeze, you're all good. Uh-oh. Did I get him? No, I didn't get him. I want to see if I got him with the freeze missile, but fine. Yeah, because as you're seeing right there, he does hurt. He has, I feel free to correct me if this is not right. It seems like he has the special attacks of other combatants. And it seems like maybe it's random which one they were, because I think he had the acid thing that, what was it? What's her name? Pit Viper. Or fine, that, Angela Fortin had. From what it looked like. Fine, okay, I didn't need that now exactly, but fine, we're full health. I mean, we almost have him. You're not on a time limit. Thank God you're not on a time limit. So in that case, as long as you're careful and take your time, and also are able to avoid shots and get decimated, you should be fine. Or avoid getting decimated, I should say. You should be fine. All right, so there we go. Ow. There we go. One more shot, and the power missile should get him. Got him. All right, there you go. He's done. Okay, so we won. So, let's get the prize, and then we're taking, and then, per I'm laughing to death's request, we're taking on Hammerhead. And on, and these originally going to have FMVs to them, Twisted Metal Head on the PS2 has them. Yeah, good game. Thank you so much, for sure. Okay, so, let's see the ending. They do have text ending to explain what's going on. So, as the winner, you go into his garage, he's spotted by bodyguards and seated thrown of broken car parts. With his face burned, we're seeing right there beyond recognition, and his smile's hideous. And he speaks part is different depending on who you beat the game with. So, I'll grant any prize you want until the prize of roadkill here, or of Captain Spears is, I was a captain in the jungle wars of South America. You tell him. Or you, so I tell him. I lost my entire platoon sending them straight into an enemy trap. Actually, I have not seen this ending. As your prize, you want a second chance, huh? You want me to send you back in time so you can save them? I don't recommend doing that, you know. So, you says, like, don't do time travel. He's capable of time travel somehow. I was like, don't do it. If you receive advice, but your mind's made up. So, like, okay, fine. You did say I can do anything, and I'll do anything you want. Should have listened. Okay, so we're sent back in time. We're driving in the middle of a raging war in South America. But, well, we got shot. So, okay, so we died. And back in 2005, 2 high school kids find your car sitting in the middle of a dirt field and steal it, okay? There you go. They speed off and vow to enter next year's contest using your vehicle. So, okay, so I guess then, be able to explain this to me, I guess I'm laughing to death, and also ElecVerse, because you seem to be the two who played Twisted Metal in the audience. I don't know, Dolphin, you played Twisted Metal? Any of them? As we'll get through the credits, and we'll go through this, and then we'll show Hammerhead next, and then go through everybody else. I'll use the passwords to go to Calypso, as far as that. Are these endings all canonical? How's that work? Is it one of those, because I've never played it, so Dolphin says, okay. They're interesting, they're hardcore and hard, but they can be satisfying. Especially this one, Twisted Metal Black on the PS2, those two I can speak for. And Small Brawl seems like the one we're getting a lot of discussion on tonight, as far as saying, hey, that's actually kind of cool. Because I'm wondering if it's almost like some of the fighting games, because I know, like with Mortal Kombat, the original Mortal Kombat, I think it's canonical that Liu Kang won the tournament. I know with Virtua Fighter, I think that does it as well, and I know Dead or Alive kind of does some different stuff, and that kind of goes off in its own direction, particularly with 3 and 4 when it comes to the DOA tech. But it is, in those games, I believe, they canonically indicate who wins, but I don't know, does Twisted Metal do that? I mean, fine, Calypso's still around in the other ones, as ElecVerse you're mentioning, but what about everybody else? So fine, Captain Spears went back in time and died. So, and these 2 kids found the car as far as Roadkill. I guess they'll be the next ones to do Roadkill, or run Roadkill? Or perhaps like Tekken, because fine, Tekken is not a Sony published game. It is a Sony associated game, because it was on the PlayStation systems for a while before it got any other version. In fact, we're talking Game Boy Advance, the first port of Tekken to anything that was not, fine, it was an arcade game, but as far as Tekken 1 and some of the other ones. But the first case where Tekken was not on a Sony console as far as its releases on a system was Game Boy Advance, Tekken Advance in 2001. And with Tekken, actually, with Tekken, Tekken's the case where King in Tekken 1, I think it's in Tekken 1 or Tekken 2, he dies, and then in Tekken 3, which we played for the show, the case of King that's in that game is different than the one that was in 1 and 2. So I guess with Twisted Metal, is it doing that feasibly? I mean, that would make sense. Unless feasibly it's the case that, no, I guess they ran enough of these, and I guess everybody won, and got what their wish was. Although, okay, fine. I just had a light bulb in my head moment. We'll do the thing with Roadkill, and then we'll do the one with Actually, we'll do the one with Sweet Tooth and Yellow Jacket next, after that. Because Yellow Jacket's ending feasibly... Yeah, I'm gonna keep my powder dry on that one. Because I think that I might have answered my own question. But yeah, feel free to go into your perspectives on it, your theories of that, or what you know on it, because fine. I'm not the expert on Twisted Metal, as it is. Fine, I had to put this on easy, but still, it's a case that, fine, it was still not easy. You still have to be careful, you still have to run through. So it's easy in the way that easy feasibly used to be, in the sense that it's not robbing it of challenge. It's just a case that's a little easier than when it goes on the higher difficulties. So that's the idea. Actually, right, I didn't mention who did the music in this game. Crap, I've went that long without talking about that. Okay. Let's do that then now, whilst the credits are running. The music in this game, because I take notes on this, and I have the notes here. I know I took the notes on the music down. I took 5 pages. Oh, here we go. Yes, I did. The music in this game, as they showed on the screen, was by Chuck E. Myers, whose background includes Warhawk, also from the same company on PlayStation, and Jet Moto, and Critical Depth. And other stuff, including Looney Tunes Racing, which is on PlayStation, Circus Maximus Chariot Wars, which is on GameCube and Xbox, which is a really interesting chariot combat racing game. It's pretty cool, actually, and unique, as well as Frogger Beyond, and most recently, Hogwarts Legacy, and also the last game of Single Tracks Where They Shut, which was Animorphs Shattered Reality, which is on the PlayStation. And it was also Lance Lenhart, who did music for Twisted Metal 3, MLB 99, Triple Play 99, and Jet Moto 2, and Tom Hopkins, who was also involved. Who the other credit I found, he was involved in the covers for Ultimate Band on the Wii, particularly the cover of Rock Lobster by the B-52s. I never played Ultimate Band, but I've actually heard it's pretty interesting as far as a music game for that console. All right, fine, because we got chat's request as far as I'm laughing to death on this one engine. Oh, right, I waited so long my PlayStation 3 controller turned off. We ran into that when we played Parasite Eve, actually the point where my Sony PlayStation 3 DualShock 3 controller is not working anymore. I plug it in, it charges, it doesn't do anything. So I have the other one, the old school one that actually I bought a Medic's one of these. It's like, he was having the same problems with Parasite Eve, but it turns the controller off after 10 minutes, so I just had to turn that back on. Okay. So, yeah, let's take a look at Hammerhead then. So he's Hammerhead, yeah, he is, of course, yeah, he's feasibly based on David Jaffe and Mike, I keep forgetting his name, GM, who created and designed the game. You have the Crusher, so we're going to take a look at that, we're going to select them, we're going to put the password in for the final area. Actually, I will also show off, yeah, I'll show it a little later. Running the arena, because you can get the fight of your life. That is exclusive to a password, which means that you can run the arena, the first level, with 5 opponents. In that case, let's put the password in. The password is button combination of square, triangle, X, circle, and X. And it's the start button, and you're all set. And controls are in Control Freak, as mentioned at the beginning of the program, but let's go. And I'll still give you the ending, or it should, as far as when we beat Calypso, but I'm going to beat the Calypso, so fine. We're going to beat the ever-living hell out of Calypso. Calypso will be, fine, he doesn't die. He never dies, technically. Fine, he never dies as far as this game. Maybe he dies in one of the later ones. But also the case that, okay, fine, let's talk about what Hammerhead's all about. Heavier. There you go, you have this idea, but you also have that special perspective where... Okay, so... Okay, fine, you have to hold the circle button down and then run over the opponents. Yeah, it took half the Spectre's health off, so fine. Alright, so yeah, but when you hit circle, it doesn't do anything. It's just the case that, hey, you actually have to make contact to make hack. So it's unique how he plays. Fine, they play, because it's 2 people. I like the people who are driving roadkill now. And as I said, as far as the ending thing, I'll go into where I think I had my aha moment as far as when I was asking the question of, hey, what's that going on when we get to doing that for Sweet Tooth and for Yellow Jacket. Fine, technically the character bio is given away, but I kept my mouth shut, sort of, kind of, as far as what that was, sort of, kind of. It was on screen, but fine. Oh crap, gun temperature. Fine, because you do have to still smash out the. Actually, I don't know if you can bash into it. Like, I don't want to necessarily bash into it because if I do, I'm gonna get myself hurt. All right, who's next? Okay, fine. Somebody hit that. I guess. Fine, roadkill. All right, fine. We're making roadkill again. I mean, fitting with the name, but all right, fine. Okay, they're both here. Perfect. Bye. Also, yeah, look how huge Hammerhead is. So, okay, getting the idea of what I'm laughing to death you're saying. The idea that if you were to encapsulate this, if I'm not indicating this correctly from how I'm gathering it, I guess maybe the perspective, like why you're liking him as a character, or fine, them as a character, but Hammerhead as far as the vehicle you drive, is because. Yeah, big and heavy, but also the case that, yeah, it's like driving a Bigfoot live on TV. It's reminding me of the Power Wheels commercial for the Bigfoot trucks. I'll have a link listed item for that. If you're like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Like, yeah, somebody's gonna remember that, I guarantee it. But anyway, the case that, yeah, you can just run them over, you know? That's cool. Usually, like, you like to have driving around in big monster trucks, you know? That's kind of neat. I haven't really done stuff with monster trucks in games yet, you know? I know there's Monster Truck Madness, which is by Rockstar. It's on, there's a Nintendo 64 port of that. I think it was on PlayStation. I think it is. Fine. Also, look how strong I am. So, like, yeah, I can run into them and be safe. Yeah, fine. Look at that. Decimated them. Jesus. So, all right, fine. We're already battling Calypso. So that was fast. So, okay, there you go. The case that. So, if nothing else, it shows this. And fine, who've been playing on my tests as far as this game. Shit, no, back up. Have been an indication of. I think this is a great game in the sense that just from the idea of this alone, they're like, well, all right, fine, pick a car, drive, and destroy stuff. That's all you need. And feasibly, other cars are gonna have different attributes, which fine, that usually happens, like with Mario Kart, like with other games like this. But the case that when you really kind of sit down and think about it, at least from what I'm gathering, if you're playing Hammerhead here, it's almost a different experience, and it's fine. I mentioned fighting games before as far as like story questions and things like that. But the case that you feasibly can kind of have success at the game no matter who you pick based on what your gameplay style might be. So looking at a game like this, whether you played a car combat game like this before or not, you might think to yourself, okay, would I feasibly want to drive a heavy truck like this? Would I want something feasibly more nimble with like a wartime perspective itself, like Roadkill, as we had before? Or would you want, fine, even Calypso is going to kick your ass though, so yeah. That's that case, like fine. Hammerhead's strong, but not that strong. And fine, I could just drive on the side of the recharge station, that's just cool. It gives you a sense that, hey, you can kind of get a feel of this game in a unique way as far as it feasibly incentivizes why would you want to play this game multiple times. It's fine. There's 6 levels as far as how this is. Pretty decent as far as how the idea of what the game is offering. But that different feel, I'm feeling that difference as far as the weight of Hammerhead here and saying, hey, you know, I'm having this going and it seems like it's working well. Fine. I don't know if you can feasibly knock Calypso off the building. Oh no. I think he could knock you off the building and I'm stuck on him, but I'm also running him over. As for those power things, just use those. Ah, there we go. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm dead, but fine, I have 3 lives. So I guess this could be the theme, like, hey, at least die and lose 1 life, but come back for more. But just this thought that, hey, it's gonna create this different perspective each time you play it. And fine, that might seem trite or hacky, perhaps, to think that, but in honesty, not really. Okay, fine. The other thing you can do is you've used the turbo. You can make that jump up to that building. Don't risk it. Fine, you know what? I will. For Let's Play's sake. Oh shit, okay, that was a bad idea. Okay, fine, I need a faster car to do that. Okay, fine, that shows the other thing, which is, hey, you know, because he's slower, maybe don't want to do that. I never did it. I was like, I don't want to do that. I'm nervous. I don't want to run. I don't want to take that chance and die. Fine. So, maybe you can do it with Hammerhead. I might not know how to do it. But point is that it's creating that different perspective. So I'm going to assume the faster cars, you can make that launch better. Or that launch. You can take that and make that over to the other building. So where are you? Fine, I'm on the hunt for him now. Where are you? Actually, wait, I should also show this, right. Show the, fine, we're going to show the, oh shit, there he is. Fine, I'm getting my way out, but then I will show off the cockpit view. You're right. I should show off the cockpit view for every character. Oh, fine. This is 2 people in the car, but fine, it looks like it's only 1. So fine. Calypso, come out. I want to shoot you. There he is. Or there he is. Fine, there he is. Oh, there we go. That being said, if I do die again, I'm gonna get a game over. I don't want to, but it's also something that's fine. I like this view, but it's also something I don't want to die necessarily, so that's the case where fine, I don't necessarily want to risk it. Fine, it's the case I do want to show it. Fine, we're gonna show off all the dash views as well. So like, look at this big ass monster truck going on. And you get a different dashboard, so they were paying attention to that detail as well. But yeah, that great thing that, hey, if you want a different feel as far as your driving game this way, or find your car combat game, saying, who am I good with? So it basically can speak to a lot of cases that are fine. ElecVerse, you brought up a very good point early on, as you mentioned, saying, hey, you can see this is one of the earliest Battle Royale games. Yeah, because a lot of games like that are what, specifically? The idea that, hey, you have a character case, you want to figure what you want to do with it, and how. Fine, I can run him over, but like, how am I doing that on a tank? Shit, no! Crap, I'm dead. But I'll come back and we will fight him, and we'll make sure that's set. Or I put invincibility on, but I'm not going to do that until later. But yeah, fine. Okay, so if I died to Minion, but that was also because I decided to stupidly run over that jump. But fine, we'll show... No, we're not playing a Sweet Tooth. We'll come back to you in a second. And also fine, we're not showing the 2-player mode because I don't have a working second controller. And also, I'm doing this one alone myself, but fine. As I mentioned before... Yeah, take Hammerhead out. We will have guests on show as is, which we're going to have in 2 weeks. But let me put in password again for this. And you know, fine, since we're going here anyway, I'll put that in. You can also put in more passwords. I'm going to put in the one for helicopter view. You type in circle, circle, square, X, and you leave the last one blank and hit start. Now, as we saw with the view before, begin the battle, but you have a new view when you put this password in. And by the way, the passwords are not dependent on characters, so when you have yourself going this way, you're all set. So, okay, so fine. What I'm going to do is get him. He's getting in my way. She's getting in my way. Pit Viper, you're getting... Fine, she's going off, so let her go off. There you go. So when you pull out the camera more, you get this top-down view, which is almost like... It's almost like a cinema view. It's almost like a movie, in the sense of, hey, I'm driving around, It's kind of going in this way. And it's kind of doing these dramatic pans going on a little bit. It looks cool, but it's kind of hard to play the game this way, although fine, there are probably people who have beaten this game running that view. But that's the idea. If you put that code in and you come on this level, and I think it's only this level, you get that. But we do want to run over enemies. Where are you, enemies that I want to take down? And fine, especially that special. My god, that special's amazing. So that's the other thing. Style, you want to be a Bigfoot truck or fine, hammerhead truck running over this stuff, monster truck, do it. Yeah, look at that thing be decimated. I guess also feasibly goes to that primal case where it said, hey, the people who made this, they said, we're driving down the 405 in Salt Lake City, we're stuck in traffic, wouldn't it be cool if we just had missiles and guns and things to clear the way of the cars? He said, let's make a game out of that. And there you go, that's how we got it. And going back to what we were saying earlier as far as Crash Bandicoot, fine. Crash Bandicoot feasibly was positioned as like the mascot of that. It's fine. They had the commercial where he went over to Nintendo's headquarters in Redmond and said, Mario, you're on notice, here's my game. Which is coming out right when Super Mario 64 did, by the way. But the case that, fine, that was feasibly that he did the mascot, but then again, the case of PlayStation having a lot of mascots, and then, fine, as far as faces of the console. I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily say, fine, Crash was a mascot for this console, no question. Spyro, I think you could also say is the case as far as being a view of that as well. But in some ways, with PlayStation, I think you put Xbox this way as well. In some ways, there were feasibly mascots for the console, but maybe more a case of, like, a face of a console. And fine, people realized that when PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale came out, which they're taking on Super Smash Bros., that for what it is not a bad game. It's pretty fun, but it's also the case that, hey, what are the Sony franchises that way? Like, what's the face of PlayStation? Which kind of works some of these kind of hardcore games, or kind of takes like that. Fine, it was Crash. There was Tomb Raider, so it was given that idea of like, hey, you know, sort of the sex appeal concept as far as, fine, having a female character, but also having a female character who, fine, despite being, seems like, oh wow, a female character who was actually like a woman this way as far as that idea. The case that, no, she was someone who's strong and had this knowledge and strength to her. Shit, okay, good, I made it. I thought I wasn't going to. But the case that, hey, kind of broke out more than maybe some of the other characters, except maybe Crash. And fine, Twisted Metal sort of was kind of the same way as far as breaking out as far as other medias, and as far as how they were. But it was kind of interesting thinking that, fine, with that stuff like, fine, Parappa the Rapper a little bit, as far as other PlayStation faces, and other things you feasibly would not get on other consoles. Fine, eventually, when it came to Final Fantasy stuff, fine, Cloud Strife, as far as Final Fantasy 7, because remember Final Fantasy 7, PlayStation game, so face of PlayStation that way. Oh, somebody died. Okay, so fine, apparently we already got Calypso ready to go. Okay, so fine, they died, apparently. I didn't see it happen. So yeah, the enemies can kill each other in some cases, but it's not always a guarantee. Also, I want to see... Calypso, where are you? Oh, he's over there, so fine. You can get up there, I just didn't go there. Also, fine, let's pot shot him. So fine. Yeah, there's Calypso. I was like, hey, I could feasibly sit here, pot shot him with missiles if I want to, if I have the ammo for it, but the case is finding the ammo for it. Fine, finding the ammo for it and also being able to hold on to it, because you only get about 2 per hit. Unless you turn infinite ammo on, which we will at some point, because I just want to show that. I think that's going to be fun. What do I get next? Okay, power stuff. Yeah, which is what I want. I want power and, yeah, where are you? And the dodge is pretty good, actually, in this game, because you can kind of see where he is. Except, okay, fine. Where am I getting shot at? So, yeah, you also get a sense of who's shooting me, because it might not necessarily be... Fine, it's not Calypso, it's just that guy. Fine, I didn't even touch him. But fine, I guess feasibly, either my tires are bigger than I think, or he was so intimidated by the size of his tires, like, fine, I'll just die now. Why not? Okay, so... Alright, so I'm at about half health, and yeah, Calypso's not around. Let's get the charge station, and then we'll take him down. Okay. And they'll show up the other characters, because that's the other thing. I'll go into this. When it came to this game, maybe also part of the reason why I didn't do this right away was because, well, fine, I want to scope it. I always say that. And My evidence, since you're new here, I'll explain this specifically just because I feel like it's worth going into, and it also fills time when you're seeing this. And hey, stuff with discussion. I love all the stuff that you and everybody in the chat tonight has been bringing. Okay, good. And that is, when I get a request for a game, I want to scope it because I want to make sure that we're going to do it right, and I'll, fine, because I want to show that care. I'm not going to just pull a game out and then say, oh yeah, we'll do it next week because it's set so we get it done. I want to show that respect to all of you for coming in. Shit, that's what we had going on when I was not playing as Hammerhead. Okay, so fine, it's happening when I'm playing as Hammerhead as well. Who knew? But anyway, oh shit, uh-oh. Fine, okay, I gotta get my ass out of here unless, okay, too late. But good news is when I die, he still holds the damage I did on him. But anyway, I basically said, like, I want to show that respect to what you have. Like, I basically want, as I said, I want to make it so that everybody comes in the show, as far as on the chat side of things. I want you to feel as much of a case of being on the couch with me as possible, even though I know you're watching as far as on Twitch or YouTube when it goes up there. It's not going to replicate the idea of, you know, you play this, or fine. The idea, like, me, yeah, the technology has not been existing yet to be able to reach my PlayStation 3 controller into the computer screen and transfer that over the internet so then you can play the game with me this way outside of, you know, playing a game, an online game or something like that. But I said, what can I do to replicate that? What's the idea of how I can make that go? I said, okay, that's the best way. So I said, fine. I'll try and run him over, so fine. That's got to be, I guess, the way we take care of Minion. Fine. It is Minion, but fine. I'm Hammerhead. Calypso, fine. I'm just also turning around. It's like the circle strafing thing, but it's not really even strafing. Just turn, turn, turn. Yeah, we're just circle. Yeah, fine. We're just doing donuts. That's what we're saying. Like, we're gonna put this off. Like, hey, it's fun just to turn around and fine. Not leave donuts in the ground. Like, fine. Calypso's saying, like, you are gonna beat me now, right? You're trying. Whoa. You're coming down now, right? Come on down. You're the next contestant. The Price is Right. And feasibly to die. Like I said, I want to show that respect. I want to give that perspective and say, like, fine, if you were going to come on and stream a game like this, whether you stream or not, I want to feasibly give this experience and say, like, hey, you know, you wanted this like that. I want to give that experience and show that you made the conscious decision to come here on a Saturday night, we feasibly watching anything else or doing anything else. I appreciate that so much, and we beat him. So, I at least want to give you the sense that, A, you're not wasting this time with the show. I want to give you an interesting show and hear what you have to say, of course. But also, play the game specifically to a case that, hey, you know, show that dedication as much as you're giving. And fine, me understanding what you're all seeing in some of the games we play, you know? So that's the other thing as well. It's like, sometimes it takes that. It takes my preparation on a game, or somebody else's, they're going to take the request on the show and then play it that way to do it. And fine, we have the viewer request coming as it is. Okay, so here's Calypso again. Let's see what's going on with Hammerhead. So what's happened with Hammerhead? Now, I'll skip the credits. I think you can skip the credits just for the purpose of it. So, it says you're asking for a new set of treads. What do you mean? Tires. So Clip's like, what? Why are you asking for tires? Couldn't you ask for anything? Is that all you want? Are you sure? Yeah, dude, they ain't cheap for a rig like this, you know. Okay, fine, your choice. So that went way better, so in a flash, the monster trucks were fitted with a brand new set of metal crushing tires. And so you decide to slam in reverse and speed out of the garage, and yeah, you're gonna have a great case of it. You race off down the road. In fact, there is, going down the road, down LA, because I think that's where this is supposed to be. In fact, yeah, it is right there. Golden State Parkway and Pasadena on I-5. Anyone's most outrageous night of your life, you vow to enter the Twisted Metal tournament again, but you're having a hard time thinking of a better prize than this. So, alright, fine. So, Dave and Mike are very easily satisfied, but it's also the case that, fine, these tires cost money. It's like, give me the best tires you can get. Like, okay, great. Perfect. Okay, so that is them. And next up, we're going to take a look at Sweet Tooth. Fine, sort of the mascot of the franchise as far as the face of it. When it loads. Okay, yeah, it does load. Like, the load is not bad in this game. And even running it through PlayStation 3, since it's emulating the PS1 disc, and if you put the PS1 disc into PS3, you can play it that way, and it runs exactly the same. That's how that goes. Alright, so here's Sweet Tooth. We mentioned that idea. I'm not going into car info on him yet, because we're going to get something on the story. But password for this is going to be, again, the rooftop. So fine, it's going to be sort of the same thing over and over again. That's also why I make a discussion program, so we'll not get boring. We'll go into other stuff as we take the rooftop combat and show off all of the stuff going on with everybody. Okay. So next, here we go. You have the laugh as far as the creepy clown. Let's also go into the ice cream trucks. Here we go. Look at that. He has it with his hands there. It's like, hey, turn and turn and turn. And look at that. And as far as how Sweet Tooth works, he has a very, 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 very powerful special attack. He is the nuclear cone. I think that's what they called it. Fine. It's deadly ice cream cone, and my god, does it hurt enemies when you hit them. So fine. As soon as I find an enemy that's around, and fine. Why is the radar not on? And the rear view. Yeah, I want those on. So fine. Yeah, I can also ram them pretty well, because, yeah, I have the big ice cream truck, so we can run that well. Boom. Yeah, look at that. Look how much damage it took on Crimson Fury. I mean, Crimson Fury doesn't have good armor anyway. But even as far as that, boom, yeah, Outlaw, boom, he is in trouble. And you get that creepy laugh. So yeah, it is like the horror case. And fine, Twisted Metal Black would especially go the horror case, because fine, they go into stuff with this game. At first I thought, okay, actually, because Twisted Metal Black on PlayStation 2, that's the one that goes for a mature rating. It's definitely an adult game, specifically as far as how it is. Not that this isn't necessarily, but that one goes into really disturbing stuff with its cinematics. But it's interesting. First I thought, wait, was kind of a case of them going mature rated on this franchise, not for no reason. I don't think that. I don't think there's like a Prince of Persia Warrior Within case. I don't think it's a Shadow the Hedgehog case. I don't think it's a Bomberman Act Zero case. But also the question I said, okay, where did this come from? But going to the story of what Sweet Tooth is, fine, they did say this in the information, so I will at least give credence to this. And I'll try and get my way through. They did say he has psychiatric perspectives to himself. So, wait for the gun temperature to go down. I can shoot this again and get my way through because I need health. Here, gun temperature, when it goes red, I can't shoot it. Okay, there we go. Thank you, enemies. There is that aspect, so they kind of go into what does that necessarily mean. And I guess with Twisted Metal Black, especially the ending for Sweet Tooth, oh my god, it definitely goes into very twisted directions, but it is also something that really, in a way, it seems in keeping with what we're seeing with this game, and the idea that even though this is a teen-rated game, it's something that there is a darkness you can kind of see kind of under the surface of this. And it's just that they just take the mask off completely with Twisted Metal Black. And I guess the 2012 one, although to what degree that goes like Twisted Metal Black does, I'm not aware. So, and that way it's kind of an interesting way of, I'll say this, because I've said franchises that have gone in a more adult direction where it seems like they didn't do it right, or didn't do it in a way that made it justify it. This kind of is a franchise that does the opposite. It does do it right, in that it goes kind of in a little more of a mature direction in a way that you look and it's like, okay, you know, that makes sense. I would say this is one, I'd say Mega Man X is a case like that, where it goes a bit darker than Mega Man Classic does. So in that way, yeah, that seems like it's kind of a logical extension of what came before that. Hey, it would be a little darker as far as certain things. And especially Zero and ZX, they especially go, especially Zero, as far as that. So it seems like it's a logical extension. Now, so the other one kind of that does this and also does it with comedy, interesting enough, is the Jak and Daxter franchise. So basically Jak 2. Jak 2, they basically said, hey, you know, this is a case where we're going to go with a teen rating for the second one. In fact, I think it was actually, like you mentioned, Kingdom Hearts. I think I read something recently. I don't know if this is a recent indication or something that's been out for a while. Naughty Dog, who developed that game, who also made Uncharted and Last of Us and Crash Bandicoot, they specifically said they saw Kingdom Hearts after, they saw Kingdom Hearts when they're making Jak 2, and they said, looking at this like, they came to the plate so well with the stuff with their animations and I guess with that quality of its graphics. Even though we did have stuff we ran on Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, the first one on PS2, which did come out before Kingdom Hearts by a year, they said, we can't have that look again. We have to do something different. I don't know if that was the impetus for them going more adult with it or find darker. I find it's a little more adult in some ways, but a little darker, but then saying like, hey, we want to zero in on stuff with the animations, especially that one, because those animations, they are almost like a Kingdom Hearts level in terms of the attention to detail. We see like the screen the skin crinkling as far as certain things, or having those facial reactions, especially the line in Jack 2 where they meet the guy saying, I am Pekka. Yeah, no need to talk about that. It's the name my mom gave me. They just start kind of chuckling. And you see kind of the laugh as far as how Jack has taken it, specifically, especially given the dark things that happened to him in that game. So the fact that he's kind of able to have that bit of levity going on, and kind of be a little more sort of puerile, but also kind of fitting as far as how it is, and just that quality of its graphics. They said, you know what, we kind of want to go that direction. I think that's the impetus about why Naughty Dog kind of upped their game. Although, fine, to be fair, Naughty Dog always kind of had that kind of cartoon-level graphic quality that they kind of were aiming for, with Crash Bandicoot especially. And even when they went to the more, not, I guess, cartoony things of theirs, like with Uncharted and The Last of Us, they took that perspective of animation that they knew from that and said, hey, no, we can do other stuff. Yeah. Kind of like, honestly, with this, fine, with, as far as this, I guess with Jet Moto, fine, Jet Moto came out right when this, around the same time, and I need to get, uh-oh, I'm frozen, shit. Uh-oh, yeah, I'm gonna, wait. Let me get my ass out of here. Please let me get out. Like, yeah, I'm hanging on a thread. Oh, shit. Fine. Even me landing there, I died because I crashed into the barrier. Okay, fine. All right, well, we're back, but we'll take care of them. I do want to use the specials, and I want to use the... Okay, fine. I think I said earlier that your weapons... I don't know if I said your weapons are held over when you die. That was a lie. If I said that, that's wrong. If I didn't say that, I'm saying it now that they're not. Okay, so fine, let me see. Okay, so we're good as far as that. I just need more weapons, which is always the idea. Yeah, so I guess maybe the reason also I'm kind of going into that is the case like, hey, the evolution stuff, because we're talking stuff on PlayStation, right? And honestly, I get the sense in some ways maybe there's been a gaping hole in our PlayStation coverage, even though we played stuff on PlayStation. And stuff that's also kind of been off the beaten path on PlayStation. Because that was the Crusader 64's case when we played Shadow Hearts on PS2. In fact, we did Until Dawn, that's not exactly off the beaten path. Uh-oh, he's here. Ah, crap. Fine, even the nuclear cone, that's not helping me. Alright, I'm out of here. Yeah, bye. And also because Sweet Tooth's heavier, that's the idea that, hey, you know, I gotta get out quick. And fine, it's heavier and slower. But also he's very powerful, but even Calypso's kind of taking me down. If I say this, if it gets bad on certain things, or fine, I'll just show this off eventually. Show off the, what is it? The... invincibility. Fine, invincibility and the infinite ammo. Maybe I just do that, just to feasibly speed things up. But fine, okay, we're looking at the same thing over and over. I know that's the case, and I'll also pick. Actually, yeah, because I'm gonna do Yellow Jacket next. I think Yellow Jacket can make that jump to the other building. So I'll show that. Fine, that's also the idea. Like, hey, you know, it is kind of the same thing over and over again. How do I get that set? No, I don't want to fall off. Yeah, where are you, Calypso? There he is. Fine, alright, I'm realizing with Sweet Tooth, fine, because of how heavy he is. Fine. Fine, Hammerhead was heavy too. But still, with how heavy he is, it seems like... Yeah, I gotta be even more careful. Fine, I guess... Actually, I don't know if he's heavier than, Hammerhead. I think they're equal, because they go from up to 1 to 5, or between 1 to 5 as far as the stats of the players. But I don't know if that changes anything else. I just want to... Okay, fine. I gotta bide my time until that, what was it? The health station is back. I also stay out of the way of those things. Oh yeah, and we'll also have a live read in the instruction manual. I forgot about that. I'll do it at the end. And also I'll show off how hard it is, because fine, showed how bad medium is, how, if that's bad, how bad is hard. Okay, so fine. At least we'll get more, homing and power shots. Yeah, can this thing... Okay, perfect. Perfect timing. I just had to ask, like, it's back. He's here? Oh shit, he is here. No! Alright, got him. Good. Let's reset. Thank God. Oh, let's see what Sweet Tooth's prize is. Let's grab more water. I definitely need it. Fine, if you're gonna be doing this and you're gonna be a discussion program like I am, or fine, we are, I'll definitely have to do that. Okay, so there's our third rodeo with Calypso. He's taken care of, but yeah, what does Sweet Tooth want? Because as I said, he's got mental elements as far as mental health concerns. Fine, I'll go back to the story thing after I do the thing with Yellow Jacket, because it goes into a spoiler. So what does he want? I don't remember what he wants specifically. Oh, so fine, he's asking for this? What's this? Well, it's a paper bag. Yeah, what's the bag? Sweet Tooth, I can offer you anything. Money, fame, even power. You dare insult me? Alright, so Calypso doesn't like what we're asking for. But, oh, right, because he came out of mental asylum, right. He escaped from the mental ward 5 years ago. He's been searching for this bag, really, because in your twisted mind, it's more than that. Okay. It's a friend. Yes, the bag is crazy. Harold the Wacky Lunch Sack. Okay. And he's come home. Finding one hand of the bag, placing the other hand on the wheel, you speed off into LA's night and search for new adventures or new victims. And live a new life where your bag can be happy at last. Okay. Yeah, because that's the idea. He apparently is killing people in Twisted Metal Black. So the idea is like, hey, he's a murderer that way, but fine. He also has mental history as far as how it was. But there is one thing that also kind of throws that into question. It also says to me, these stories cannot feasibly take place at the same time or all be canonical because of this, which we'll see in just a second. Yeah, because we're going to play as Yellow Jacket. And then what we'll do is we'll show off the bios again with them, and then we'll pull out other characters just to go all the way. So back to the rooftop. Sorry if it's repetitive. It was like, hey, as I said, I had to figure out how was I doing this. ElecVerse said, do what you think is best as far as this, to which I said, I want to show off all the characters. I want to show off all the endings. How can I do that? This is how we're doing it. And feasibly also is the case that, fine, because if that was the other case, I said this, and we'll also show the view for him. So into the taxi we go, boom, look at that. And apparently he has a hook for a hand. But I also want to try something. Fine, if I die doing this, I'm fine, but... Well, okay, fine, I guess I can't launch that way, so fine, I guess I wasted my life. Okay, so fine, sorry.
Too bad. You lost your machine.
And fine, every time I do that, I will put in that edit for F-Zero X. And yeah, we'll have to do another F-Zero game. I should probably do, yeah, GP Edge is really interesting as far as the story. That's another one I gotta figure out how to scope, but... I'd probably do Super Nintendo, or maybe I should do a night of F-Zero 99, because fine, that game is awesome. So you can show off stuff, but they keep updating that game feed. Speaking of a live service game that's free, assuming you have a Switch Online account, in which case, fine, your subscription pays for that. So in that case, it's not free, but that idea. That one keeps evolving with so many different things. It's a case that, hey, you know, how is that going? Okay, so for Yellow Jacket, he is who I played as I went through for the test play. He's average at everything, and he has the Molotov cocktails he throws out as far as the special weapon. So fine, that's where the variety's coming in. Like, hey, we go into the characters, we see what their dashboard view is like. It's always neat. You hear their voices when they shoot that off, going with him going, yeah. She's like a precursor to the Donkey Kong does in Donkey Kong 64. Yeah. Actually, it sounds almost exactly the same. Except I'm stuck because somebody froze me. Alright, Thumper, you're going down. If I'm thinking Thumper from Bambi, he was like, no, that's not the idea, unless they put Thumper in, Disney Speedstorm. Fine, they're putting Miss Piggy in Speedstorm, so like, okay, fine, anything is possible. That'd be hilarious, because fine, Thumper in Bambi is a case like, hey, you know, he's always feasibly the troublemaker, but always one who means well, even though he's making trouble. So, the thought of him in, like, the Mario Kart-like game, that would be hilarious. But, either way... It's fine. This Thumper is not the same one. He's gonna have to go down. Where is he? Because, yeah, okay, fine. I can at least say this. Actually, no, I won't say this, because... What, Yellow Jacket is looking Because I do know what he's looking for, but... Which I keep turning that off. Yeah, because you can turn off the radar if you want to. Like, no, I gotta have that radar on. Although, fine. If you want to turn it off, you can turn it off. These will make it harder. Fine, I guess in multiplayer you can feasibly turn it off. You probably might want to make it harder, I guess. Or it's like GoldenEye or something like that. Like, hey, you know, they have that no radar option they give you. Or fine, to cheat in GoldenEye and then Perfect Dark makes it an option. It's like, you don't know where the enemies are, so you gotta go find them. Okay. Yeah, Crimson Fury's like, yeah, sorry, I was gonna do that. Yes, there you go. Use a Molotov cocktail to blow that wide open. Okay, so... the power missiles, the same deal as before. That's basically what you're gonna do. But there we go. Okay. Alright, come on. Okay, got it, good. Alright, awesome. As I'll say this, next time we do a Twisted Metal game, I'll try and pull someone into it. I mean, as I said, when we do Twisted Metal Black, the Crusader 64 called dibs on it. Fine, that was last week, he specifically said. Fine. We talked off screen as far as that, but I said specifically, yeah, that's all yours. Because he loves Twisted Metal Black. The only thing with Twisted Metal Black, we'll have to mute some of the music on that because... at least the intro, because the intro they licensed Painted Black by the Rolling Stones, so I cannot play that. We're gonna have our live cover of that case specifically that way, so like, hey, you know, fine, it's muted, and we'll say like what it is. And then of course we always put link list items for its licensed music, saying like, hey, we can't show this. As just like last week with Until Dawn's remake, where fine, it's a streaming mode, but it doesn't cover every piece of licensed music. Or fine, it covers the one on the everything but the one at the end and the beginning of the game. Which is also the reason why we went with that version. And fine, why, as I said, it's Super Bowl game Saturday, 8 days after the game came out of a remake of a game from 9 years prior, so there you go. So Thumper, you're gone, and Crimson Fury is going to go quickly too, because he's not very strong in terms of power. He just doesn't have much armor, so you can ram him pretty decently and he'll go down. Oh shit, no! Back up, back up, back up! Especially because I lost that life jumping off the building. So off he goes. Bye-bye. So next, yeah, Calypso again, fine. I'm not intending to skip that, but I guess when you hold X, I guess it considers the confirmation, and since I have the control method as X and as accelerate, it's like, fine, we're gonna get that up. Wait, he's coming down here. I was like, yeah, can I get my way out? No, I can't. If I do one more life, I just have to be careful as far as doing that. And then more stuff going on, I guess, with... oh, wait, he's here? Okay, no, it's not here. It's like, fine. It's the, what is it? There's their names of these things. I'm not going to edit down what they are, because we're going to look at the manual to tell us what their names are. Unless the manual doesn't say it, in which case, fine, then it won't help to do it. Yeah, Calypso turn around. It's like, yeah, I'm surprised you're not turning around, but okay, fine. Yeah, this is also why, hey, you do want to use that... okay, fine, he does have the special weapon. He's fine. He has the taser of, the policeman, outlaw. So fine, I guess he has a random, special weapon of a character. I guess. That must be it. Because he only has the one. He has that, and fine, I probably shouldn't use that now, but... either way. I just need more, power missiles. And freeze missiles are... well, fine, actually, they're right there, so... back up. Oh, shit, no! Crap. I backed up too much, and now I'm dead.
Too bad. You lost.
Unfortunately, I gotta do that again. So you know what? I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Just for the purpose of this, just to kind of make this go a little more, and also just because I think it might be interesting to show this. Actually, okay, oh no, I have a note down what those things are called. They're called minions. So actually, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put in 3 passwords to this just for variety's sake. I'm gonna put in triangle, X, circle, square, and triangle. That's a password for the rooftops. It gets you there, and there are no minions, of course. Then I'm gonna put this one in, which is hit triangle, do not have anything in the second space, then hit square and circle twice, hit start. That's unlimited ammo, and then just for this one, Square, triangle, X, space in there, and then circle. Hit start. That is invincibility. So we're not getting a game over. In fact, I could do it on hard, but like that would be cheating because it's not showing that. Fine, I'm cheating already, but it's not going to show how hard is. We should show how hard is. But, oh, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. I put that in. You saw that. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. Okay, so what this password does is... Fine, Calypso's amongst all the other, players, I guess. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. Okay, never mind. Okay, so I was wrong when I said, hey, you know, that has, like, the minions of the other creatures. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on. I saw the password. Okay, what is that? Yeah, remember, this is back in the days where you had cheat codes in games, although, fine. It also features these good training wheels, I guess, like, hey, you know, how to handle this. Fine, I'm invincible, so nothing's gonna kill me. And fine, I have infinite stuff, so, like, I have these, fine, it shows homing 1, but... So, let's show this. He's hitting me, he's not doing a damn thing. Fine, we beat him legitimately a couple times. But here's the question, though. If I kill him this way... I mean, you can still be frozen even though you're invincible. Fine, there's the outlaw. Maybe the outlaw can take him down. But here's the question. If I'm killing him this way, fine, because I do want to feasibly get the power missiles, but it's also something that... He just died of this. Fine, he can die to this. Let me go get power missiles because they're down here. Like, yeah, hi, Outlaw. Maybe you should be focusing on the other guy here. Like, yeah, you know? Because he's the guy we have to beat as far as, you know, winning this whole thing. You want your item, so fine. What I want to do is I want to get, yeah, I'll get the power missiles. Actually, is he here? No, he's not here. Fine. Fine, you can also show Outlaw getting decimated. Fine, Outlaw, yeah, out of the way, my friend. It shows you how strong these are and why they limit them. So fine, boom, he is dead. Yeah, the one thing this does not do is does not give you infinite turbo. And turbo actually is kind of weird when it comes to picking it up, because you basically look for this red line, and then you see that it's turbo. You pick it up, you get 10 points for that. It acts as energy for it. It doesn't go for seconds, just that when you have it higher, you'll be able to boost it for longer before it runs out. But you do have to pick up more. It does not come back automatically. Yeah, Crimson Fury, where are you going? Also, interesting enough, for some reason, at the Super Bowl Game Saturday studio here, I've been hearing, actually, before we started tonight, I heard fireworks going off. I don't know what's going special tonight, as far as the idea of that. I'm hearing, like, cars driving all around. I don't know if necessarily where I am, there's, like, fine, we're doing Twisted Metal perspectives, or they're remembering, my anniversary of Crash Team Racing or something like that. Okay. Okay, boom, 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 minion, you're going down, and I just want to see something that's fine. If he's amongst us, as far as in the actual thing, once I kill him, now, fine, he just goes away. It's like, fine, he's out of commission entirely. Actually, I'm also curious if those like roaring engines outside, if they're coming up on the mic. You'll hear us they are, because I've sometimes had that, like, hey, you know, well, sometimes your car horns outside or something like that. Or, actually, no, I had a thunderstorm when we did one of the Pokemon, which had 9 parts. And that was something like, hey, you know, fine, Crimson Fury, out of my way, I want you dead. Well, fine, using the power missiles that don't lock on. I was like, I just want him dead. Like, hey, it did pick up as far as, like, the thunderstorm right there. Fine. Fine, make it easy on myself. You can also use the rear fire, like, hey, you want to, yeah, you want to burn? Yeah, how about some fire Scarecrow, or fire Crimson Fury? Or tire spikes, see what's going on there. And where is my homing missile? Where is that? Where are you? Where'd he go? Yeah, boom, boom, boom. I want you done. We want you done. Okay, there you go. Okay, I love that. I love that that's happened. Also, I wonder this. Is there feasibly a speedrun strategy when it comes to Twisted Metal? This one. When it comes to how the ledges handle. And also, for that matter, if the other games do it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, but this game is fun and cathartic. And fine, since I have nothing to worry about when it comes to death, it's like, okay, fine, Thumper, you're going away, boom. Okay, so I killed everybody. Okay, you just made him. Okay. So I don't know if there's something that actually dictates that, or is this just a, fine, it's feasibly just an easier way to go through, doing this. You know what, fine, we're using that password now. Okay, so this is why I said, you know what, these endings feasibly cannot all be canonical. Because this is the ending I saw when I did my test. Because, what Yellow Jacket wanted, or Charlie Kane, he wanted to know, I'm looking for my son. He went away 20 years ago. What happened? Maybe you can give me an answer. Or fine, he can definitely give an answer. He sent, Captain Spears drives roadkill back in time and he died. Like, I just want some information. My son's still alive. He disappeared 20 years ago and I haven't seen him since. But unfortunately, Calypso says, I have bad news for you. You saw your son tonight. He was the driver of the ice cream truck. Sweet Tooth. He is Needles Kane as far as who his name is. This is Charlie Kane. That is his son. Last 5 years, he was using the name Sweet Tooth, traveling the country looking for victims. Until tonight, he was one of the most wanted serial killers in the country, and Twisted Metal Black goes into that specifically. Because of you, he's dead. So now it actually is worse. So it's that case that, hey, you got the wish you wanted, but it's the case that, were you ready for the answer? And the case of, you know, fine, can I come back next year and maybe get my suffering? So it's actually very tragic. The case of, hey, you know, his father whose son has mental problems, was in a mental asylum, he disappeared, he doesn't know what happened to him, he was going off killing people, his ending was getting a paper bag that he has an attachment to, or I guess a objectification to, I guess is the right way to put it. And then we went here, and he died, and we killed him. So in that case, these endings could not possibly take place at the same time or all be canonical because Sweet Tooth's in the other games. And I believe that, I don't know if, chat, correct me if this is not right, are the other games in this franchise following up on this in terms of the time they take place? Because I don't think that, fine, I'm maybe on Twisted Metal Black. I don't know if Twisted Metal Black, you know what, I'm gonna do something I usually don't do on this show. I'm gonna actually look up now on Twisted Metal Black, just because I want to get a question. I usually take the notes for that. I want to see, canonically speaking, where does this thing fall? If there's an answer. Right now I'm just gonna do the simple thing of looking at the Wikipedia page, unless I can find something better for an edit. I don't think it says. Yeah, I don't know if there's a timeline to this from what I'm seeing. Chat, if you know there's a timeline on Twisted Metal as a franchise, feel free to let me know, because I'd be curious of that, because I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. So as I said, because of this, the thought that, hey, Sweet Tooth would have to be in, or fine, Needles Kane, his real name, would have to be the other one, unless somebody takes the persona of Sweet Tooth, say, and then is feasibly doing killings in his name. The idea of the copycat murders, or something like that, perhaps. Because you saw that with, and we'll go, in fact, we'll show the bios again, because we'll go to what I was briefly showed at the beginning, but yeah, Needles Kane. It does show that here specifically, because he wants his best friend, which is the bag, and then here is his father, Charlie Kane. So they do show their names, so you could suggest, like, hey, wait a minute, there's a connection between these two. So it doesn't, okay, it doesn't explicitly state that Charlie is the father of Needles, but it feasibly suggests it. But fine, his son, although, fine, by that, you might read that and it's like, wait a minute, that feasibly could be a suggestion. But then remember, this is the first time out, so feasibly maybe we're not thinking about maybe the lore on this. I know we're into this with Kingdom Hearts. In fact, I know, ElecVerse, you said this. You're saying, hey, when it came to how that franchise went, and we'll have Mr. Ashmore in this way, his weapon is the Death Blast. He's feasibly got something coming from the depths of hell this way, maybe. I'll put that same password, and I'm not going to put in the invincibility. I'm going to do this legitimately. But I'll have him up for this. You mentioned the idea that, hey, where the game's chronologies went for Kingdom Hearts later, and the case of, did they necessarily kind of feasibly make that up as they went along. Fine, it says prepare to battle a minion, it just shows that. So you get that right away when you launch it with this password. And, fine, let's get Outlaw's case. Oh no, that's Outlaw. This is, Dark Side. It's fine, truck. Here you go. Ow. Yeah, like, I'm not even showing necessarily what his, weapon is. Okay, I'm frozen, shit. Yeah, Calypso, take everybody else out. I need help. I don't want to be here anymore. And also, I'm a big-ass truck. It's like, hey, you know, trying to get my way through. Yeah, also look at that. The semi's, like, coming disconnected from that. So talk about a great attention to detail. Oh, there's a bit of a delay when you do the reverse. Ow, crap. So fine, they're burning my truck. Uh-oh, shit, and they're here. Yeah, you do always, by the way, as far as this... At least in single player, I don't know how the multiplayer works on this. You do always spawn in that location. Fine, maybe I should just use invincibility, but no, I'm not going to do that. I showed it once. If it gets bad, I'll show it again. Fine, at least we'll get 5 hours of this game this way, because we'll give a complete look. I said, I always promise that. Complete look at the game we play, because actually that was the one thought. I was like, hey, are we even going to get able to get this done in one show? Fine, if we need more than one show, I'm fine with that. I don't care. We can do more than one show, no problem. But I said, you know, I feasibly want to finish this in one show if I can, just because, like, well, I didn't feasibly have to put this off until next year because I don't have enough space as far as where schedule is. But it's like, we'll do other stuff as far as schedule. And, yeah, I'm laughing to death. We're doing Medieval next year. Great suggestion. I'm so happy you suggested that for it. So it's something that I didn't really think as a concept of, like, hey, you know, good idea. I'll definitely take that, and we'll do that next year. So next October, we'll do Medieval. Actually, there's a lot of stuff I've been thinking as far as stuff I want to do next year based on what I've been asked for. Because I know on docket, as far as stuff I know we got next year that I've been asked for, I was asked for Radiant Silver Gun. We're going to play that. I have the 360 version, so that's how we'll run that. I was asked for, well, fine, I've been asked for a lot of stuff. I keep track of it. I keep track of the chat transcripts as well. So I have the link list items, all that stuff. And also where the suggestions come from, so we know. Yeah, because this was made a while. Fine, this request was made a while ago, I should say. Good night, everyone. I have to work early tomorrow. Oh, say, good to see you, Dollyfin. Thank you for stopping by the show for Twisted Metal tonight. Hope you had a good time. Thank you for adding to the show, as you always do. And I enjoyed it. Thank you. No problem. I'm glad you did. Just to let you know, next week's show is going to be on October 26th, ElecVerse's birthday. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday, ElecVerse, by the way. And I put this, by the way, tonight, ElecVerse, because I said, I'm not taking you away from your friends and family on your birthday for that. Like, hey, I appreciate you coming by the show, no question. Like, hey, you have your time as far as that. The point is, we do have a show next week. We're doing Splatterhouse for TurboGrafx 16. Using the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, we'll show off aspects of the show. And anything you want to see as a preview, including the game we played off last year of Castlevania Rondo of Blood, say the word, we'll do it, but we're doing full on Splatterhouse for TurboGrafx 16 from Namco next week. So good to see you, Dollyfin. Thank you so much for stopping the show. Hope you have a good night, and take care of yourself. As I keep going as far as going on with, yeah, taking care of Calypso and everybody here. Happy birthday, by the way, ElecVerse. Yeah, me too. And thank you so much as far as that, for sure, for that idea. It's like, hey, that's the idea. We have a great community. We love the community here, no question. Have a great case of it, and, yeah, we always appreciate that. And a big case, you know, as far as that, you just celebrate. Like, hey, I have a celebration of that. We always do as far as the cases of that, so no issue there. Actually, my brother Knox's birthday is actually on the weekend we're doing Tamba, although I don't think he's played Tamba. So that's that case specifically. Fine, we're starting Tamba, because that's going to be multiple games. Fine, I do need to try and find... Okay, so yeah, that's the laser as far as him. It is hitting Crimson Fury decently. Maybe not as much as I was expecting. Fine, I'm getting hit in the tail by... Oh, the enemies. As is the case. Alright, so there you go. Fine, that's Mini. Like, fine. Okay, look at that. I got stuck. Like, there you go. One last show as far as that. Oh, that him? Shit, he's stuck. Fine, looks like he's stuck. Like, fine, I'm getting my ass out of here. I'm not staying. Also, because I need to get some health. Fine, because I'm not running invincibility. I guess I should. Fine, but yeah, when you're really low on health, you don't have much energy going on. Right, do I have any... Okay, I don't have any freeze stuff. Fine, there is free stuff over there. And the item locations are set, so the item for that is underneath this box. Yeah, there it is, freezing. So yeah, basically to take Calypso out, hit him with freeze shots, and then hit him with power missiles. You do get that atmospheric music, and yeah, you can just make the drive off as far as making off the jump of the building. I think because you have to. Like, I don't think they would feasibly get in the case of saying, hey, we want to... Uh-oh, whoa. It also shows how much you take an invincibility case like that for granted when you don't have it, or when you do have it. Fine, okay. You know what? I want to try something. Okay, that has to be what it is, going back to... by the way, thank you for the early birth wishes. No problem, ElecVerse, of course. I said, that's also why I picked this weekend. I said, like, fine, I know it's that way. Like, I appreciate you stopping by the show, no question, but I said, like, hey, you know... I understand that everybody who comes to the show, they have lives specifically, like, hey, you know, I want to make sure that you have that idea, like, to spend it as you wish. Of course, we get you the stuff that you want to see, for sure. Yeah, I was like, consider this feasibly my early birthday gift to you. Of course, my gift to you for everything you add to the show, and anything everybody adds to the show. And that's the thing about this program. As I'm getting killed by Calypso, and bouncing when I die, but it's either way. Yeah, because I do have one more life, and... Oh, he is the last one. So, fine. Oh, we're almost done. So, he's last to go. So, fine. Calypso, you down there? Yeah, because he'll still be in the same place he last was. Yeah, fine. There he is. Okay, yeah, the laser's not going to get past that way, specifically. Okay. I say, because that's been the thing I've really just liked about the show, is it's the idea that, hey, we have this great community in the case that, hey, you want to come by, but it's also the case that, look, fine, that's also why I always say, like, we always say we're not a monetized show, and, like, why are we not a monetized show? Because, as I mentioned, it means that, fine, we get to kind of do what we want, kind of have this relaxed hangout that way. I can't believe I'm turning 31 next week. No, I get that. I've been in cases as far as, you know, that idea of, like, hey, the growth case to yourself, like, realizing, man, you're kind of at a point that way in your life as far as it. And, like, each year kind of bringing something new, something different, and that idea of what that is, fine. I'm fine. I'm turning 39 as far as the end of the year. Like, I'm realizing, like, yeah, I'm almost at 40. Like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe it's been that case. Yeah, the passage of time's still going, but the case, like, hey, you know, things going on as far as it. Like, hey, a lot of, yeah, so you have a great story to tell. Fine, you and everybody who's come here have great stories to tell. That's what I think I've realized. Like, people just have these great stories to tell about themselves and also about where they come from, like, and what they've had as far as gaming with easily anything, you know? It's not just gaming. The idea of, like, hey, this is transcending gaming that way in terms of what the stuff means to us. Mostly, like, hey, what do you like? What's the perspectives? And also, what do you want to see? So it kind of goes the whole way. But if you have good plans as far as, fine, you definitely probably have some good plans as far as what you want to do. It's like, and of course, remember, like, hey, it also doesn't matter, like, hey, if you can't make the show, we still have the stuff for the shows, you know? That's why I do the archive. In fact, that was actually, I think, sort of kind of a, actually, fine. It was something I figured I should do anyway. But also, it's like, hey, you know, people, you know, missing it. In the case, like, hey, you know, that's also the way that I do, get case, like, hey, if you can't be here for the quests you wanted, like, I'll still have them. We'll still do them as far as the reportings and all that. Also, I do want to apologize for the issues we had on Outrun with the audio. It went that hissing audio. I don't know why it did that. I hope it's not on Twisted Metal, which is why I'm doing the pullouts of the mic. I had to ride this out a couple more months, and then it should be set. We'll do that game again, I promise. I'm sorry I went to the audio issues, because I had such a great time on that show. It's like, it's every Sega racing game we did this year except for Super Hang-On. That was the one, like, fine. I said, shit, crap, I missed it. Okay, fine. Next times are gonna call for this. I guess I have to use the cheat code for this. Fine, I'll put in the invincibility. We'll do it. That idea. Okay, so I'll do that. Fine, I'm doing it in the mic poll just to make sure, because fine. Hopefully it's fixing if we ever have problems, but it never does when I do this, as far as when I do polls. So we'll see. I'll be back in just a sec. Yeah, I know it's unorthodox, but I said if I'm gonna be feasibly preventing audio problems, because look, as I said, sometimes I don't know they're happening when the show goes. That's the idea, like running without a safety net when it comes to this program. Let's put in the code. Is that right? Square triangle. Got it. And then I'll put in the unlimited weapons, and fine, I'll put the invincibility in just because, like, I want to keep this going. I don't necessarily want to, you know, elongate it, but it's also something like, hey, you know, I do want to go the whole way. We're going the whole way on the game, no question. And fine, I made you wait 3 years for this game, ElecVerse, and I know, like, I get the idea as far as that was like, fine, I know I need to feasibly figure that in terms of certain things. Fine, some stuff is like, hey, if I have to try and figure a copy of something out, but this one I've had for a while, but I gotta be set to this. I just want to be sure I'm set, you know? That's the idea. And I'm already having I'm definitely having a great time doing this, and hopefully having a good time watching, and also the idea of, like, kind of bringing back the memories. I mean, I think it clearly has on this one, as it's been. And kind of feasibly making new memories in the case that, fine, I think I'll tell you this, it's one of those things when I look back on this game. This feasibly, I think, is going to be forming, fine, when it comes to this show, because I guess I do this as far as how it is, it's something that every time I do a show, or game for a show, I'll have memory about that game because of what happens with the show, discussions and things, what happens in the game, all that stuff. To inform that on top of whatever my own memories are. And I guess sometimes when it comes to preparation, just because, like, hey, I want to be set, as I always say, but still, kind of in that way telling the story and showing that, hey, this is kind of something different. And remember, us not being monetized means that, hey, you know, we can go through anything specific. Fine, not that I necessarily would have to answer to, like, maybe I would have to, but it's also something that, fine, I know I'm not going to be able to be good enough to do this for pay. Like, I don't want to do that. Actually, the Crusade Nerd 64 said something to me last week before we did our Until Dawn play. We said, hey, you know, if you do it as far as a monetized thing, maybe that takes the fun out of it. I mean, maybe. Although, fine, it's feasibly also, I guess, a different case for me, because at this point it's now the case that, fine, whenever I pick up a game, I always think, I can do this for a show feasibly. So it changes that mentality, but it's not the case that I always say, like, you know, it means that it's feasibly taking the fun out of gaming for me. Because in some ways, it's the case that, oh, I play something that's really cool myself, and say, I'd love to show this on the show. Somebody in chat comes by and says, I love this game, I want to see it. Or other people who've been guests on shows say, hey, I want to see a game or show a game, and then we do it. And the thought of feasibly, the other case of this is fine. Twisted Metal is pretty popular as far as a franchise of the game, but the case that, fine, not every game is like that. Some cases, games slip through the cracks, and I'm just as guilty of that as anybody else when it comes to certain things. And PlayStation, I'm definitely guilty of that one. Because I didn't have PlayStation for a while, but it's something that, okay, what was I missing that way? In fact, I think Medic said this when we did Parasite Eve. He said, I initially had Nintendo 64 as far as in that era as well. We said, like, hey, I went to my friend's house to play Parasite Eve, fell in love with it, and realized, hey, you know, the grass is greener on the other side when it comes to the fact of how RPGs are, because of my love of that, and my love of about the horror game, which Nintendo 64 didn't really have much examples of. Fine, they had some examples of them, but not many. It wasn't like PlayStation, where you had tons of car combat games, you had tons of RPGs, you had tons of survival horror games. It's fine. In N64, you had, I think in the survival horror case, there were, I think, technically only two, which were Resident Evil 2 and Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers. That's technically a survival horror game that plays exactly like Resident Evil. Outside of that, not much. And as far as car combat, there's Vigilante 8, which is pulled off of this. Find Mario Kart and Diddy Kong Racing as far as like kart racing concepts. Fine, okay, a lot of car racing games on Nintendo 64 as far as that. But then also RPGs, then the question like, hey, what were the RPGs on Nintendo 64 that were really good? Paper Mario. And Ogre Battle Personal Delivery Caliber. Those were great. Everything else, not so much. But still made some interesting cases. Like, fine, okay, there weren't many RPGs. Unfortunately, I think there were like 5, technically. Bye-bye Calypso. But Calypso's not last to go, so Outlaw is. Yeah, we'll definitely do more stuff on PlayStation just because I get this sense like, hey, what are we doing? Although, I'll say this also, which is that, also when it comes to the games we've done on PlayStation, now I'm realizing it, I think a lot of it was stuff that's been feasibly ported to other systems over the years. I guess stuff that's not Sony first party, with a couple exceptions. Yeah, definitely a lot of good suggestions as far as that. And definitely first party PlayStation stuff I definitely want to get to at some point. Yeah, and in fact, I was also toying with this, and I gotta figure if I can do this. We'll also see what does Darkside want. Trying to do a showcase of the launch lineup of the PlayStation, or close to the launch lineup. But, wait, he knows who we are? He's mine, he's not yours. What are you talking about? He's one of my powerful demons and you stole him, used him to gather your prizes for this competition. Let's go, Black. It's time to come home. I guess it's going into Twisted Metal Black a little bit. I guess that's what the black stands for, maybe? And with that shadow figure on the back wall of the garage, flies out of the darkness and into your head, disappearing into your body. Clifton screams in agony and you smile. Okay, so fine. Mr. Ash. He's coming back with me, you say. Your contest, your vision is over for good. So, alright, fine. See you in hell, Calypso. I'll be waiting. So, fine. He came in to destroy Calypso. So, alright, that was Darkseid's case. And we're going, we're on the highway to hell. We're quite literally on the highway to hell, to go the AC/DC perspective, somewhere near Hollywood, perhaps. Yeah, indeed. Also, by the way, we'll see this when we get to Twisted Metal head-on because of the cutscenes. But as far as who plays Darkseid, or plays Mr. Ash, it is David Kosruba, who actually was the voice of Eddie Brock in a game also I owe you ElecVerse, which is Spider-Man for the PlayStation, or fine, that Spider-Man game. Playing on the Dreamcast, but the one that came on the PlayStation. And he also did a big part in the Michael Mann movie Heat. But as far as the actors, you're not going to see them until we do Twisted Metal Black, oh no, Twisted Metal Head-On on PS2, because of the fact that they have the cutscenes in that. Well, that release also has the perspectives of the canceled sequel to Twisted Metal Black, because I guess, going back to what you're saying with the 2012 one, I guess, I don't know, I guess Twisted Metal feasibly, although they sold well, I guess they never sold as well as maybe other things, and we're going to go with that one next. Maybe it was a case where, I don't know, they pretty much... yeah, I still can't completely explain, I guess, what it was that maybe necessarily got people turned off, or if, like, why they weren't huge sellers. Although, fine, I'm laughing to death. You mentioned a case of that, saying, hey, you know, it had something to do, perhaps, with the fact that people didn't like the single player. You're saying, I heard the single player wasn't that great, the multiplayer, as far as online, wasn't that great, as far as how it was laggy and things like that. And just the case that, fine, it just maybe turned into something that was just okay. And one also, when we get to that, I'm going to have to turn off the licensed music, because there's tons of it. It's cool to have it, but fine. For show, I can't play it. I wish I could, but I cannot. And that does have stuff of Rob Zombie, and I believe it also has, what is it? It is I Can't Drive 55 by Sammy Hagar. So, in that case, I'm going to have to feasibly be saying no as far as that. But fine, I can at least pretend the idea as far as that. And pretty much, I don't know, when I... fine, if I kill somebody with, Aloe here, I guess I could say, I'm gonna throw your ass in the city joint. Look me in the eye, say, you get my point, I say, yeah, oh yeah. I guess you could do that. I could do it that way. So, shit, no. Wait, okay, I don't have to be worried about the lip, number one. Although, fine, one thing I want to check. I'm doing this on purpose. Fine, because if I have invincibility, it's probably not going to count when I crash and fall off, I should say. That's probably going to take a life still. Just to be getting that answer out. Okay, it does. So as long as I don't fall off, that's fine. It's fine. I put the invincibility on as far as... wait a minute, there's two. Hold on. Oh, right, because Darkseid has a black color on the there as well. Right, oh shit, just don't fall off again, or fine, do that. So thank God for that lip again. That's got to be the name of this. Fine, if I was to name the show, I'd say thank God for that lip or something. Just keep going. It's like, yeah, it's like nothing's going on. So fine, it's feasibly fine. As I said, I'm doing the same thing. But like, fine. I think we should show these endings. We should get the full picture. So then we get to Twisted Metal 2. So I guess that's the next one we do. Unless chat, you want another one first. Or fine, you know what? Let's do Small Brawl first. Why not? Because I think maybe Small Brawl is the case that people don't talk about that one. And fine, Small Brawl. If I remember correctly, I don't think that got a PS3 port. I always don't think it did. Because I know 1, 2, and I think 3 did. 4, I don't remember if it did. And Small Brawl might be on its own anyway, so you know what? Fine, let's do Small Brawl. Unless you have an argument, like, no, I want to do 2. Fine, speak now or on future shows as far as it, and we can do that. Fine. Okay, so fine. I'll look for a copy of Small Brawl, we'll do that at some point. What I'll also do is I'll get a sense, like, hey, you know, I'll also scope them a little different just to get a sense of, hey, you know, some of these for the single player case might be a longer run of the game, perhaps. So in that case, I can feasibly get it going that way. If it feasibly has to come to that, unless it's like this one where, fine, we can feasibly do it in, I guess. Fine, we can do this. I mean, this has only been 3 hours. I thought the sense that it would be 5 hours feasibly by now. But like, fine, the way we're gonna go, we get up to 5. Not that we have a, you know, requirement that the show be a specific length. Go where the game goes. Fine. I mean, we did 9.5 hours plus on Until Dawn last week. I still can't believe that. Fine, we started at 3 p.m. on that one. I still can't believe that the Crusader 64 and I were in that case of it. Fine. Eventually, we're like, no, we got to beat this game. We're not gonna split this up as far as you know, doing it in multiple shows. So I did have split it into multiple parts when it came to the YouTube site. I did 18 plus that one when I put it up there because fine, that game's violent enough. I think I need to do that. So it is age restricted, so nobody's watching it. But it's like, fine, that's okay. I don't mind. Is the case of that perspective, although actually that's kind of a unique thing to give a sense of, like, hey, you know, maybe I'll have that idea. And also, I guess the question of do I have to do that with Plumbers and Wear Ties next year, which we can show, but yeah, that was that's gonna be a brace yourselves game. There feasibly could be, with the exception of Crazy Bus for the Sega Genesis, there might never be a worse game that we play for the show. Aside from that, and they released that on the Switch, and I bought it specifically, physically. I was like, yeah, fine, I got Plumbers Don't Wear Ties over my shelf over there. On Switch, it's like, okay, there you go. Then again, my Switch collection is kind of a hilarious case of things when it comes to some of the stuff that's over there. Like, because fine, we showed off some of the Konami collections that came out this year, the Rocket Knight Adventures Respark collection, the Castlevania Dominus collection, which I don't have a physical version, I didn't get that one, I just got it digitally. And the Felix the Cat collection. But then other stuff like, fine, the big stuff like Mario Kart 8 and, what else? Smash Brothers and Mario Odyssey and things like that. But then it's like, yeah, how about Plumbers That Wear Ties? How about, fine, Akiba's Trip? That was me as far as winning the Edwax Game Tournament last time. And then, well, fine, I got Clock Tower Rewind. That's coming out in a few weeks. And then feasibly other stuff. Well, fine. I also have, well, fine. This is not physically. I have this. RZ Jewel Fairmore. I downloaded that this week because I got the CDI controller. We're going to be showing Mario Sunshine played with that CDI controller. Trust me, you're not going to miss it. The spoon. It's unbelievable. You're not going to want to miss that. And I'm amazed how shockingly playable it is, even though it's like, you're not going to believe this thing if you've never seen the spoon controller from the Philips CDI that they made for the Switch for that RZ game, which is the homage of sorts to the Zelda CDI games, the Wanda Gamelon and the Faces of Evil. It's actually kind of a good game, actually, the way they designed it. And, well, you know, kind of in on its own joke, but alright, fine. So, for Outlaw, what does he want? Any prize. He wants to, he wanted to end the tournament completely. He said, you know what I want. He's like, what? I want the contest to never be held again. Like, uh-oh. You want the streets to be safe, you want the children to be safe and secure in their areas, and that's your prize? He's like, fine, whatever. He's like, okay, fine, I disagree, sure. This is the decision, so fine. Drive out of the garage, officer, enter a world free of the pain and suffering of our, that you claim I cause, world free of Twisted Metal. So fine. This is also destroying the canon of the franchise completely, if this is going to be canonical, I guess. You have my word, but if you're lying, I'll come back. I doubt it, but then you race out of the garage only to discover what? Okay. He did trick us, so fine, he pulled a fast one. Way to work free Twisted Metal, okay. Oh, and everything else, just like he promised, and we're spinning in space. Your phone's placed for all eternity. Okay, so fine. Okay, if you're familiar with the movie Bedazzled, either the original film or the remake that came out in 2000. The remake had Brendan Fraser from George of the Jungle and who won the Oscar for The Whale a couple of years ago. And also oh god, Elizabeth Hurley, who is Vanessa Kensington in Austin Powers. The case is that he makes a deal with the devil specifically, but the idea is you have to be insanely specific as far as what the wish is, because otherwise she'll screw you over. So that's what Calypso did in this game, specifically. He said, fine, you want a world free of Twisted Metal? Fine, you're gonna be spinning around in space forever. And it is free of Twisted Metal, I did give what you want, but you didn't ask me how. Or, I guess it goes to the idea of, as we'll get Thumper out next, I know the Fairly Odd Parents kind of did this, where they said, hey, you know, when it comes to making wishes, sometimes you have to be insanely specific with certain things. When Timmy said, like, hey, I just want, you know, Trixie to be with me and, like, nobody else to be a possible case of things. Like, well, fine. I wish Trixie and I were the only, I wish there was nobody here except Trixie and myself. Like, oh no, somebody comes from another town. Like, okay, fine. I wish Trixie and I were the only 2 people on Earth. And then that works, but then it's a case like, no, the aliens come by, they're kind of going, it's like, okay, fine, how about this? I wish that me and Trixie were the only people and life forms of any kind on this Earth, aside my 2 fairy godparents, and she didn't question why. Okay, now you're being specific. So, that's kind of what Calypso's doing as far as this, but alright, I put in the unlimited weapons, I gotta put in the thing for the level, and then the invincibility, just cause, may as well feasibly accelerate this, but hey, that's the idea, like, what we're doing at chat stuff, you know? That's the idea. Like, hey, how to keep that going. And right, I gotta show off Fight for Your Life. I'll show Fight for Your Life. I'll show the digital manual off later. We're at... We only have 5 characters actually left to do this with. And I don't think you can play as Calypso, at least I didn't find a code for it. If we did find a code, if there is a code for it and I missed it, I will edit it in for the YouTube upload. I was like, fine, hey, sorry everybody, I missed this one to the show. Fine, okay, so Minion, oh, so wait, did I show... Actually, I'm gonna go back with Outlaw, actually, again, because I didn't show the in-cockpit view. Okay, so fine, Thumper, he comes from the streets of LA, and his perspective is like, hey, the streets are not safe because of the gangs, so fine. He feasibly knows what life in the gang areas is like, specifically, or I guess the ghetto, specifically. So he's like, hey, he has a gun, specifically for the purpose of that, to get it set. Like, fine, he wants it safe, so he's like, hey, you know, what am I gonna do to make it safe? So, he said, hey, if I do this, I do remember driving myself a low rider, maybe we can get this set, and feasibly he's gonna be right. Whoa. Yeah, because that's the one thing I didn't show on Outlaw. I have to show that idea, like, hey, that's something I promised. Where is... Actually, I want to try something. I didn't actually... So, also, this is the other thing, at least, if nothing else. We can put on record a couple things about this game that maybe you didn't know, or fine, in my case, I probably didn't know. Whoa, shit. Fine, that, but also... Okay, what I want to try is I want to freeze Minion like crazy. Did I hit him? Maybe. Fine, hit him or anybody with the freeze missiles. Because what I want to see is, fine, he gets frozen, but does he get hurt? No. Okay, they don't hurt him. Okay, which is fine. That's not the point of these. The point of these is that they freeze him in place, so they're free for the picking with anything else you got. So yeah, look at this feasible visual cacophony, but fine. Like, hey, you're in view, but also, fine, this is hard to play the game this way. Because fine, you don't have as much real estate on the screen, but it's also something that, hey, you know, it doesn't seem like a bad, it's not like a bad design case. Like, hey, you never want to play this way. It's the idea like, hey, you want something feasibly more realistic, I guess, as far as that. Although, I don't necessarily know if the other Twisted Metal games do this. And there actually is one character who is actually not like this, as far as being in a car like this. So I'm actually kind of curious to see what the cockpit view of him looks like. That's going to be Mr. Grimm. That's the name of his vehicle, and that's his name. He's the only character in the game that's like that. Fine, Minion's like there, like, yeah, fine, like, hey, I'm just sitting here back shooting my missiles, so like, hey, I got the hookup that way as far as my stuff. Fine, he's gone, but where's Outlaw? He here? Oh, he's there, he's stuck over there. It's like he's in the recharge station. Thank God they never take the recharge stations as far as the idea of that. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, I could take it for no reason. Or not. Eh. Actually, fine. One thing I still didn't show. I still didn't show going off that, what is it? The jump. Fine, you know what? We'll show that. I'm gonna go out here just so I can at least get a sense of what this is. Or see. Gotta make that jump up. Fine, Crimson Fury, off you go. But fine, I'm gonna take this. Okay, so fine. What I'm gonna do is actually, okay, fine. That jump from down there I couldn't make because it was too high. But I think the idea is that I have to feasibly be at level. So I have to hit that ramp there. So we'll do that. And since I only have one enemy left, and it's not Calypso. Whoa, shit. Okay, like that. Alright, fine. So, alright, here we are up here. So another place to go, and you can get rear flames here. Actually, I did not know they were here. Actually, my Tesla did not come up here as well, because I was like, basically saying, like, I want to stay alive. But fine, Calypso comes up here, and the enemies come up here too, as is Crimson Fury. He's like, yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, friend. You gotta go. Turn around. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so next up with Outlaw, what do we got? Oh no, no, we did Outlaw, but I'm gonna go back and show him off. Actually, I'll use him for Fight for Your Life, because that's the one thing that is specific to a password. So yeah, as we said before, Bruce Cochran is the name of who drives Thumper. He wants his neighborhoods to be safe, so kind of like Outlaw a little bit. So they kind of going hand in hand. I'm realizing some of these characters kind of have some similar ideals and motives a little bit as far as what they want and why. But you get any prize you wish, but what do you want? So let's see how he puts this. Okay, fine, same deal. I signed your contract. Okay, what do you mean? Okay, for the last 10 years, search for a way to turn South Central. Okay, so he comes from South Central. You're in a place where people could be safe, but it didn't work. Every night, the gang fights and drive-by shootings and robberies still go on. But if Calypso will grant your wish, tonight all that changes. Alright, fine. Promise to stop fights, stop violence. But we don't believe him. So fine. Rightly so, I guess, after we saw with Outlaw. Go home and see for yourself. Okay, so fine, he is feasibly, I guess, in a case like, it's exciting, but alright, could you tell him the truth? Funny, because he told the truth in a lot of ways, except for with Outlaw. Okay, all the blood you spilled in the end, is it going to be justified? Well, we're going to keep going home, seeing what's going on. He wasn't. Okay, so he's telling the truth, but how? I guess it's the fact that it's peaceful. Okay, I guess so. So fine, Calypso is telling the truth. So fine, I guess Calypso draws the line as far as gang violence, even though it's like, fine, he screwed, I guess, he feasibly has this thing against Outlaw, I guess, or fine, after Carl Roberts. Like, hey, I guess he didn't like what he's doing. I just said, you know what, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do this now for variety's sake, because fine, I've been showing that same level for the past hour or so. I'm gonna go with the arena. I'm also going to make things a little more interesting. We're going to go on hard. I'm going to see how quickly I die to this. Prepare for the fight of your life. You do the arena. That's the first level of the game. You have 5 opponents in here as opposed to the 1. And I'm also going to show off the cockpit view. They did. Here we go. Police view. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, this is going to be a massacre of me. We'll see how far we get. Can I at least get somebody here? In fact, look at that ram damage. Yeah, you were saying that before. Christ, that's insane. You have the crowd here. It's like, yeah, so crowds do want to see these. Yeah, remember this level, cuties? Like, this is what we saw before, and also the posters of all the characters. This is everybody who's feasibly going to be in the tournament. So this is the case that, hey, they have it in the arena. Ouch! Jesus. And you also have the TVs up there. Nice attention to detail. I think they are actually labeled by Sony, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. I'll have like a picture if I went ahead just to see. If they are not. Fine, they should be, I guess, because fine, it's Sony who published this. Why not? Yeah, it looks, of what I can tell as far as how pixelated they are, I think it is. So, yeah, they're showing the exploits of your driving and of everything you got on the screen, which is a cool effect. Ah, boom. Okay, somebody died who's not me first, so I'll take that. Oh, fine, he's still there. Uh-oh. Back up. Fine, I wasn't lasting long anyway, so fine. Also, flashing light warnings on, basically any, well, I should say this the whole show, I guess, feasibly for certain things, but fine. Okay, so fine. Now, bye-bye, Outlaw. So fine, I guess for the sake of the narrative on this, we'll say Outlaw flew into another planet, he fell into another one, he found that, hey, there's an alternate universe where there's a Twisted Metal competition with somebody else that has the same names as everybody else, because I guess word traveled to the other areas, and then he died. So yeah, sorry, Outlaw. Maybe we might see you in the later games, but I don't know. I'm not doing that again, but we are going to be showing off that, and we'll do the we'll do the invincibility because why not, and the weapons also because why not, and also because hey, it does give the perspective of it, and also the case that we're not rushing the game. We're definitely going through the game specifically. Basically, this is fine. This kind of comes with the territory, because I'll scope the other ones a little differently when it comes to them, and I'll Small Brawl, that'll be the next one, as far as it. I think that might be the way to go. Alright, so fine. Also, remember to do this every time I come in. So, how Crimson Fury works, this is Agent Stone's car. He's fast. Very fast. But he's very fragile, so you gotta be careful that way. Fine. For this case, it doesn't matter, because I'm invincible. He's like a laser blast. As far as how strong it is, it's, well, actually, yeah, stronger than you think. Okay, fine, it is strong. Because, yeah, even Calypso's not living to this. Even though I am running infinite ammo, I know that. Still, yeah. Okay, so fine. I guess feasibly, here's the other thing. If you want to go fast and loose with this game, and feasibly put yourself maybe in danger as far as falling off the buildings here, or, alternatively, being able to get away from a sticky situation quickly, yeah, this might be your car. Yeah, meanwhile, Thumper's like, hey, you know, let's keep going and shoot him again. Like, hey. So yeah, fine. This is actually doing decent damage. Actually, almost, fine, not quite as much as the. Actually, maybe it is as much as the power missiles. The point we're fine. I just need to stay here, I guess, and just shoot him. Like, yeah, but Thumper, you can't go either. We got what you wanted. Yeah. Fine, backing into him, but fine. I guess you do have to go fast enough to ram him to hurt him, but I don't think. Okay, you can ram Calypso enough to hurt him, but fine. When you're playing this without invincibility, don't do that because otherwise it's a death wish. You'll be gone probably within a few seconds. It is how you just laser him, like boom, there you go. Laser! He's gone. Fine, now he's gone. Or. Fine, there he goes. It is so satisfying, you know? Just shooting him and getting him gone. Fine, Thumper, we have nothing against you necessarily, but fine. Oh, okay, fine, okay, even the AI does that. So it keeps coming back to that lip. Okay, so fine. That's it, so even the AI can get a sense of going that way. Fine, there's Outlaw again. Fine, Outlaw's not getting the luck, is he? Fine, because I guess he is the most moral character in the game. Oh, okay, fine. Thumper is too. It's fine. They want to stop the violence. He wanted to stop the tournament. Thumper wanted to stop the violence in South Central. They both got their wishes in one way. Fine, yeah, there's the thing for that. Ooh, whoa. Agent Stone, he is a secret agent. He's looking for something that feasibly is gonna help. Okay, yeah, it looked like he's juddering even more. Oh wait, there's someone else who's still in commission. Who's that? Not Outlaw. I basically just was focusing on him. And you do have a little bit of a distance on the weapons. I probably should mention that. Yeah, it's late to mention that, but that's the beauty of doing a game like this constantly. You keep thinking, like, what else you talk about? Fine, okay, that's the other thing. Because it goes so fast, you can't stop on a dime, so it's something that, yeah, that makes it harder to be able to do that and to feasibly be in a case of avoiding falling off. Whoa. Actually, wait, maybe Outlaw wasn't... Wait, no. There was somebody else I guess he killed. Or... Yeah. Sorry, Outlaw. Okay, so what does Agent Stone want? He said, as far as his intro, or his bio, it said that he wanted something feasibly to save the world. Guess we'll see what it is now. Okay, so, same deal as before. We do love speeding in that garage, finding with the bodyguards. With his burnt face, so I guess it's almost like a case of Two-Face for Batman, except by its whole face, I guess. By Calypso. I like that name. It rolls off the tongue nicely. So my heart's desire is a box. Okay, it's a flight recorder from an airliner that went down. You're a lucky man, Agent. The commander in the army vehicle died tonight trying to keep you from getting that box. We'll see that later. There is a through line to that. So, he comes from the UK saying that's the US government for you. I'll educate their people in the dark. Okay, so we got the black box, but what's the idea of what this is? Listen to the voice on that flight recorder, because the idea is that, yeah, when you have a plane, there's the black box with the flight recorder, so that if there's a crash, they listen to it and say, like, what happened? Sounds of an alien craft shooting the plane down. Okay, you have evidence. Feeling good that the people of the world will know the truth, and we're not alone. Of course, yeah, the truth is out there, they always said, as far as the 90s. Clearly, the people who made this game were paying attention. So, alright, fine. The US government was covering up the idea of aliens invading, so that's the idea there. In fact, I think also, because we did talk that way, he mentioned the person who died tonight to avoid this. Well, fine. He's next in the line after Pit Viper. We'll do Pit Viper, and actually after that we only have... only 3, so actually we are going to be almost done. Now, Pit Viper, the only female character in this, she wants money. Yeah, like Loverboy once said, she leads a double life. But that being said, we'll get the password ready, and we'll see what she... Fine, what does she want the money for? So fine, she wants the money. That's what she's in this for, which is... fair enough, but why does she want the money? Does she just want to be rich, or what is that necessarily? And actually, one thing I will say, going back to experiences on PlayStation for me, I mentioned the first couple games I played on this console were Ridge Racer, a racing game, Rayman, which is a platforming game, and Battle Arena Toshinden, which is a fighting game from Tamsoft, who made Guardians Crusade, and then in Chambara games, and we named ourselves that when we played Game Dev Tycoon on Switch. And yeah, we have our ATV vehicle, specifically, let me get the view out. Look at that, but fine, she's packing guns and grenades, so it's almost like something out of Mad Max or something, like coming out from the sandy area. And then she has this slime that shoots out, like the acid. But anyway, that game kind of has a similar opening to this in the sense that, hey, you know, they're fighting in this tournament and it's fully voiced, and I'll let you hear it when we get to that game. They say specifically, hey, all these characters are entering a tournament for a specific reason. Fine, there's a lot of fighting games that do that. But that one in particular, with the thought that, hey, you know, early into PlayStation, it seemed like maybe that was the theme with it, the idea that, hey, competitions of things where feasibly they fought for a reason. Some fought for money, some fought for love. And really enough, aside from like a text dialogue of that PlayStation version, the story stuff came out of the Sega Saturn version, which is nowhere near as good, and the Game Boy version, which is actually better than either one of the 3D versions, shockingly. And I have that Game Boy version, and we should show that. That's the one I want to show. And it's one of those I think I should feasibly just do a dedicated show on that game, just because. And we'll use the Super Game Boy to play that because it's actually a very interesting one, because when you put it in there, it has 2-player support on the TV. You can actually have that. You don't need the link cable to do 2-player on it. I think there were a couple other fighting games on the Game Boy that did that, when you used that. I believe Street Fighter 2 did that. And I think, although I'm not sure, King of Fighters 95 did that. Yeah, they ported that to the Game Boy. But they did, that was an option, I think. That's wrong, I'll write it down here saying no, it isn't, and I'm wrong. But I know Toshinden it is, and I know that Street Fighter 2 is. Well, I guess it's weird. People's like, hey, you know, if you have Street Fighter 2 and you like Street Fighter 2, why would you necessarily play the Game Boy version on your TV, on your Super Nintendo? You just play one of the 3 versions of it that's on Super Nintendo already, which is fair. And it's not like Space Invaders, where Space Invaders, they basically just it's basically a Super Nintendo enhanced version, and then they sold that version back to people for $30 2 years after it came out on Game Boy, specifically. I guess if you didn't buy the Game Boy one. I guess for our purpose, for that version, I'd probably play the Game Boy version and then run it that way, or if I just play the Game Boy version, I guess not that way, and then run it through the Super Nintendo. But fine, first time we're doing Space Invaders for a full show, it'll be that PlayStation version. I do have that. I'll scope that. We'll figure that, I promise, because that's another one from PlayStation. Fine, although it was on N64 as well, but another one that, yeah, that's cool. So where's Roadkill? Roadkill, you're over there. Yeah, we haven't seen Roadkill in a while, now I'm realizing it. Although I do want to get a little bit of a look outside, seeing what's going on with you. Hey, you gonna launch off there, my friend? Yeah, here he comes. Oh, he just... Okay, fine, no, he just jumped off, so bye. Okay, so they can fall off, so like Roadkill's like, yeah, I don't want... yeah, goodbye, Cruel World. Okay, so fine, now, there we go, we won. Okay, that's great. I couldn't have planned that any better. I couldn't have planned that even if I tried. Hell, I don't even think Calypso could have planned that. And he didn't do anything. Alright, so what does Angel Fortin want? Money. But, what for? So let's see. So... same deal, any prize, but it says on your contract... Okay, so basically you have to give a written contract to Calypso saying, hey, what you want, and then he knows. So I guess you can get it ready. So $1 million, I can give that easily. So here's a briefcase filled with the dollar bills. But... oh, you kill him! Okay. During the battle, you notice a black shadow-like figure sneaking away. But you let it go. So it's kind of a trick. But we're not Angel Fortin. This is Agent Amanda X, who's a freelance assassin who has been hired by the people of LA to take Calypso out and end the contest. So that's one way to do it. Yeah, unfortunately, Outlaw didn't meet you, I guess. But yeah, I'll take the $1 million. The girl's gotta eat, after all. So yeah, we're gonna be going and getting a $1 million steak from a nice restaurant, specifically, but alright. So, okay, I didn't expect that to see. Remember, as I said, there's no FMV for this in this game, but Twisted Metal Black, fine, no, Twisted Metal Head-On Extra Twisted Edition. That's the name of the PS2 game. We'll see that FMV. I will make sure that we show those FMVs when we play that game, when we get to that one, as far as our aspect of Twisted Metal. So, and in fact, I'll show... Fine, she's leading double life. They did say that. So what do they mean by double life? So that's the twist right there. The idea of leading double life. And next is Warthog, Mr. Grimm, and Spectre. So yeah, we got only 3 more to go. And then we'll look at the digital manual. And that'll be the show for the night. And that's also why I'm running out on PS3. Because if I ran this on PS5, I would not be able to do the digital manual. I would be getting trophies left and right, feasibly doing this. But that being said... I said, the manual's a cool case. Although, one weird thing we're going to see with the manual... I mentioned the distinction earlier about long box PlayStation games. The manual on this one, as you'll see, is not of the long box edition. In fact, actually, now I'm thinking about this. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think any of the games that were on PS3 to download that were released in that era where they're doing long boxes for them have a long box edition of the manual. They all have them when they got re-released later when they put them into jewel cases. And to be fair, actually, I'll say this. I do not have any long box Sega Saturn games. That's a fucking lie. Every game I have on Saturn that's not Japanese copy is long box. So it basically means Knights isn't Grandia, because I actually bought Grandia for the Saturn for like $20. Just the purpose of having it, not because we can actually play it. I have Grandia elsewhere. We play it that way. But on PlayStation, damn, look at look at Roadkill going down when it comes to that, and Warthog that way. So fine, not the Warthog from Halo, but like with missiles, fine. This is before even Halo 2 did that with the missiles that way. Look at those triple missiles, Jesus. That's good stuff. There you go, with the idea like turning the wheel that way. I liked how that looks. It's almost like FMV gaming. It's almost this weird, I guess, takeoff of FMV gaming of like Sega CD and things like that in 3DO. And how I guess PlayStation feasibly could put the kibosh on that, but there's still some games that were that way, like Fox Hunt, that was on this console as well. I think that was Capcom, I think, who did that one correctly. But okay. Like I said, I don't have any long box games as far as actually complete, although actually, looking at the disc designs of games I got, because I mentioned this before, part of the reason I have a massive PlayStation 1 collection, so we do have a lot to work from as far as it is now, is because I bought, in 2007, I went to GameStop when they were selling off their PlayStation 1 lineup, where they games they're giving away for like 99 cents, or fine, not giving away, they were selling them for 99 cents. I'm stuck here. Also, you can see that you're higher on the ground than everything else, or fine, than Spectrum there. And look at this cacophony of visual stuff. It's glorious. Oh my god, I love it. But anyway, and I'll have flashing warnings all over that, no question. Because it's strong stuff. But anyway, I have Wipeout, the original Wipeout for the PlayStation. And I realized the disc design of that, because there's some games on PlayStation when they re-released them, they changed what the designs of the discs were for some reason. We mentioned that we did Lunar, because Lunar, for some reason, they randomized the disc designs. And they actually had like a fan art for one of them. And I think it was random how they did it. And I'd be curious to see if they replicate that for Lunar Remastered Collection, because they're doing a physical version of that. It's coming out in April, which is redoing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue Complete. First re-release of Eternal Blue, actually since the PlayStation game almost 25 years ago. It'll be in 25 years when that comes out next year in April. But with a lot of stuff on the PlayStation, I realized this was Croc, because we're playing Croc, Legend of the Gobbles on Saturn. Nocturne was playing that for us. But I had a copy on the PlayStation I got years ago that it doesn't work anymore. It was kind of in a bad shape when I got it, but over the years, I didn't even play it that much. It just doesn't even function anymore. So I said, I get a replacement of this, and they got a new version of that that's coming out in, I guess next year specifically, as they said. And they've been showing off stuff, that new HD version looks awesome. But what was interesting about that was that I said, okay, fine, the version I got, because I just got a loose disc in 2007, was just the logo with a rating of E for everyone, because that was feasibly, that's the distinction. Because that was a 1997 game, you can tell differences based on the ESRB rating when they changed the kids to adults rating to the everyone rating, because that was in 1988. And that was the other thing, because since Nocturne has it on Saturn, I said, hey, there's this nice picture of Croc on the disc on Saturn. I was like, fine, my PlayStation 1 copy, that's lazy as hell, like just the logo. But then I realized, wait a minute, no, the black box version has the logo on it, so it does look really nice as far as it, just like the way the Saturn one did. And that's the one I got as far as the replacement. Fine, I just ran him over my Humvee. So that was where I realized, hey, wait a second, there are games on PlayStation where when they re-released them, you can sometimes tell that based on the design of the disc. It seems like a weird and kind of, you know, I guess, I don't know, obsessive perspective on that, but it's also something that sometimes is cool. Fine, it goes to the idea, like, why do people want to go for a black box version, but also sometimes, alternatively, why maybe you don't want to. Because sometimes, fine, it might not look as cool as far as it, or maybe the other one had bugs. Fine, Gran Turismo 2 has a bug to it where you can't 100% the game. You want the greatest hits version on that one. And Silent Hill 2, if you get it on the PS2, you want that way because it has the Restless Dreams thing from the Xbox version. But alright, fine. As we said, Commander Mason, he wants a box, so fine. Him and Agent Stone are fighting over that box. If Agent Stone won, Commander Mason died. We got the box, so it is the flight recorder. So he didn't know specifically that, fine, there's the secret about aliens. The US government sent him to get it. He knows now why. We're not alone, as he mentioned, but what is he going to do now? well, in his case, he's content that they'll get what rightfully is theirs, so he wants to work for the government. In fact, he does work for the government. That's the idea. He said, fine, I'll keep the secret hidden. The people of the U.S. can sleep tight, kept in the dark about things they're not ready to know about. So the case of finite. The idea, like, aliens. Do aliens exist? They probably do, as far as it, in some capacity, who knows? But either way, the thought that, hey, you know, maybe they're not ready to take that. Who knows? I mentioned the case of, who was it? Who was in, Until Dawn. I was gonna say Man of Medan. No, that. Yeah. It was Larry Fessenden, who had a bit part in the movie Happy Accidents, which came out in 2001, which had Marissa Tomei from My Cousin Vinny and the modern Spider-Man films, and Vincent D'Onofrio, who was Gomer Pyle in Full Metal Jacket. And I think he was one of the villains in one of the Jurassic Park movies. I think in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, if I remember correctly. But in that movie, the idea is that if you've ever seen it, it's actually really cool and really interesting. It's kind of a romantic comedy, but it's also a sci-fi picture, because there's this guy who says, I come from, like, the year 2400, and she's like, what? This is crazy. You think, like, oh, she'd completely toss him out immediately, but she's like, no. He seems nice enough, and it's the kind of thing that maybe there's something off, but then it's the case that he's saying, like, you know, I'm coming back also to take care of you, because, you know, something horrible is going to happen to you, and I know this is going to happen. It's like, wait, what? But it's also that question of, like, hey, you know, either he's totally crazy, and so he's like, under normal circumstances, Amy was like, get her restraining order to this guy, run away from him. But then she's like, maybe he's telling the truth, but who knows, really? So it's almost that case that, if people ready to know something like that, he just kind of comes into that movie. He's just like, fine, I was telling her this, and feasibly not even thinking is she ready to know this case. But all right, next up we have, only two more left. We have Mr. Grimm. I feasibly should do him last, but like, fine, we'll do Spectre last. So next up we have our weapons. And only two more of these, and then we're going to have a reading of the manual, because that is fun. And anytime we do this for PlayStation, I think we do that. Fine, for PlayStation 3. And that's also part of the reason we're running Tomba on this, but also because I bought Tomba on this a year or so ago for 1-2L. And because that Tomba Special Edition, I don't know if they fixed the problems that caused it to crash for some people, from what I've understood on it. But not everybody. Okay, so fine. This is what I was curious about when it came to him. So fine. Actually, his is the least obtrusive as far as the views, because look at that. I'm in first person, but you're just on the bike. I do love the look of Mr. Grimm, especially in Twisted Metal Black. He looks amazing as far as that idea. And fine, in that case, we're sending out the Red Skulls like that way. So like Red Skull from Captain America, or almost like, actually, I guess maybe they had Ghost Rider on their mind, thinking about that. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, I guess, even though Ghost Rider was kind of maybe a little more of a niche thing back then, but fine. For certain things, Marvel was more niche back in the 90s a little bit too, for certain things. I mean, you had stuff like, or you had Spider-Man and X-Men, which were big. But other cases were like, hey, you know, if people know Iron Man quite to the degree that they know Iron Man today, or Ghost Rider, even Captain America to a certain extent. But yeah, fine. In Mini's case, he's just driving around the motorcycle. He is light and fast, but yeah, he does not have good armor. But fine, with invincibility on and unlimited ammo, it doesn't matter. And also, fine, since we don't have as much of a confined view on ourselves, feasibly, this is not going to feasibly give you a seizure if that's a case that's a sensitivity. Fine. We're showing the game as far as how it is regardless, but also the case that, hey, you know, how about the warnings on what's really bad? I mean, but fine, that was Haunted Castle. We played that, or demoed that a few weeks ago. Another reason why that remake is amazing. They fixed that, and also because the remake is unbelievable. And it means we are one step closer to getting Castlevania: The Adventure Rebirth re-released. It's going to happen. I guarantee it's going to happen. I know we did that game 2 years ago, but it still hasn't, but that gave me hope. Like, they're going to do it. I know M2 has it on their mind. They have to. There's no way they don't if they're saying, hey, you know, taking the other infamous Castlevania game, Haunted Castle, we're making it and making it amazing. And the first classic Vania game in 25 years. Actually, no. That's not right. In 15 years. Since Adventure Rebirth, actually. So yeah, if you're not gotten Castlevania Dominus Collection, that alone is a good enough reason to get it, along with the way they port and get stuff set for those 3DS games, which are unbelievable. And perfect for the Halloween season. Alright, fine. Second to last look as far as what Calypso's case is with what Mr. Grimm wants. So, yeah, he's shooting those skulls out. What's that all about? His bike is named the same way he is. But what is our wish? Well, they keep saying, you know, any prize you request, but like, okay, I won. You're my prize. Okay. So, the arm under my leather jacket, it's a bone. Oh, okay. So Calypso stops, like, no, it's not my time yet, so feasibly, yeah, fine. I said earlier the idea of, having a meeting with old Mr. Grimm, along with being a reference to, one of the shorts of The Simpsons from the Tracy Ullman show. It's a case of, fine, his soul's coming down with me, we're dragging him to hell. Yeah, death is here, he's caught up to him. We are the Grim Reaper. That is who Mr. Grimm is. And speed up in the night. We collect the souls, feel good, but he still feels a little empty, you know. There's always more work to be done. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be back really, really soon. Is he serious? Yeah, I think he is serious, so that's the idea. So yeah, it is Death incarnate specifically on that bike. So I guess it is like the Ghost Rider concept a little bit. But we are almost done. We have one more character to look at, and then we're going to look at the manual, and then we're going to schedule, which is going to be a great case, talking about what we got coming up on the show. And we got good stuff. And oh, right, and also I'll show up the demo thing of Warhawk, because that is on this as well. So Spectre, he's the last character we have. Captain Spears was Roadkill, so fine. Spectre, Scott Campbell, he's a restless spirit who hopes the contest to make him whole again. So he sounds like a ghost. He's driving a classic ride from 1965. I'm almost wondering if it's like Steve McQueen from the movie Bullet. It looks like it could be out of that, perhaps. Maybe that's the thought, but alright, fine. With Spectre, let's take a look at him. And I did show off all the stuff with the passwords as far as what's important on this and everything there. Fine, there's a way to play as a Calypso that I'm not aware of. I'll either look at it now as far as this to see if maybe there's an answer. Fine, I gotta get that set right there. Or I'll edit in. I don't think you can. I didn't find anything as far as him. He might not be playable, because fine, he's also kind of imitating the other characters, I think. Well, fine, here's the final battle. So yeah, we've come a long way. Okay, so let's take a look just to make sure. Yeah, so here's Minion. Maybe it's not in this one. Maybe it's in one of the other ones. Chat, if you know if he's playable. Okay, there you go. Twisted Metal 4. So yeah, we're not touching him until Twisted Metal 4 as far as being able to play as him. Okay, good to know. Just want to make sure. Yeah, that's how dedicated we are on this program to giving you the full experience. Yeah, this is the full Twisted Metal experience. Oh, okay, here we go. So here we are driving on the car. Alright, his special is... looks like a hook. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull out of this quickly. I don't see what this is. Okay, it's like a miss... Actually, it's like a... oh, right, seeking missile that goes through walls. Right, I forgot about that. Because apparently he's a ghost. I don't know if that's... fine, we'll see in the ending how that is. But, regardless... oh, wait. That thing. I want the radar on. So in this case, fine. I guess I can kill things through walls. That means that there's a bit of a delay when you shoot it off. Like, it kind of just circles around before it finds its target. So in that case, you can't completely abuse it. And fine, if I wasn't having infinite ammo on, we wouldn't be abusing it anyway, because you have to go and get more of it. Fine, I showed that idea. Showed the full way. Here's Calypso. We'll play as you in Twisted Metal 4, so the internet told me. But I also double-checked that when I edit, just to make sure that I'm not... I'm fine, I just googled the idea of, you know, Calypso Twisted Metal playable. Fine, I do the notes before we do the show, but it's also a case of fine, since I had a loading screen, it's fine. Let's utilize the loading screen that way, let's make that happen, and boom, 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 you're gonna die. The roadkill is being roadkill again. You're the first out, and fine, you're gonna be almost the last out. Fine, you're the first out as far as the end of the game, you're also the last out, or the first out when it comes to the end of this. The Pit Viper, yeah, you're going too, but we can also hit her with fire. Also, at some point, we'll get to Small Brawl as far as the next Twisted Metal we do. And I think it should be that one. Unless, chat, if you want something that's not Small Brawl, tell me you want something that's not Small Brawl. Based on what I'm thinking, I think there's enough of a curiosity. I'm laughing to death, seems to have a knowledge and, well, of Small Brawl, saying it's underrated. I think that should be the way we go. And fine, I guess also this case, which is like, hey, you know, it's something a little darker. Fine, this is dark, specifically, that's the lightest. So I'll have that case, and then we'll go real, real dark at some point with Twisted Metal Black. And at some point I'll also show the multiplayer. Okay, fine, that's the one thing I guess I'm not showing, although actually I'll try one thing before we end. I'll go into multiplayer with only one controller, and I have to do that. I unfortunately can't avoid that because my DualShock 3 is not working, as I mentioned earlier in the show, but just to reiterate that. We're at that point now. Whoa! Okay, so there you go. There is the hotel going, but fine. Where is Minion? Oh, fine, there he is. Fine, he's hitting him with power missiles. Come on, I want you down. Boom, he's down. And then lastly, we have, what's his name? Fine, going into another Sony case as far as Ratchet & Clank going to Metal. This guy. He's not here. Fine, that guy is dying. That guy is over there. Do I have homing shots? Sure do. It's like, let's pick him off from afar. There's Hammerhead. He's fallen. I think I knocked him off the building. Yeah, I did. Okay, he's gone. Bye, Hammerhead. Okay, last one. Let's take a look at Spectre. What's he want? And there you go. So that is your Twisted Metal experience. And of course, we always go into final thoughts, of course, on that. But I'll wait after this happens. HP's Underground Garage one last time. We see the bodyguards one last time. Athro Bargain Car Parts one last time. Asbert Face for one last time for this game. But we'll see him later. What's your wish? Well, as I said, perhaps Spectre's a ghost per his name as weapon. Is that the idea? Yeah, that is the idea. I want to be alive again. Last 5 years, you've been a spirit, a ghost, a dead guy. Stabbed by a maniac serial killer at a local circus, so Sweet Tooth. Okay, so he was one of Sweet Tooth's victims. Okay, there you go. That's a cool twist. Since then, your soul's been wandering the earth in a way to come back to life. Or at least get the peace, but I want back to life. Here's my way back to life. And any wish you ask for, you can do it. And snap a finger. There you go. Flash a light, you're alive again. Awesome. So, racing to LA, head home. Be with our wife and little girl who were born 3 days after you were killed. Heart's racing, your tears are streaming down your face, and it feels great to be alive again. And hopefully it'll be that case, like they can get a case of that, you know? And it's not going to be something that, but there you go. So, uplifting way to end that. There you go. Alright. So, in terms of that, I will... I'll look at the, I'll look at the thing with the multiplayer, and then before we look at the manual, I'll do a final thought on this. And chat, feel free to hit me with any final thoughts you have on the game, as far as our experience tonight, but also of this game as is, which I'll tell you this. Okay, press any button. Okay, so actually I can't do that. So alright, fine, there you go. I am locked in. And actually, fine, one thing, good news I can do, I can hit reset game. You know what? I'll do that. I'll tell you why I'm resetting the game. You're probably wondering why. Well, because I can't back out of that. I can't back out of that when I don't have a second controller. And fine, my other one's broken. So multiplayer is the one aspect we're not showing, but I promise with the later Twisted Metal games, we'll show a case of that. It's just because my DualShock 3, my official Sony one's not working. And I think it's broken, but it is recognizing the fact that it charges, but I then try to turn it on, press the PlayStation button, and it doesn't do anything. So we got to use the old school pad, but it does still work really nicely. I'll see about getting a replacement. But what I'm going to do is I was going to show off the preview on Warhawk, and also a little bit of preview on this game that shows the footage. That is in the options. You go down here to demos, you show it. It just shows the intro that we saw for Twisted Metal itself right here. I'll turn this down a little bit. Just a tad, not much. It just plays a louder volume than the rest of the game. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't necessarily matter what I have on volume for what we're going to do, because we're going to be in silence when it comes to that manual. But I will also have something to talk over on music at the end. Final thoughts on Twisted Metal. What a ride this was. ElecVerse, thank you so much for the request on Twisted Metal, getting us started with Twisted Metal right on this program. For a game that's 29 years old, with 3D polygons like this, you're like, is this game aged well? Especially because this was also digital control. Remember, PlayStation did not have analog sticks to it until 1997. And I believe Twisted Metal 3, I think, was the first to have analog control. Or 4, I think 3 had it. At least I think it did. If that's wrong, I'll add it down here saying 4 had it, because it's either 3 or 4. I know it's one of those. And Small Brawl, I believe, has analog control as well, because it was 2001 that came out. But yeah, this game does have a permanence to itself. It does hold up way better than you might think. As someone who kind of didn't have much experience coming in, it is really, really cool, and I had a lot of fun. It also does that flash. Because here's Warhawk. This is the other game they had on PlayStation. That was at the time. We can take a look at that. Warhawk, the Red Mercury Missions. It's a flight game from single track as well. Kind of open flight. Kind of with aspects of Twisted Metal in the sense that, hey, you have your stuff going on flight. Kind of a little bit of a take on... It's almost like Star Fox a little bit like some of the Star Wars flight shooter games or flight simulator games like X-Wing, TIE Fighter, or later Rogue Squadron, something like that. It looks really cool. I've heard this game is awesome, and its remake on PS3 I've also heard is pretty good. I never played it, but it's one that I'd definitely be curious to take a look at, especially for other stuff of single tracks, of which of the ones I own. I also have Jet Moto, which is on PlayStation, which is a sort of jet ski racing game, but also kind of on hover bikes more than jet skis. But you can go over water and you can go over land. We sort of their answer to Wave Race 64, finding Wave Race 64 is kind of the answer, I think, to Jet Moto, sort of. And Wave Race 64 is better, admittedly, but still, it's an interesting one. It has a unique grabbing mechanic as far as doing cornering that's unique. As far as Twisted Metal is concerned, just going to that, again, this game is fun. It is not easy. So yeah, bring your A game or turn it on to easy, but still, you're going to have a challenge going on. And there is a lot of strategy. There's a lot of depth to this game in terms of the different characters you have that do make playing the game a different experience and worth playing through every single character. And playing around to experiment who's your favorite. What's the style of game that you want to play as far as this? Do you want to be fast and speedy, be able to get a quick getaway? Do you want to be slow and bulky so you can cause more damage? Do you maybe want to do something in between to kind of balance the two? The world is your oyster. You have a lot of choices on this game, and that's kind of the thing I think that surprised and delighted me the most about this. Because not that I didn't think that there would be differences between the vehicles that you're driving, but the fact that it's as pronounced as it is, I think shows just how well designed and well programmed this game is, and how also great its physics are, even when they have weird stuff to them when it comes to, you know, going over the lips and things. But thank God they have that. It is fun to see. So it is that, as they call, I guess, 1995 jankiness, if you want to take it that way. But it is something that is still appealing. It's still something that is easy to come to, and is a lot of fun whether you're playing on your own or playing with another person. And this is just the start of Twisted Metal, because, yeah, this definitely started Dynasty, the idea of Battle Royale gaming. You're looking at one of those games that, without this, it might not look the way that it looks today. I'm definitely going to give our respect to that for sure, and it's a great time. If you want to get this game, it is available on PlayStation 1, of course, and if you have PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3, the disc plays in those systems as well. You can download this on the PlayStation 3 for $6. You do have to go onto the PlayStation Store on the console, and you do need to use PlayStation Points cards. So go to your local retailer, buy one of those, because you cannot add credit card funds, and you cannot add money from Sony's website, although if you have a PlayStation 4 or 5, the wallet you have from that console is also applicable to PlayStation 3 and vice versa. I know the vice versa case, where I had stuff I bought as far as points stuff on PlayStation 3 and your wallet goes into PlayStation 4 and 5. In my case, 5. So in that case, you could feasibly get that. You could have that set as far as getting the money that way, I believe. Yeah, it's $6 on this. It is $10 on PlayStation 4 and 5. If you have a PlayStation 3, you are saving a little bit of money by getting it, but it's also worth pointing out that, at least going upwards, if you buy this on PlayStation 3, like I did, you can download this on PlayStation 4 and 5, or 5, I should say, at no additional cost to yourself, assuming it's tied into the same account you have. Because I know we talked about that. I know, like, first you mentioned that the first show you were on, we did Sonic CD. That was different because that was a game that was not a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 classic. It's not a case where they did a modern version, or find that modern version, because there's Sonic Origins Plus and Sonic Origins itself that's on PS4 and 5. It's available that way. But at least you do have a little bit of an entitlement case of getting a game from PS3 as far as a classic thing and being able to get it without an additional cost on the new system, if it is on the new system. And in Twisted Metal's case, it is. As is Twisted Metal 2, and I think 3 is up there, but 4 and Small Brawl, I believe, are not, from what I remember. If that's wrong, I'll say down here below, no, the ones that are available that are not. So you can get them that way, and if you want to go the hard way like I do, you can run them on your PlayStation Portable or PlayStation Vita, specifically. Although, if you're playing on PSP, you don't have enough buttons, and actually, I think on Vita, you probably wouldn't have enough buttons either for the purpose of that. So, maybe not, but yeah, you can have it portable. But fine. The reason it was difficult for me is like, hey, I need to use that quick turn. That is a vital thing to use in this game. No question. Thank God this game has that. But either way, this game is not a hard one to get as far as that. On PlayStation, I think it goes for a bit more, especially going for a long box version. I know that's going to be more. I think it's like $50-something. Yeah, you're definitely getting your money's worth for it, and it is a good-looking, playing, and sounding game. And yeah, it is really nice, and thank you again, ElecVerse, for the request of this game. I was glad to deliver it, but we're not completely done because we're looking at the manual next. Next time we come back to this franchise, I'm laughing to death. I think you came up with a great idea, and I think there's enough curiosity going on in the chat on this one. We're playing Twisted Metal Small Brawl for the PlayStation 1. Came out, released in 2001 as the final game of the franchise. So we're going to the first game, and then the final one as far as on PlayStation 1. But one I think feasibly would be a good case, and we won't wait for a Halloween show to do that. And next Halloween we'll do Medieval on PlayStation as well, assuming that's what you want, unless you want the remake. If you want the remake, feel free to let me know if you want that one. But either way, we'll do that. But alright, last order of business. Press the PlayStation button. And my controller battery will last for this, I believe. When you download anything from PlayStation 1 or 2 on PS3, you get the software manual. So here it is. This is what it looks like. So here is the box art. As far as zoom outs, I don't think you can do a zoom out, but there you go. It is running the greatest hits line with the green. So there's Twisted Metal right there for PlayStation with Crimson Fury and Sweet Tooth and Darkseid on the cover. And Ice Cream. There you go. There is the license plate of Sweet Tooth, or Needles Kane as he's known. From Sony Computer Entertainment of America and developed by Single Track. And you can do the read through saying like how to handle your PlayStation disc. Here's some numbers to call for the hint line. They're probably not in service. Customer service for Sony, which that might not be in service. At least not that number specifically, but also your table of contents. Because I miss instruction manuals, I'll tell you that right now. But the idea that the fact that they digitally included these, this was a wonderful thing that Sony did. And unfortunately, if you have PlayStation 5 and I guess 4, they don't let you look at these, which is sad, but still, it's like, hey, you do get, and when you do run it on PS5, you do get other things. You get rewinds, you do get save states, and for certain games, like Twisted Metal here, you get trophies. So you can earn trophies off of the game if you want to. And actually, when I was doing part of my practice, I did use the PlayStation 5 version for part of it, and then a little bit on PlayStation 3, and I did get some trophies off of it. If he's using the cheats, you can feasibly get through them more, and I guess, I don't think they'll turn the trophies off, at least I don't think they will. If you want to go that way, but then again, it's also the case that you might want to just play the whole game, as we did, fine, without the codes as far as all of them, like what we did the first case as far as Roadkill is concerned. Of course, here's the PlayStation game console, that old gray box, look at that. Taking it back to 1995 all over again, specifically with, of course, inserting the disc and closing that disc drawer. But, of course, if you're playing with multiplayer, you can select or put in another controller and put in the memory card. Actually, wait a second. No, this game doesn't use memory card. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's no saving in this game. That's how early of a case this was. There's nothing really to unlock, specifically. But, all right. And you have your aspects of controls, as we went before, as far as what they do with tight turns, selecting weapons, turbos, brake. Fine, they spell brake as far as like you're braking something, as far as I'm braking the car. Or gas, of course, for acceleration. And select, which is your pause for any mode you have. And, okay, here are the prologue. So, yeah, remember renting a game like this from the video store, perhaps, where they had the manual that way. Feasibly, in my case, I used to read the instruction manual on the way home. And when there are cases I wasn't getting motion sickness, which wasn't often, and it was short enough that I didn't usually, I got a sense of like, hey, what's the story of this game? What am I getting ready for what it is? And even though the picture's in black and white, unlike Super Nintendo, say, where they're all in color, it gave me a sense of, oh, it's in black and white. There's still some mystery here. It's like, what am I going to get when I play this game, put it in when I get home? For anything. But, of course, this could have been your experience with Twisted Metal. Yeah, this night, of course, 6 months ago, somewhere midnight morning, you could signal an incoming email on the United Internet System. Remember that? Yeah, this is the early days of the Internet, how far we've come. And Calypso sent you an email, basically. So look in your inbox on your America Online, or you hear him say, "You've got mail." And at that point, yeah, the idea like, hey, you're going to read this. So it's not spam, so you don't have to get a sense like, hey, you know, how this works, or like, hey, you know, having to get some cheap Viagra or something. But either way, or a Publishers Clearinghouse thing, or fine, I guess to get the email saying, a note from Publishers Clearinghouse saying we're out of the running. But anyway, in Los Angeles, you have the Twisted Metal competition each year. And the driver left alive at the end granted any request of any kind. No limits on price, size, or even reality, as we showed. The year your battle, where life and death decisions occur every instant, and the game definitely reflects that in terms of how its game design is concerned, in terms of how its physics are concerned, and in terms of how its controls are concerned. The Grim River lurks around every corner, more likely than it was even obvious here, but here's the big time. And your options as far as everything, scrolling list of the credits, contest history, which is basically what it shows over the game when you leave it idle. Audio controls as far as the music level. Going through the single player, which is lasts till your lives are gone, you clear all 6 levels, and of course passwords going on to that. The 2-player duel, this is 2-player specific, it is 2-player split screen. I don't think this game had PlayStation Link cable support, at least I don't think it did. There were a lot of games on PS1 that did, and that was their only method of multiplayer. Destruction Derby is one of those. And another one actually I have downloaded on this, so we'd have to do this single player if we're going to do it this way, is Motor Tune Grand Prix, which is actually one of the earliest games from Polyphony Digital. The people made Gran Turismo and Tourist Trophy, amongst other things. And Omega Boost was another one from them. Yeah, that case you need that for multiplayer. And actually, if you ever want to see Motor Tune Grand Prix, which actually, fine, the Motor Tune Grand Prix we got was technically the second one that Japan got. Japan got 2 of them. They named their 2 1 for us. Actually, would have to buy PlayStation 1 because I have PlayStation 2 only as far as the disc-based PlayStation system, fine, and PS3 for this. And 5, but fine, no, you can't put a PS1 game into a PS5 and play it like on PS3. It stopped with PS3. This is the last one you can put PS1 discs into on any model PS3. It's PS2, you can't always do that. Yeah, you would need to use that for the multiplayer, so in that case it would have to be single-player fair for us. But we could figure if it has to come down to that. But anyway, yeah, you have the 2-player duel. I think there might... Actually, I don't think there's link support in this. At least I don't think so. If there is, I'll link to, or I'll indicate below saying, oh yeah, it has it. But that was weird, because yeah, there's a lot of games that did that, but Twisted Metal, like at the beginning, said, fine, no, we'll have to do a split screen. In your radar view, some of the pages will kind of cut off, as you're seeing, just to give a sense. So it's not perfect. You saw black crosses us on the radar, the color dots are the enemies in range. The arrows show where they are when they're out of range. The X's are the health stations. I call them recharge stations, but same idea. Showing the rear view mirror as we show, because it's starting right on the D-pad. The heads-up display, which is the green boxes with the lives left. Special weapon shots you have shows that. Actually, the green box is there. I did not know that. The gun temperature overheating when it goes red. You want to see enemies left to kill, press X and start. Okay, so that's why that was popping up. Speed there. And here we go. So this is what we saw. Okay, the refs. Here we go. So basically that's what they're called. Those things were shooting at us, they're called refs. This is not a cushy arena except for the first one, which is. These were the streets of LA, California. So yeah. This has the highest spectator death count of any contest in human history, so mow them down. Yes, you have the foot refs. They're on the shooting missiles and guns used, so they do damage, but if there are enough of them, they can be a problem. The ones that hover around, flying around. The ones that come out of a manhole cover. Probably saw a couple of those. But there are pedestrians as well. The power executive, the ice skater. Oh, right, the ice skater when we were in the River Park Rumble, when you go onto the ice rink. I'm going to use the front of my car saying your double pirouette, specifically. Oh, yeah. The stuffy suits like to stifle creativity, less than productivity in general, think they know it all. This is one of those guys. Have fun. So this game definitely has some, biting satirical perspectives. Who brings a lawn chair to war zones? This guy does. This is a crazy Joe who walks around. Yeah, give him a permanent home 6 feet under, but of course the game does draw the line at dogs. We talked about the idea of like dogs and animals dying in games or anything. There's a dog in the game, but no, you can't run him over. What's the matter with you? Get some help. Even we're not that sick. Good point. You have the cute little German Shepherd. Like, yeah, you just drive through, it just doesn't do anything. Of course, you have your aspects of things. T-stops, which is you go to a 90-degree turn, then do a brake. So I was doing this without really indicating that specifically. T-slides, basically that's where you're just pretty much using the, basically the quick turn, and then the 180 turn. Is use that tight turn and then do the... Oh, fine. Christianity64, you'd be proud of me. I found a typo. Using the directional pad at high speed. Directional button at high speed. All right, there you go. I found a typo. Christianity64, I learned from you. That also could easily be a clip out as far as it. Useful for freeway fighting as far as that. So, okay, cool. There you go. Weapons and health stations. So those are the health stations. I was looking for those specifically. They will... okay, here we go. So the level of difficulty you're on determines how much your health is replenished and how fast they recharge once you use them up. Okay. So it's always easy. It took less time, but it still took some time. You saw that. It was not something where we were able to do it and it just came back instantly. So the game is still going to make you work for it, even if you're running on easy. But if you're on hard, it's going to take forever. So you basically have to survive. That's the idea. Drive to survive as far as that. And weapons, of course, you pick them up. You have a weapon capacity of 30 on each. It'll tell you the idea if it is for that, and then they'll respawn later. You have machine guns, which are on board as you have for that, which are limited ammo. Firing of missiles, the fire missiles, they just shoot off. They have a slight homing property, so shoot them close enough to get that going. Freeze missile, where it'll stop them for a little bit. Oh, okay, fine. I didn't show that. You can break out of is one word, by the way. The freeze by pressing the turbo button. I actually didn't indicate that. But it takes away filling your turbo, so make sure you can spare it. Homing missiles, those are great because you can get a sense of sending them in the air, and also they seek on. Power missile, which hurts a lot, as we showed. The rear missile, you shoot behind. The drop mines, they will explode eventually after a little bit of time, but basically wait until the enemy's close enough, drop them, and then boom, they're done. And the tire spikes, which will cause your controls to go weird if you run over them or your opponents. Catapults, honestly, they don't really hurt you that much from what I saw, because you basically get an extra bounce. You can get to higher areas, so actually fine. Feasibly on the rooftops, if you put the catapult near where that jump area was, you can use that to bounce up instead of like jumping off the ramp that I tried to jump off a couple times and died with. But it doesn't really hurt you. It's the idea like, hey, if you get launched, you feasibly get in trouble. So that's probably why Sweet Tooth loves using them. Yo, hi, Lunar Festival. So good to see you tonight. We're finishing our play of Twisted Metal from PlayStation. Reading the digital manual because we're running this with the PlayStation 3. So good to see you tonight. I'll go back as far as showing off a little more on Twisted Metal when we're done here. But feel free to let your memories flow on Twisted Metal, the original from PlayStation, and anything else you got on game-wise. And welcome to our show. Welcome to the best show on Twitch with Super Bowl Game Saturday. We're so glad to have you. We do this every Saturday for show, and we got a show next week as well for our Halloween blog, and I'm so happy to have you. I'm just going through what we had because, like, hey, you have digital manual. Like, I miss manuals, so I'm showing this. And the fact that on PS3, you can look at it this way. All right, so turbos, which you had going on, the areas we went to of the arena, the warehouse district, the freeway. Yeah, gunfights and only freeways, where do they get that idea? Good question, as we saw in the story, because it did show off all the stuff in the story. And when our show goes off, the whole show will be saved, so you'll be able to see that fully as far as our great play, showing off all the endings of all the characters, going the whole way with Twisted Metal 1, and our next look at Twisted Metal is going to be Small Brawl on the request of I'm Laughing to Death in the chat. And also ElecVerse was curious about it as well, and I think Dolphin as well. It's so good to have you again, just to go into that. You're looking for violence to lead you along a track, you wimp, you're playing the wrong game. So yeah, this game is a case like, this is not an ordinary racing game. There are no tracks, so go where you want, when you want. As well as the River Park Rumble in Beverly Hills. Actually, I did not know that was the idea. Suburbia, which is like the suburban area. Yeah, anyone said video games are violent? Yeah, they were right when they said that, and there are 8 enemies to fight. Rooftop Combat, where we fought against Calypso to get our ultimate destiny, our ultimate dreams, as well as our cast characters, including Sweet Tooth, Needles Cane, Warthog, as well as Outlaw, who had probably the worst luck when it came to the way the endings went. Darkseid, as far as driving the truck. Hammerhead, who we showed off like driving his not Bigfoot truck over all the enemies. Yellow Jacket with the cabbie, throwing the Molotov cocktails out. Roadkill, who showed off first, as far as showing the steel dagger going out. Everything going on. And they do give you strategies on, for some of the characters, saying, when driving this character, here's a suggestion. In fact, we'll show these off. With the Sweet Tooth, it says like, hey, those flaming ice cream cones do tons of damage. They do. When fighting them, you got to get moving. Although, not everything in this manual says like, hey, you know, when driving against the character. So in this case, saying the Warthog used the size to ram into things. Outlaw is only when fighting him, so it doesn't give you a sense, like, if you're playing as him, what to do. It's like, just avoid the taser. Darkseid is big, bulky, and mean, so if you can ram him, do that because of the huge truck. Look for the freeze missile ram combo. He does use that a lot. It does hurt and get you into trouble. The crushing with the tires if you're driving him, but also stay away from the front, otherwise you'll get yourself hurt. Good vehicle beginners for Yellow Jacket, because Yellow Jacket is average on everything, but also runs well. Good for beginners and anybody who likes the color of yellow, or likes cabs. Yeah, use the Spear to impale your enemies with the special weapon, but it also joins battle in progress and will gang up, so like basically he'll wait. He's a camper going into the idea of like the Battle Royale arena combat game concept. Spectre's a case as far as saying use the wall-penetrating laser burst he has, the Phantom Burst, to go through. Mr. Grimm is on a man on a mission for something. His special weapon is the most powerful one. If you can hit it with the flaming skull, you cut the enemy's health in half, potentially. Crimson Fury is saying, hey, you know, your normal handling's fine because he moves so fast as is, but be careful of the rear attacks, which is true. They're oftentimes the case. We'll toss stuff out for that. Pit Viper, she says, hey, good for sliding around corners. Thumper is something you want to avoid because of the flamethrower in particular. And there's the credits for the game. Directed by Mike D. Johnson, co-directed and designed, or co-designed by David Jaffe and Mike. I have the name down as far as it. Fine, it says it on the screen too. Mike GM. Specifically, there you go. There's a warranty. So, like, yeah, if you have a warranty as far as buying this game on your PlayStation game console, it might have expired by now. We have a 90-day warranty specifically as far as it back in the day. And 2007 Sony for the purpose of the digital manual for Twisted Metal. Let's show off a little more. And fine, since you did just get here, I'm going to not deny you of a privilege of that. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll take a look as far as that. Your preference of who you'd want to see as far as one last hurrah with Twisted Metal for PlayStation, because why not? We do have Sweet Tooth, we have Yellow Jacket, Darkseid, Outlaw, Thumper, Crimson Fury, Pit Viper, Warthog, and Mr. Grimm, and Spectre, and Hammerhead, and Roadkill. Yeah, your case as far as that, because, yeah, I think we should at least give a sense, like, hey, because you just got here, may as well give you a look. Alright, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something else as far as, unless you have a answer specifically soon, I'm going to feasibly pick a random, well, unless you do have a suggestion. If you do, feel free to let me know. Or if not, sit back and watch the show and hear, like, the idea, like, hey, you know, everybody's going along just kind of in a circle, like, whoa, we're getting dizzy. So fine, let's see if we stop on, I guess, we'll say you. Oh, it's Sweet Tooth, okay. Mascot of the franchise. So we'll go there, I'm gonna run, fine, I'll run the control method I'm running, I'll run Control Freak. You know, fine, let's run hard again. It's fine, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, I already beat the rest of the game on its easier difficulties. Because, yeah, I'm not that good at this game. Fine, I'm not really great at this game, but fine. When we come back to the later ones, I'll be prepared because of this one. Let's go driving. Just go around and shoot everything you got. So, yeah, Darkseid, can you go away, please? I do have my nice nuclear ice cream cones and things. Fine, my crazy cones that way. I guess that's what he has. But he's dying already. So, yeah, sorry, Sweet Tooth. But I do have 3 lives. I can at least get rid of him for that. I'll take that. Get that great case going through as far as Twisted Metal. Yeah, this is a great game. I had a lot of fun playing it. You can thank ElecVerse for this request. He said, hey, I want to see this game. He said that 3 years ago when we've been doing the show a while, actually, as it is. We're going to our 5th anniversary of it next year. I said, I take any of your requests you want to have. Yeah, Winter Festival, you got anything you want to see, tell me, and we'll do it, I promise. I'll scope it out so we have everything set, but fine. Okay, fine. He's dead, so at least we get to kill somebody. We're not living along in the warehouse district, so I'll say that. Also turn this up since I am going to do that. And fine, when I get game over, I'll also let the intro go. And then we will have our discussion of schedule. As I mentioned, we do the show every week, and we usually. And we got good stuff coming up. And good stuff we've done already on our YouTube site, which is linked below, or linked in the area of Twitch is concerned. Ah, crap. But I am clearly not being careful, and Darkseid is kicking my ass, so let's see if I can't... Okay, die. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Sweet Tooth. We lost. Yeah, there's a link to that in Twitch window. I could feasibly put in the chat. That's a case of it, but, it's in here somewhere. It's like, yeah, point is, if you go to the About tab, or... Yeah, oh, actually, no, it's right here. Yeah, About tab. Super Game Saturday on YouTube. It's right there. Actually, no, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Oh, I'll do it this way. Let's make it easy. And also, when you go over there, you're gonna have playing when you first look of our YouTube site, just to let you know if you're new here. Thank you, and if you are new, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for joining us. All we are about on this program is giving you a good time, going into discussions on games you've wanted to see, games you love, games you have experience with, stuff maybe I have experience with that way. We have a good time. We have a nice, relaxing end to the week as far as our Saturday night program, and we have a great time doing the show. As a totally independent program of classic gaming usually, but we did do a new game last week with the remake of Until Dawn. We had a great time with that. 9.5 hours straight. We're definitely not getting that much out of Twisted Metal, but we got the full case of it. It's up with the great music. Okay, so with that is Twisted Metal for PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. Again, ElecVerse, thank you from the bottom of my heart for requesting this game, as you always do, or as anybody does when they want to see for the show. Of course, to Dolly Finn for the contribution she's made, and also thank you so much to I'm Laughing to Death and Lunar Festivals. Welcome to the Super Bowl Game Saturday family. You're part of the, and you're also part of the best channel on Twitch. I make that promise. Because that is the idea of what we do here. We have a great time. We go into stuff as far as our love of gaming, what games mean the most to us, for what reasons, where they might mean something specifically to us that maybe they don't mean to anybody else, but what you have to say about that. That is something important and something vital, and I like getting that out myself, but I also love hearing what you have to say about that. And I'm glad that you're wanting to tell us. I'm like, hey, that's the idea. If you just want to sit back and watch the show, sit back and watch the show. If you want to get involved, feel free to get involved. We're here for you. Basically, the idea is I'm putting you on the couch with us. That's the idea. I know it cannot be perfect. It's the idea, like, I can't beam everybody who's in chat to my couch, and we're just sitting here having a great Saturday night playing Twisted Metal on the PlayStation, rocking it like it's 1995. I'm doing the best I can as far as that. Replicate it. All of you make it possible. I can't thank you enough for that. Why we keep doing the show, I've done it for almost 5 years now, and why we're going to keep going on. Okay. And if you haven't played Twisted Metal before, it is, as I mentioned, readily accessible on PlayStation 1, maybe for more of a cost, as you're going for the long box edition. But in that case, you'll have that nice manual we saw. Although that is the dual cased edition. But that being said, you'll still have that. It is on PlayStation 3, as we're playing it. You can download for $6. That version you can buy it on PS3 is playable on PS4 and 5, or you can buy it on PS4 and 5 for $10, which is not bad. And if you have PSP or Vita, you can't buy it on those consoles. You can buy the PS3 version with great difficulty to transfer them over. I guess here's the hope of a new Twisted Metal, because it's been 12 years since the last one. And there's the TV show, but still, based on this game, the experiences we've had with it, my experience as far as kind of coming to it sort of new compared to other people as far as the chat, I'd like to see more of this. And more stuff going on with car combat stuff. Actually, we will have a little sooner than you might think. I'm going to leave a little bit of a element to that, because I'm not going to tip my hand, but if you liked what you saw on Twisted Metal, you're not going to feasibly have to wait long for more game like this. Although, next time we come back to Twisted Metal, on the request of I'm Laughing to Death and the curiosity of Dolly Finn and ElecVerse and myself, we're playing Twisted Metal Small Brawl for the PlayStation 1. The final game of the series that was on the 32-bit Sony system. And one that feasibly is contentious, but one that has a following specifically. People are like, hey, this is kind of cool. So, alright, we're going to take a look at that one at some point. And any requests we get, we put it on the match list. We will get to it specifically. I scoped the game out, so we'll make sure we give it the whole look like we did with Twisted Metal. And give it the whole play that way. Okay. So with the great guitar music going on our cast of characters rolling through once more, that's the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday for the night and for the week. Thank you so much for stopping by, everybody. But we got one more piece of business to go through, and that is our schedule. Because, as I mentioned, we do this every week. I tell you what's coming up on the show over the next couple weeks, and I do have some nice announcements to make as far as certain things. One that I knew that was next week's program was we were part of our Halloween block. Twisted Metal feasibly is not explicitly in a Halloween direction, although it kind of was in the sense of the idea of Sweet Tooth, the creepy clown, but actually in terms of the story, much more than just that. Because, like, hey, we had ghosts, we had spirits, we had the devil, we had the Grim Reaper. So yeah, it fits really well. And ElecVerse, thank you so much for this request, and I know it took a while to get here, but I had a great time, and I hope I gave you the game as you wanted it, and in the way that is good case, because that's what I want to do. I'm here to please and give everybody a good show. And you give me a good show because of everything you give back. I appreciate it so much. Let's talk schedule for our Halloween block, because fine, this year so far, our Halloween block has consisted of Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo, the Until Dawn remake for PlayStation 5, Twisted Metal on PlayStation here, and next year on the quest of I'm Laughing to Death, we're going to be playing Medieval, I guess the PlayStation version, or we did the PS4 version, your choice. But the last one for 2024 is going to be, we're going to another console that we've not talked about enough on this show, in fact, less than PlayStation. That is the TurboGrafx 16. We're going to be playing Splatterhouse from Namco. I'm going to be using the TurboGrafx 16 mini device to play this, because it's on there. But since it's a mini console, I'm looking forward to showing this at some point for some reason. What is the reason? This ended up being the reason. We're going to be playing Splatterhouse first. If you ever played Splatterhouse from Namco, it is a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up where you're playing as Rick, a guy whose girlfriend named Jennifer is taken away by creatures into a spooky house, and you're possessed by a mask that takes you over and feasibly turns you into a killing machine. That is not a long game, but it's also one I do have to do some practice on to be set on that as well. And if I get into trouble, there is a code I can use if I have to use it. But I'm practicing to be set for that. But that is not a long game, and since we are playing on a mini console, we always show the mini consoles off when we do them. So I've shown the Sega Genesis Mini 1 and 2 on this program before. And I do need to show off the Astro City Mini from Sega at some point, specifically. I will show off some of the other ones. I know Nocturne has the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit. I think we use that when we get to Mega Man X, which I think we'll do next year, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But since we do these mini console stuff, we talk about the games that are on it. We're going to do that later because there's about 50-something games on this unit. So we're going to talk about everything that's on it. We can go into memories on that. That's going to come after we play Splatterhouse, but Splatterhouse is coming first. Otherwise, we'll be talking about games for 2.5 hours without starting the game. Which we did when we did the, an hour and a half, a little over that, when we did Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi, when we did that with the Genesis Mini 2 for our first look. We'll talk about everything that's on this as far as a little bit of a spiel, stuff like Alien Crush and Blazing Lasers, Space Harrier, Utopia 2, New Adventure Island, Bonk's Adventure, Bomberman 93, Ys Book 1 and 2, a game we played before, that was last year, actually, next weekend last year. That is Castlevania Rondo of Blood, and a bunch of others, and Snatcher in the only version that doesn't cost an arm and a leg that came out in the US, but it is not translated, so good luck playing that. But we're going to go over the discussions on that, and we'll also give a case that, hey, if there's anything that we're going through on that list, so like, I want to take a preview of this stuff, you just want to see, like, what is this thing? What is JJ and Jeff? If you've never seen JJ and Jeff, like, probably it's like, what is this? And I mentioned stuff by Working Designs before, like Kadash and their port of Parasol Stars. They're on this thing, too. So, you have your choice of saying, hey, I want to take a preview on something. As we go along, we'll talk about all the games and anything you want to see a preview on, or I might be feeling in the mood for, we can show off. And it's definitely going to be an interesting case, filling a gap I have on TurboGrafx 16, which is something for that, but we're going to have our horror case concluding very nicely for 2024. That's me next week, October 26th, the birthday of ElecVerse in our chat, and happy early birthday to you, ElecVerse, and thank you so much for everything you do for the show, and it's good to see you for sure. That's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is our normal time, but sometimes we adjust. And we feasibly be adjusting for other stuff. The week after that is November 2nd. This was a question about what we were going to do for this weekend, because Nocturne, she has been on the program. She's been playing Chronicles of the Gobos for us. She's at the point where she's cleaning up the rest of the game. She's going to be recording that stuff. She's been very busy. She's not been able to do that yet, but also the case that some of those things for the remaining Gobos to unlock the rest of the worlds that are and levels that are behind those. Not easy, and I can attest to that for sure. So we're putting that off. Specifically, she's going to be doing that. The date I have for her on that, that's going to be February. We're going to come back to that at this point. I think there should be enough time. February 22nd, unless she can't do that. But for November 2nd, 2 weeks from tonight, we're going to be playing a game of her choice. I said, what do you want to play? I did get the confirmation for this week we're playing. It's a game that we meant to get to a couple years ago. We didn't. We are finally going to do it, and I promise we will actually do it this time. Super Mario Bros. 3 for... Okay, I didn't ask her what... Fine, I did ask her what version. She hasn't told me yet. I'm going to assume NES, but as far as how she wants that run, I asked her specifically. I said, do you want to do it on the gray box? We can do it on the gray box. And I have a splitter for NES so we can play the game out in stereo for the program. We also do the Switch Online version, and I have the Switch controllers that run that for the NES pads. Or we can do it another way, whatever she wants, because that is her favorite of the Mario games. And I said, hey, you know, we're going to do that. And we admittingly were planning to do this back in 2021. We were not able to do that, but we are going to be coming back to that. Specifically, we will do it this time, I promise. That is not going to be a case of it. It was a little unexpected as far as the reason why, but still, it was something we had to figure out as it was. And then we came back later to finish what we had on tap that way, but Super Mario Brothers 3 for NES, feasibly. I guess that's the one she's going to want. But we can also show other ones, and we feasibly will also come back at some point, because I know she's wanted to do this, to show off the extra levels of the Game Boy Advance version, which are unlocked on the Wii U Virtual Console version, which I have, and also on the Switch Online Expansion Pack version, which you will do in blind at some point. That will not be in 2 weeks, but it will be the main game. She'll be running it, because it is one of her favorite games of all time. It is, to her, I think, we were talking about the question earlier from them laughing at that, saying, what's a game you'd want a sealed copy of just as a memento? I'm pretty sure in her case she'd say Super Mario Brothers 3. And I'd get that for sure. I mean, she even bought a copy of the instruction manual of that when she was at the gaming convention. She's like, I love this game so much, I want that manual in great shape, and I want to keep it away so it doesn't get wrinkled or anything. She loves this game. She knows this game inside and out. And we'll have notes, of course, going on for history and other interesting facts going on with that. But she's going to be the one leading us on Super Mario Bros. 3 on November 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I guess. I don't think she needs it earlier, but if she does, I will update on next week's program. Then November 9th, that is going to be the birthday of my brother, Inherent Rock this is, but it's not a game for him because I don't think he's played it, and he also feels he's going to be involved in other shows we got coming later, but we're playing a game that was requested by Chad. I said, hey, we do requests. 112 made this request a year ago, and we'll be ready for it. It's another PlayStation joint, and it's another case we're going to be running on the PS3 for it. Playing Tamba, which came out in 1997 in Japan, and 1988, I believe, in the US, as a 2.5D platformer game that's also kind of an RPG a little bit, in terms of quests you have to do, and all the things you need to do with Tamba, the caveman with pink hair who's going around to defeat the evil pigs that have taken his grandfather's bracelet and brought evil to the land. When we start that game, it's going to be a couple of parts. We're going to be going through every single one of the missions that go with it. And we're going to go through the entire game with this really interesting and really underrated 2.5D platformer from Whoopee Camp, made up of ex-Capcom developers, specifically the head of the Capcom team that was involved with Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, which we played on the show a couple years ago. We start that game on November 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of Donkey Kong Country. Not believe it's been 30 years, but we played all of them on Super Nintendo. So what are we doing? We're playing the portable ones. I have Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color and all three of them for the Game Boy Advance. We're going to show off what the differences are. Giving a little bit of showcase, a little bit of a loving on Donkey Kong Country. Cannot wait to do that because Donkey Kong Country is another sacred one to me as far as a gamer. And I love it so much. And those Game Boy Advance versions are really, really interesting. They had a lot of extra stuff that totally make them worth your money and totally make them really good to show off. And our first look at showing the Game Boy player off. We've not shown that as far as that. I'm going to have to use the GameCube for the purpose of that. But showing the idea of, hey, you know, Game Boy Advance running on the show fully on the actual system that is easy to do it on. It's not emulating and is not a Switch Online expansion pack. Now again, it's emulating, but it's also the case, if I have the game and I can get the copy of the game, I usually want to do it that way just for the purpose of compatibility, and also like, hey, if we run into trouble with something, like, hey, for tech reasons. But hey, there's certain things we might have to emulate for anyway because they never got home releases, like Carnival. I was going to say Medieval. No, Medieval's got released. It was on PlayStation. Carnival, an arcade game from Midway, which I know Dolly Finn loves. We'd have to emulate that via MAME. There's no other way. So in that case, sure. But we're going to have our full look as far as that on November 16th, and then November 23rd is going to be our annual pre-Thanksgiving Disney Showcase game. We pick a game of Disney each year. It kind of was an accident that we realized that. Actually, it was when we did Magical Quest I realized, wait a minute, without even planning this, the years prior I did a Disney game the weekend before Thanksgiving, so I said, okay, fine, tradition time, we're doing that. This year we're playing The Lion King. I'm using the Disney Classic Games collection on the Switch to play it, so that means the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Game Boy versions are up in there. We'll feasibly complete all three, or at least one of, and show the others. And we'll give a look over that collection specifically, which is a really nice collection to go through. Celebrate 30 years of that game from Command & Conquer developers Westwood Studios, believe it or not. And 30 years of the movie. Yeah, it's been 30 years since The Lion King as well, so we've got a lot of celebrating to do next month. And November 30th, we are not starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on that one. I'm going to start probably 4 or 5 p.m., maybe 5. And maybe 4, depending on how this is. We have our annual Thanksgiving Showcase program, 2 days after Thanksgiving, every year. We have a showcase, usually in genre, but this year we're doing something different. With the closure of the Xbox 360 store back in July, I said, we got to do some delisted Xbox Live games. We've talked the idea of games on that mean a lot to us, games we might have missed, we didn't buy in time, or maybe we did buy in time, we're holding on to them for dear life because they've not gotten re-released. Some might have gotten re-released actually since, as has been the case, and actually there is one that's getting re-released the week before we do that show as far as its physical edition, that being Marvel vs. Capcom and Marvel Superheroes, which I have announced that before. We got a bunch of games specifically, via requests from everybody. That's also the ideas that going on that as far as a little bit of a taste of stuff in a line. Stuff like Poker Smash, Poker Night 2, Marvel Blast Ultra, Rush and Attack, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. A lot of big stuff. It was delisted on Xbox 360. You cannot download it anymore off of that. It is up for grabs. And we will have a perspective of 34 games for you, and I'll have a 35th that I'm going to be editing into a separate video on the YouTube site specifically, which I can show you, and it goes to something very personal to me. I think I might have mentioned what it is on past shows, but I will hold it a little bit to the chest. And as I mentioned that car combat thing, potentially. That show, I got a car combat case to show you. And that's also a case of if you request that as well. And I'm picking stuff from everybody. Stuff people want to see is a little bit of taste. And of course, we come back later, we can do it as a full show. But that's going to be our look. But some of that's going to be demos, so it's going to be limited where we can look back. But basically also us on our hands and knees begging. Because we want to re-release this stuff because it's really good. It's worth remembering. Even the stuff that's not good, it's worth remembering to remember why is it not good, perhaps. That's November 30th. And then we get to December, where we have Part 2 Tomba on December 7th. And December 14th, coming back to Super Mario Sunshine. We played the game fully this year, back in the summer. But there's a little bit of unfinished business. I got to show off, live on camera, the idea that I did practice that game for 4 months before we did it. What were the results of that practice? What are all the weird clips I showed of glitches and deaths going on? As far as my 100% play of Super Mario Sunshine when it was on the request of Brixabri. So I'll be fully on camera for that, and I'm also going to give you a little extra because I'm going to show you how does Super Mario Sunshine play with as many weird controllers as I can get my hands on. I'm going to use the GameCube controller with the adapter in order to play it for the program, using the Switch release, because that's how we use it in the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection. But have you ever played Super Mario Sunshine with a Taiko Drum Master drum? Have you ever played Super Mario Sunshine with a Donkey Konga drum? And for that matter, have you ever played Super Mario Sunshine with the Philips CDI spoon controller? You can play it with all three of those controllers I just mentioned. I'm going to show you how on December 14th. Or fine, to go to the CDI perspective, I'll show you how. So that'll be the idea of that. That's going to be a fun one, just for the purpose of that. And it's also going to be one of 2 videos we have for Super Mario Sunshine, because on the YouTube site over there, we have another thing we do every year. At the end of the year, the last video I upload is always, fine, since last year, this is an annual thing now. I put up a video of a compilation of some of our best situations going on the program. Last year was the greatest gaming feature. Go to that YouTube site, you're seeing that for the next couple months. And then on December 31st, you're going to see a smash cut of every single death I had for Super Mario Sunshine, both when we played the game for the actual play back in May, June, and July. Any of the deaths I have on that December 14th show, including the stuff with being played with weird controllers, and anything also from the clips I took, into one last compilation of hilarity and fun. And that's the idea of what we have, and I'm looking forward to putting that together. That was on the request of Gemini96 and Chasm22. They said, can you put a smash cut of all the deaths you have? I said, you got it. That's our compilation video for the end of the year. YouTube exclusive for that one. As far as our shows on the Twitch site, of course, and by the way, if you miss any of our shows, they're on the Twitch site for 2 months, as far as how they are, but they are also on the YouTube site for the rest of the time, feasibly, as far as how they are, with edits that add extra stuff or edit around tech problems if we have them, or add new stuff, like links we get in the chat for cases like ElecVerse provided one, or other cases where, hey, I say something wrong, or hey, here's some information I wasn't sure about. It sometimes gets filled in there. So that's that idea. But as far as what we got on Twitch site, because we do the shows live and they go up there if you miss one. So we have tons of stuff to show as far as that. Tons of games we've done and tons more we will do. I'm going to be showing off, actually, Dolly Finn in chat's going to be with me for this one. We're going to be playing a game ElecVerse requested and Dolly Finn requested, and Dolly Finn is practicing very, very heavily when she can. Tetris and Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. That has not gotten re-released, unfortunately, on Switch Online. So, while we're begging for a re-release of that, along with the fact that, hey, you know, feasibly getting towards it because the NES version is getting re-released soon, and Tetris Forever, they announced the release date, that is on November 12th. I cannot wait for that and hope we'll get a physical version, but digitally speaking, November 12th for that great collection. I can't wait for that in the Gold Master Series of Digital Eclipse. Tons of old Tetris games, many we never got here, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. But on December 21st, Tetris Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo, and we're going to go through the whole way. Going Tetris, Dr. Mario as far as that, and the mixed match mode. Which is great stuff, and going to be enjoying that game for sure. And then at the end of the year, I am starting on December 28th. A game I've been wanting to show, a game that means so much to me. No one feasible I could say, hey, I could have a sealed copy to show my love on this one. Shenmue for the Dreamcast. We're going to be going through this game fully for about 6 months. We're going to be running it through the Dreamcast as is. I'm also going to show off the trailer of the game when it was demoed in the official Dreamcast magazine. There was a disc that showed what that was. When I saw that disc, that demo, I saw the video as far as it's not a playable demo, it's a video. When I saw that, I looked at it, I said, oh my god, I need to play this. My brother inherited knock, he said specifically, he ran into my parents' bedroom, he said, you better be buying this game for him for Christmas. Otherwise, I'm never going to forgive you. And they did. And it was amazing, and we're going to go into exactly why. We're going to join Ryo Hazuki of the Hazuki Dojo at Yamanose in 1986. He's on the trail of Lan Di, the man who has murdered his father Iwao. A lot of great adventures and misadventures going on as far as what they are. And I'm going to be showing off everything I can. All the missable events that I can get a sense of specifically is shown for our full play. And when we do the full games as far as multiple months, we have one part for about 5 hours at least, and then we come back each month till we finish, usually. That's going to close out for 2024 and then 2025. Give a little perspective just because I know what we got coming up. On January 5th, Ultra94T donated very graciously to me the Nintendo GameCube preview disc, which has demos of games like Sonic Adventure DX, Beautiful Joe, Soul Calibur 2, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and others. And we're going to show that off, and Splinter Cell as well, which I'm going to get to at some point. I'm going to be showing that off as a bit of a showcase, specifically, as far as starting the new year. And it's also starting our Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance show, where if you miss a show live that we've done for a game, I'll have a reason to come back to it in a context. In the context of that one, it's going to be Sonic Adventure, because we played on the Dreamcast, which is the best version, the US version at least, as far as being the best one. We'll give a little more of a look at DX on GameCube. I don't think too highly of it, but there are things about it with its sound mixing that actually are better. It does load faster, and it does let you skip the cutscenes. You're playing through the game a second time, so there are things it does do better, but there are things it does worse, which is why I don't like it as much. It doesn't give you the Game Gear games for this extra stuff, so it's not worse for lack of trying. It's just worse in other ways, but we got demo as far as its show off, as far as a little bit of a kickoff to the year, and fine. This was not a cheap disc. The fact that Ultra94T gave me that, I'm very gracious, and I want to thank him that way. He said, we're doing this for a show. We're going to have a full look on that unit. And I'm also going to feasibly be on camera for that one, because I'm going to be having a Game Boy Advance set up so I can show off the Game Boy Advance Link stuff that goes with this. And then as far as the dates to be determined, we're going to come back to Tomba, which I believe it'll be its finale. It's not that long, but I do want to make sure we get everything set. And we also have Shenmue for its next part running. End of the month, this is going to be a little bit up in the air. I don't know if this is going to be the case or not. Edwack and Nikki, they're going to be feasibly coming back. I talked to him a little bit about this. January 25th, I'll see. We'll figure this. I don't know. It's going to be up to the air for our viewer request. That's going to be his for Smart Ball for the Super Nintendo, which was published by Sony on that console. And developed by Game Freak, who made Pokemon. He's been wanting to do this game for a while. He's been busy for a while, for sure. And so in that case, I said, whenever you're ready to do it, you can do it. I floated the idea, I said, yeah, I might be able to. We'll figure. If we don't do it then, I'll pull out something else. Or what I might do is, that might feasibly not be the Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance as far as that GameCube preview, just if it comes to that. If it comes to that, I think I'll do a second chance on Halo for Xbox. I'll use the Master Chief Collection from running through the Series X because it has subtitles for the game. I'll run through the main campaign again because I did it years ago. I don't have the recording, but that's what second chance is going to be. In case we have a game where I did a recording of it that I don't have anymore, or if you missed a show of a game that we've already played. Any suggestions you have for that, feel free to let me know about them, and we can do them. Now, the stuff I know I've promised people this year, or for next year, as I mentioned, Medieval for the PlayStation, we're going to do that one. I promised Dolly Finn Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. I promised, I believe it was Careerish, you wanted to see Radiant Silver Gun. We got that on tap. And we got a bunch of other stuff, and Return to Croc in February, and amongst many other things, and other stuff you might want to see, as we also have our long-form games. And of course, in April, we have Former Zero Ties Definitive Edition for the Switch. You are not going to miss that. I don't know what to say about that game. That is hilarious. You are not going to miss our April Fool's Day show. That is going to be on April Fool's Day weekend. That is going to be, just to give a sense of that, that'll be on April 5th. And then in May, we also have another annual show we do. We do our Memorial Day, I guess Memorial Day weekend or Cinco de Mayo weekend, your choice, compilation program. At a date to be determined, don't know when we're going to do it. I think we should do Title Legends 2. We did Title Legends 1 last year. We may as well complete the perspective of Title Legends 1. And it does have a game feasibly that was asked for, which was Camel Tree, which is the arcade version of On the Ball, which is on Super Nintendo. We'll do On the Ball on Super Nintendo specifically as far as an actual show. So I first wanted to see that, but we just get a perspective of that with its arcade edition. I don't know why they renamed it for Super Nintendo, but it's Camel Tree on that collection. It is in that. And other stuff going on, including Kicks was not in the first one. I think that's the idea, unless you want another classic game compilation, which will handle like a showcase, showing off everything in it for a brief amount of time and going into memories and all that stuff. Okay. So with that, I think we are done with the show for tonight. Thank you so much for stopping by the show. Thank you so much for joining us for Twisted Metal. I had a great time doing this one. Great suggestion from ElecVerse's case. Thank you, ElecVerse. Thank you, Dolly Finn. Thank you, I'm Laughing to Death. Thank you to Lunar Festival. And I'm Laughing to Death. Welcome to the Super Bowl Game Saturday family, and welcome to Bash John Twitch. We are so glad to have you. And thank you for spending your Saturday nights with us. We appreciate it. Okay, with that, I'm going to wish you a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx 16 and an overview of the TurboGrafx 16 Mini. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, and take care, everybody.